begin.
Hello, traders. Hello, friends, family, and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV and Secret Code Day. We have an all-star lineup for you each and every day of the week. No other show like we have is like ours. You're going to find nothing like TopstepTV on the internet that has everything wrapped up in one wonderful package: education, trading buddies, market knowledge, good looks, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He is Neil Armstrong, and I'm Buzz Aldrin. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We have an informative and educational show for you today. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, the Beverly Hillbillies, and even that voice in your head that says, success is not the key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you're doing, you will be successful. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, that trading mentor, the man with the plan, Johnny, a.k.a. Hoagland. John, how are you, buddy?
I'm good today, Eddie. I'm feeling good, ready for the day. Welcome, everybody. It's always a pleasure to see you, Eddie, and always a pleasure to be with everyone. Yes, Wednesday, June the 5th. This is the opening call, and our focus is always on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. Excited about today. I think we're going to see some pretty decent opportunities.
I think so, especially being Secret Code Day. Well, let's get the party started. News today: U.S. stock futures pointed higher to a positive session from yesterday as markets digested data indicating a slowdown in the labor market demand and the world's largest economy. My God, look at these markets. U.S. stock futures edged higher today. We had that number coming out, and that sort of gave it a little kick in the butt. Dow futures gained about 67 points. S&P up about 3. NASDAQ by 20. The main averages on Wall Street climbed in the prior session. That was boosted by the data of job openings yesterday. That slipped to the lowest level in over 3 years in April. Friends at Samsung, shares, you got any shares in Samsung? They jumped today, fueled by expectations that the Korean firm soon will begin to supply artificial intelligence chip maker NVIDIA. Oh, what a team that would be. Boeing. Starliner spacecraft is set for the third attempt to fly astronauts to space for the first time today. I think it's going to be happening in maybe a couple hours or so, maybe an hour. But the much delayed testing milestone in the aerospace giant's ambition to set up the competition with the man, the myth, the legend, Elon Musk's SpaceX. A lot of space stuff going on here. Johnny, what do you got?
Right. So as far as economic numbers this morning, mortgage rates came out. Mortgage rates remain above 7%, and applications continue to fall, down about 5.2% last week. 7:15, the ADP employment number came out. They were looking for an additional 173,000 new jobs. Came out short of that at 152,000 new jobs. And bad news is good news. That may be encouraging for a potential rate hike later on in the year. Of course, we'll find out a little bit more about that on Wednesday with the FOMC meeting. At 8:45 this morning, the Bank of Canada has a rate announcement. They're expected to lower their interest rate from 5% to 4.75%. I'm sure the Fed will be keeping an eye on that. Also at 8:45 Central Chicago time this morning, the S&P Global Services PMI is due out. 9 o'clock, the ISM Manufacturing Index is due out, as well as the Dallas Fed PCE number. 7:30, you crude traders, EIA crude status report is due out. They're looking for a drop of 2.1 million barrels. After the close yesterday, the API announced a boost in stocks here in the U.S. of 4.05 million barrels. So we'll see how that comes out. VIX this morning down slightly at 12.94. The dollar index up a little bit this morning, 104.27, and the yield on the 10-year comfortably below that 4.5 level, now at 4.32% the last I checked. And that is what we have for economic data. As we all know, the talking feds are in a blackout period before the FOMC meeting. And so we won't be hearing from any of those. That's what we've got looking forward to as far as economic numbers this morning. Eddie.
Yes, feds, blackout. I bet you that's just so hard for them not to be able to speak and talk.
Right.
But anyway, next week the party starts. Dude, where's my crude? Well, crude right now, taking a look here, 73.56. We saw that crude yesterday take a dive. We'll see what happens today. It looked like it tried to recover, but prices are choppy here today after the industry data pointed to a bumper build in U.S. inventories. And we did see U.S. crude around 73.28, Brent around 77.57. And we did see those oil prices slipping yesterday, extending losses from a 4-month low it touched earlier in the week. Data from API, we had that right after we closed here yesterday. U.S. crude inventory saw a build of about 4 million barrels. That was in the week of May 31st. Meanwhile, crude market has seen weaknesses after a weekend meeting with the OPEC Plus. The oil group left the possibility that voluntary cuts by 8 of its members could be gradually unwound from October onward. So, mysteries abound. Johnny, you got that album by Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, right?
Of course, doesn't everybody?
Everybody has it. I think I've got 3 of them. I don't know why, but our friends in China landed on the moon, the dark side of the moon, planted a flag, grabbed some rocks, and on their way back, Lunar Lander has wrapped up its historic mission to gather rocks and soil. And one of the comments from the astronauts was, "Damn, it's dark." So hopefully they get back safe and sound. And hey, I want to talk about our tip of the week. James, are you with us today? Of course he is. We know he is. There he is. James, how you doing today, buddy? You okay?
We're doing good. We're hanging in there.
All right. All right. That's James, folks. Say hi to James. Tip of the week here. We've got our mobile trading strategy. Well, traders can easily track and manage their trades, review performance, and make necessary adjustments on the go. That's one of the benefits of having a mobile. Johnny, what do you got for our mobile?
Hey, you can always be connected to the markets. You can always be monitoring positions, and sometimes even on the golf course, maybe find a good trade, as our friend Dakota did about a week ago. So it's good to be connected. Of course, it's also important to disconnect sometimes as well. Uh, I'm not a big fan of trading on a phone, but if I am in a position and I have to step away, it's great to have that mobile friendly platform just ready and waiting for you, so you can manage your position, get out. It's a beautiful thing. I'm really enjoying playing with it and checking it out, and I think it's a wonderful tool.
Beautiful, beautiful. Now, my friends, you've been sort of wondering. I see some questions here in the chat. What is this secret code? Well, today what we're going to do is we're going to hide the code within the broadcast. All right. The first 2,000 traders that find it can use it to lock in 150K Topstep X trading combine for $25 each month. All right. So keep your eyes and your ears alert today, and every day, of course. We're going to be doing more of these. So once again, it's going to be in the broadcast. It's a secret. Oh, hold on. Secret code. And you can sort of chime in on this. So also, just want to let you know that, remember, if you're new here and you're wondering what the Topstep X mobile friendly is, we have since added a mobile friendly option for our Topstep X. And if you'd like to check it out, just on your phone, open your web browser, type in topstepx.com, and it's going to show up. Now, remember, it's not an app, so don't look in the App Store, right? Don't look in the App Store. It's going to be an app. It's going to be a 50K for our secret code, 50. So there you have it. And pay attention. Pay attention. Okay, 50K. Right, you guys are getting it. All right, Johnny, without further ado, let's get to those charts.
All right. I'm excited this morning because we have the S&Ps trading up against the weekly kickoff high here at 53.25 even. We've seen on this daily chart and, on all charts, we've seen that the market, every time it has been broken to the downside, buyers come in and pick it back up again. You can just see it in these charts, long shadows, long shadows, long shadows. Now, we do have some information coming out today. The ADP is already out. There are more economic numbers due out, but the way this market is setting up this morning, ready to close right at a weekly kickoff high level, I think that's going to offer us some pretty decent opportunities earlier in the session. So volume was all right yesterday. We added 4,900 in open interest, so that does indicate some sort of an accumulation. We did have an inside day yesterday in extended trading hours and regular trading hours. You can see that this bar is inside the previous bar, but every time this market breaks, buyers come back and they just seem to continue to pick it up. We do have the all-time high that did happen in the overnight session. So we're kind of looking at a very interesting area for us to open here this morning. So this is going to be an interesting fast markets this morning, I think. Take a look at the 30-minute chart yesterday. Now, there were a couple of things that we commented on yesterday that really rang true, especially in the S&Ps. We opened inside the range and the value from the previous regular trading hour session. We opened basically right here at 52.85 approximately. And my suggestion was to remain patient, let the market establish its range, and then focus on the extremes of that range for your opportunities, and that the better trade locations were likely to come later on in the session. And it really rang true. The market tried to continue to push lower into the overnight low here. It failed to do that. But once we put in that low, this 11 o'clock bar put in the low, that ended up being the best trade location for the day. The S&P, the NASDAQ and the Dow did not take out the low of the initial balance at all. That was a pretty good indication that maybe we were running into some buyers there, and we saw the market resolve back to the upside as we've seen for the last 3 sessions. The market opens, breaks, buyers come in. Market opens, breaks, buyers come in. The market opens, breaks, buyers come in. Today, we've got some overnight longs in this market. Overnight inventory is long. We are opening with a gap, so that brings in gap rules, which the gap rules are if we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for potential longs. Looks like we're going to be opening above 53.25, which is the weekly kickoff high. If we maintain price above that, we've got last week's high at 53.39, and we've got our all-time high that did happen in the overnight session at 53.68 quarters. So those would be some pretty lofty targets if this market does bring in new buying and we see some momentum build to the upside. The profile yesterday was a normal variation neutral day. The market is probably going to be seeking new levels to facilitate trade. There is something in the profile from yesterday that I do want to point out. If we do get the opportunity near the afternoon pullback low, 52.86 half might be an interesting opportunity to see price and to look for an execution. But right now, it doesn't look like that's going to come into play. Just write it down in case things turn and we head the opposite direction at some point today. NASDAQ. All right. Well, again, every time this market has broken for the last 3 sessions, it has been met with some pretty strong buying. Volume hasn't been great in the NASDAQ or the S&Ps. That doesn't scare me because the market always seems to bring in more volume on down days than up days. What I'm a little confused about is we lost 3,000 in open interest in the NASDAQ yesterday. So we're not really seeing any kind of accumulation on these buybacks here. When the market breaks and buyers come in, we're not seeing any kind of accumulation. And we're still pretty far away from the weekly kickoff high here at 18,910. That could come into play today. If we continue to see buyers coming into this market, we get some momentum to the upside. It would be a pretty decent area for an execution, either an exit if you're long up to that, or lighten up, or look for another opportunity in and around that area. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. Scaling. Overnight inventory is to the long side. The better trade location did come in at the low of the initial balance. We opened in range and value. Better trade location in the second half hour of the day, and on that 11 o'clock bar that put in the low in the S&Ps, we had a really good cheap trade down there. Our guy Gabe took a long down there while he was on screen, and he just kind of bottom picked the whole day there. Had a really good trade and a good trade location. That was a really cheap trade. But today we've got overnight inventory to the long side. We're opening with a gap to the upside. If we can't close that gap relatively early, gap rules say we're looking for opportunities for continuation to the upside. And the profile yesterday in the Nasdaq was again a normal variation neutral day, with the afternoon pullback low right here. If that does even come into play today, it's 18,632. Afternoon pullback low is after we put in the high. That is where the market was able to push back to, and then we ended up closing higher off that level. So those afternoon pullback lows can be pretty useful. It looks like the 200 session moving average is lining up with it pretty nicely, but that would be a pretty decent pullback. And if we close that gap, come back into range, that might be an interesting opportunity for us. First things first, the nuances, opening with a gap, the inability to close the session gap tells us we're looking for opportunities potentially to the long side. Anything can happen. We can't really predict anything, and I don't predict anything, just trying to put things in context. Speaking of context, yesterday, we were hanging right around that 73 level. That was the target off of our head and shoulders. My suggestion yesterday was the market was probably going to digest. It was probably just going to kind of go back and forth, and even up some of the inventory. And I think we did do a pretty good job of evening up some of that inventory, because we lost about 10,000 in open interest yesterday. A lot of shorts, I think, just kind of hung around thinking, well, what are we going to do? Let's take some money off the table here. It was a very narrow range. It was only 108 ticks. Volume remains pretty good down here. So kind of looking at that as something potential for a reversal or a continuation, one or the other. We've got an EIA today at 9:30. Don't forget that. We'll be letting you know how that comes out. Taking a look now at the 30-minute chart. So here was our suggestion yesterday. We did open with a gap. We did not close that gap from Monday to Tuesday's session. Look at how narrow that range was. 108 ticks. And I would certainly call this barcoding. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. The kind of natural, the upside tint to this indicates, that loss of open interest was probably some short covering. Short covering is going to take buying power out of the market. The market really didn't have any overnight inventory. We've got the gap again from Monday's session to Tuesday's session. The session high yesterday, 73.69. The session low on Monday was 73.98. So 73.98 closes this session gap that was left from the day before yesterday to yesterday. Really just kind of looking at maybe some more digestion. I mean, it was very digestive last night. Watch the extremes of that digestion for potential opportunities. I'm not looking for anything huge to happen here before the EIA petroleum status report comes out. We'll see if there's some sort of change or some sort of bigger opportunity there. But if I were a crude trader, I would be staying very, very patient this morning until that EIA number comes out and perhaps brings some sort of change to the marketplace. Take a look at gold. Speaking of needing change, my goodness, this market is extremely range bound. We've seen some decent ranges in this range, but it's very, very short time frame controlled. Look at the low volume. We lost 6,400 in open interest yesterday. It seems like nobody really has anything big that they expect from gold. It's range bound. It is a short time frame market. Watch the extremes of the range. Range rules here are we fade the upper extreme and we go short against the high, we go long against the low until proven wrong. We're pretty centrally located as far as price is concerned in that range. Man, stay patient. Stay patient. It is pretty much done with rollover. That's not really creating this range that we're seeing here. Let's take a look at the overnight. I mean, overnight inventory largely flat when the market opened up at 720. We're starting to see if we can't push a little bit higher here. We've traded basically to the point of control from Monday, which was approximately 23.63 even. 63.90, I should say, on this platform. Well, yesterday's range was normal variation, very low excess on either side of the market. So, the market opened in range. It seems to be trying to reject the range and value from yesterday. But when we look at this in a longer time frame, obvious range low, range high. We're in the middle of it. Try and stay patient today in gold and in all of these markets and in all of your trading. Folks, make sure that you take a deep breath before getting involved. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Please always remember every day to pray for peace. Let's have a wonderful and profitable trading session.
Yes, sir. That sounds great. Thank you, Johnny. Hey, folks, today, a lot of us here are early here for Fast Markets. We've got Andre, MP, Deanna, Nick for a tick, and Hoag going to be on Fast Markets. Power players, Dolby, Hoag, Anne Marie, TopQuiz. Hey, we got Bonnie going to be on TopQuiz. Shoulder Tap, Andre and Brett. Group Coaching, JD and Hoag. We've got Gabe's Road to Funding, as John was talking about a little earlier. Dolby and Hoag are going to be with Gabe on that. And, of course, Power Hour, yes, the dynamic duo are back together, Andre and Dolby, and Coach Dakota. So we're going to take a little time out. We'll be back here with Fast Markets. Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine.
Yep, I'll be in the backgrounds if you guys need me. Remember, the S&Ps are very close to weekly kickoff high. Let's have a good session.
Be right back. All right, let's get our beautiful people in the gates. And passing to Andre. Good morning, Andre.
Morning, Eddie. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. You are watching Fast Markets right now. The lovely lady in the lower left is Deanna. That hunk in the upper right is Nick for a tick. And El Jefe, El General, the General, Michael Patak in the upper left. Got an opening bell today. Big day ahead of us. Got some secrets in store, so keep your ears peeled. And let's make some money today. Michael, how are we feeling today?
We're feeling good. We're feeling good, Lewis. Feeling good, Lewis. Who names the movie? First one who names the movie wins. Feeling good, Lewis.
Which one is that? Deanna, what movie is that?
I have no idea.
I got nothing.
It's the movie that got me into the business. Okay,
Oh,
let's get
Trading
going.
Places.
Trading Place. John Hoagland, you can't.
Hoagland
do
got
that.
it. Where's Hoagland when you need him? All right, we got the
There you
opening
go,
bells here.
guys.
I had
Who's
to.
Lewis then?
Thank you.
Who's Lewis in the movie?
Nobody wants your drugs around here, Louie. Remember that part when he goes back to the club?
We got to watch
Let's
that
talk
again.
about the wild overnight session or pre-market session we've been having. I mean, we're going to open well above kind of where
we're
we
higher.
closed yesterday, and
We
heading
are.
into news, possibly a Bank of Canada cut, a ECB cut. This should be an interesting second half of the week here, kicking off this morning.
Absolutely. What did Bank of Canada do? Did that come out yet?
That's a good question.
No, that's in half an hour.
Half an hour. Thank
It's
you,
in half
D.
an hour. Usually it's that's something that's connected to crude oil, so I do kind of follow it. It can cause additional
Here we go.
jumpiness in crude oil and energies markets. So be careful, whoever's trading crude oil before the inventories. That is another thing that you might want to stay out of, just in case. One interesting thing about ES is that it's already going over its London average session range high. Now that can indicate a potential for a single direction day in that direction. So I'll see what happens. This is going to be an interesting one.
All right.
Well,
Hey, Johnny,
we got Noah already saying Nick for ticks here, which means volatility is going to go to nothing. So Nick,
oh, come on.
I mean, that's,
Nick, are you
that's
doing
not
this
very
again?
nice. I don't believe it this morning because as much as I feel like the U.S. markets, we don't care what Canada's going to do. We're probably going to just have an excuse to have some volatility for no reason. And after the overnight, whatever you want to call this, liquidation that happened in pre-market, I mean, there should be something tradable here to start the session.
Yeah,
All right.
we haven't seen the open, which means opening up with a gap. That typically lends to a pretty nice moves throughout the day. So I agree, Nick. I think we're going to have a nice little session.
And that being said, I am short 53.27 and a quarter
Yes.
327 quarters.
on ES.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Yep.
And
Weekly
it's
kickoff high
gonna
is
roll over to start
53.25.
here. This was more a little not tilted by any means, but just like
After yesterday.
and also just the pump that we're having. I mean, it's just asking for me to short it because it's on low volume and things like that. And I think there's a very logical rotation back to SPX 5300 to start the session, and then we'll make a decision with volume with big players to say, hey, are we going to continue to build above that? Pretty much where we closed. Or excuse me, where the overnight high, the 5312 basically would coincide with that level. So I'm looking for a rotation back down to basically SPX 5300.
We 52
So then
or
gold?
53.25 quickly. What was the weekly kickoff?
Yes, it was.
Nick, weekly kickoff high. John likes to peg these highs and lows for the weekly kickoff, and I think he does pretty well. Of course, he's not always correct, but 53.25 is the number that he set. Went up to 53.27 or 8. So go ahead, Deanna.
Oh, and I just realized my chart
Yeah,
is
so
showing
in,
my
uh,
30-minute chart,
potential-
not my execution chart. So let me get that changed for the people behind the scenes.
Okay, so I'm looking for potential for long gold, maybe, because we did go over the Asia high. That can be a bullish signal. We're opening with a bit of a gap, but I had a look at some stats on Edgeful, and for the last 3 months, anytime we open with a gap, the gap just wasn't filled like 100% of the time. So this is why I'm leaning more towards longs in gold. So that could be a good one, but I still want to give it a little bit more time with a C period in gold, which opens earlier, to kind of be over and done with, so that we can see where we are and how strong the buyers are actually whether the buyers are strong at all or not. I'm gonna stay patient. I'm not gonna jump into anything too early. We have some levels of interest below our VWAP, which is the overnight VWAP that I'm using at the moment, because pretty much open like an hour and a half. So in the beginning of the session, I like VWAP, and then as the session develops, I then anchor it to the session open. I only have a bit more data as the day goes on. That's my plan. Apart from that, I'm going to stay out of energies until we have the inventories and the Bank of Canada rate decision, and then we can have a look at some opportunities, because that is probably going to put a wrench in the works. RBOB is opening inside value. Crude oil is opening slightly above value. That's conflicting information. So I need those two to kind of come back into some alignment before I think with those two. But ES is pretty interesting to me. Like, probably an inventory adjustment now that we're seeing sell-off.
We got a little lag. Deanna, or you're cutting out.
And
On
I
my
just,
end as well.
while I was fixing my charts, now you'll be able to see mine. I just flattened my short, basically at 53.22. So I'm up 1,800 to start the day.
Nice trade.
Nice.
We got some sellers in the house here. Dow definitely selling off. S&P's, NASDAQ selling off. John, talk to us about this open. We are 4 minutes into the session. What are you seeing in this opening range?
Well, opening ranges in all three of the three amigos, S&P, NASDAQ, and the Dow, currently at the high of the session. The market really just opened in the S&Ps right at weekly kickoff high. So there's a big fight going on right here. I have not taken anything yet. I'm looking more to the long side. If we can't close this session gap here relatively early. Hold on. Oh, there we go.
We're holding.
Hold on. All right, here's the S&P profile. So here's 53.25 even. It's just spanning weekly kickoff high. If we can't close this gap relatively early and we start pushing to the upside, I like the long side, but right now I can't really take it because the opening range is the high of the day. The opening range high is 53.28. That was a really good short, Nick. And 53.22 even is the low of the opening range. We're having a little bit of trouble actually getting out of that opening range. The NASDAQ is currently right at the low of the opening range. The Dow is in the middle of the opening range. There's a fight going on here. I'm trying to stay patient. I've got my main hypothesis is that we don't close the session gap, which the session gap would be down to 53.12 quarter, and then we start to see buyers come into this market. For the last three sessions, Nick, I think you were kind of pointing this out yesterday. For the last three sessions in all of the equities, the market has broken and buyers have just recovered it for the last three sessions. This is kind of a go, no go level. It's short below, long above. If it becomes magnetic, however, that can chew you up a little bit. I'm trying to stay patient here. It just figures that the market opened right on that weekly kickoff level. For those of you that have questions about the weekly kickoff levels, I'm going to put a link in to a chartered market technician who an article on LinkedIn about it, and I think he does a really good job of explaining why they're important and how good he thinks they are. So I'll put that in the chat. And so really just kind of waiting to see if we can't get a push to the upside here, take out the highs of these opening ranges. But for now, it's a short because the opening range is the high of the session. There's your profile look.
So good. So such good stuff.
And
John.
the chat was wondering why I was covering if my target was going to be basically 10 points or 8 points lower than basically where I covered. The logic is pretty much what Hoag was saying. this is kind of a little an area here. We're starting to build a volume shelf right here, FD3 20, 21. I'm seeing a little bit of absorption. So for me, after a daily loss limit day yesterday, I'll take the quick win that was almost immediate after entering for almost $2,000 and kind of reset. It's a long trading day and we have news here in like a few minutes. So I also don't want to potentially give back $2,000 that was gifted to me to start right off the open as soon as we have a newsprint while I'm waiting to see who takes control at this level, buyers or sellers. So that was my logic.
Speaking of news, I want to go to Eddie. Eddie, my man, what do we got here for economic calendar? I know we got Bank of Canada coming up here shortly. What else do we got on the docket today, Eddie?
Yes, in about 7 minutes here, we're going to have our S&P Global PMI for May, the global services. We also, in about 7 minutes, have that Bank of Canada rate statement and interest rate decision. They did have a prior of 5%. They're looking at 4.75 here, so we'll see what kicks. In about 21 minutes here, we will be having our ISM non-manufacturing PMI. And in about 50 minutes, as John mentioned, crude traders, be careful here, crude oil inventories. So that's what we got for right now. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, Michael, I've got 2 check marks now for a long round, 53.12 to 53.15 in the S&Ps. I got one from Jay, got one from the daily levels. Hoag, just want to confirm, do you like a long round 52 or 53.12, 53.15, which is yesterday's high?
I do.
Okay, cool.
I do.
That's a
Big
3
gap
check mark
close.
right there.
Yep.
3
Cool.
check mark banger. Let's do it.
Nick for a tick. You like a long around 53.12 to 53.15 in the S&Ps. We got VWAP at 53.17.
Yes, that would be an area I'm watching for most of the early part of this session because I think that's basically aligns to SPX 5300. Wow. So we should see that as a pivot at least to start the session. And yeah, I'm interested to see who shows up there. Do we get initiative sellers or do buyers want to continue to build above that level?
All right, S&Ps. Deanna, if you wouldn't mind taking a look at the S&P chart, I know you're trading RBOB crude until looking at gold today, but 53.12 to 53.15 along. That is yesterday's high. We got check marks from Jay, Hoag, daily levels, Nick for a tick. Do you want to make it a 5-pack?
I would probably look at something a little bit lower. We have a 4-hour demand right at 5,300. We also have value high from yesterday just below there. We also have settlement in that same area. So I would probably look for 5303 or even 5297, 98. So I would say a little bit lower than that. Okay. Only because that's where the demand is. And a whole bunch of
levels. Michael. Well, we got 4 check marks at 53.12, between 53.12 and 53.15 in the S&Ps. Nasdaq a little bit lower, long around 750s, which was yesterday's high as well. So, Michael, if you're looking at the ES, but we do have this Bank of Canada rate decision coming out, as well as S&P Services PMI coming out here in about 5 minutes, MP. So we have to wait.
53.12 down to what? And then
12 to 15.
And then where's the stop?
Where is the stop? Good question. Where would the stop be? Nick for a tick, where would the stop be? Probably somewhere around.
This is the problem.
This is the problem.
This is where if we kind of get below that, I mean, it gets slippery. It really does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. And if we're looking at the round numbers, which we know are reactive, it's like it's going to have to be somewhere below the 5,300 because it's a dangerous game doing the stuff. Like we had the overnight low right at 5305 or somewhere around there. That's not like I'm not mean to basically go long with around 5312, and then even if we use a 10-point stop, that's still going to be above the round number. Yeah, that's the one thing that about that idea. That's my view. Again, you've got 4 check marks, so you know.
Okay. Yes, but I do understand what you're saying. If we get to 5302, they're definitely going to go for 5300s in the S&Ps, as it always does. But keep in mind, we got a number coming out here in 4 minutes, so we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think it's along. If you see some iceberging, you see some resistance. Like I said, that's acting as an option wall for right now. So it's just we can kind of see who steps in there. Do we see sellers really taking initiative to push this below? In which case, I would say no, do not long that. But if you see kind of that immediate reflexive bounce, there's no shame in, I think, joining those buyers. Doesn't have to be at 312. It could be at 315, like you guys were saying. We could kind of wait.
Yeah. Okay, we can do that. Yeah. We'll definitely wait and see. Hey, John, if we see any iceberg orders going off in S&Ps, please alert us ASAP. because you've been money, you've been all over that the last week and a half, nailing that.
Keep my eyes peeled.
The trade's been to get with paper. When you see those iceberg orders, get with that order, as they have been right 4 times now. I think we've seen the last week and a half or so, John.
Yeah, they've provided some pretty decent opportunities in the last few sessions. Yep, for sure.
Good stuff, John.
Not seeing anything yet.
Hoag bringing his A game today. Great stuff. All right, number in 3 minutes. I can't remember the last time that Bank of Canada had all his eyes watching on Bank of Canada and the rate decision. But this might start the rate cut, the rounds of rate cuts. I know ECB's tomorrow morning. So this will get the rate cut party started on the globe.
Who here in chats from Canada or in Canada? Not
say.
from. Yes, from or in.
We do have Canada. I've seen the numbers. We do have Canada in the house.
And our friends from Canada, do you use poutine with the gravy on the side, or do you put it all over your fries? Because that's a good question. A debate that I've had in my old workplaces with my friends in Canada. There is apparently people have opinions about it, so I'd be curious to know that too.
Look at Canada in the house.
Woo! Canada in the house.
Love it.
USA and Canada, we've been best friends for a long time, right?
Wow.
Love it. Love it.
I'd like to say thank
Our
you for
friends
hockey,
from the
Canada.
north.
Thank you for hockey. Thank you for poutine, too. That stuff is delicious.
Thank you for Banff. Thank you for Jasper. Thank you
Yeah,
for,
thank you for Banff.
Rebel
for
Rush.
Whistler.
Thank you for
Thanks to
Whistler. Thank you for
Molson.
Thank
I
you, Louise
could keep
Molson,
going,
Labatt.
Beaver Creek Campground. That was unbelievable.
Beaver
I mean,
Mines.
I
Beaver
could
Mines.
keep going. Yeah. Beaver Mines.
All right,
Beaver
we got
Mines.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. Oh, Canada is in the house. Very cool.
Now the Calgary Walmart, Andre, I don't know.
Didn't we sleep
Remember
in
we
that parking lot?
went through there?
Yeah. Yes, we did.
I think it's where you and I got an argument.
Oh, you don't say.
I'll take a minute here on these numbers, folks.
All right, cool. Canadian F1.
Kind
Yep,
of siding
Montreal.
with Yana now. With the opening range at the high of the session, I would look for a deeper push to the downside to look for longs.
All right. Beneath the 12s, John.
Okay, thin ladder. Look at my ladder.
Thin,
Very
right.
thin.
Yeah, it's
Ooh,
Book
Bank
map
of
These
said.
Canada.
numbers coming out, it's a little dicey here.
All right. Well, MP, we got the level run 12s over. We'll see how this number plays out here. Eddie's going to be all over it, breaking it in real time. Everyone flat, cancel, flatten all that good stuff.
Yeah, this is the whole logic of why I wasn't holding that trade
Yeah,
for
smart.
5,300.
You called it a gift, Nick, for a tick. You called it a
Yeah,
gift.
when that happened, I mean, you get in your favor that quickly. Take the points, man. Run.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here we go,
Raccoon
kids.
that.
Market giveth and the market taketh.
Here we go.
All right, we've got the services, S&P services 54.8 as expected. We do have the composite 54.5. They were looking at 54.2. And the rate right now is decision has gone to 4.75% as expected. Back to you, Andre.
All right. Everything as expected.
So they cut?
Composite. They cut. But we have pretty much everything in line as expected. So I think we could proceed
And
now.
Market
Another
doesn't seem
number.
to care. We're right back to where we were.
Yes, it does. All that hype just to start end up where we started.
We literally didn't move on ES 3 points.
No, we didn't.
Storm in a teacup.
Storm it, exactly, D. Speaking of Storm and Teacup, I do believe we have EIA numbers here at 9:30 Central in about 45 minutes. Deanna's favorite Storm in a Teacup, the EIA crude inventory number.
Yes.
Your favorite.
Which is
For
why
the first day-
I'm sitting on my
first day I met
hands.
you.
Yeah.
You were railing against those numbers. The first day I met you, we were on TV. You were saying how much you dislike that number. How it's just a whole bunch of nothing. I'll never forget that.
Yeah, it's because on most of the days, it doesn't bring a new trend. It doesn't move the price to any new levels. It's just a whole load of shakeout and then nothing. Obviously, there are certain times when it does kind of kick off a trend, but it's so rare. Like, I think if you're going to put it in percentages, you can expect a trend out of the EIAs probably about 8% of the time if we're looking at the last 2 years. Just not
8%.
great.
All right, gold selling off a little bit here. Nasdaq stays firm. Dow selling off right near the lows in the Dow. About 10 points off the lows. All eyes right now.
The Dow is certainly the weakest of the three amigos. It didn't even open with a gap.
No, just look out below.
And the S&P Lord and Savior NVIDIA currently making a push towards 1,200.
Here we go, Nick. It is illegal
So
to sell NVIDIA. It is.
It is illegal,
Amen.
at least until the stock splits. I do have a buddy who we are making get a GPU tattooed if NVIDIA hits 1200 before the split.
Oh, it's coming. Oh, tell him to get ready. It's coming.
I told him to find his artist. It's going to happen today.
Book that appointment. Yep. Nasdaq pushing higher here. 4 points off the highs of the day. 18,000.
How does that? I mean, what's the market cap now on NVIDIA?
I saw
Anybody have it here?
2.75 trill or something like that. 2.5 trill is something like that.
That's what it was like.
Something
That's what it was 3 weeks ago. It's like
that was yesterday. Might be 3
Yeah.
trill now. Carry trade time. CLO are up. Crude trading $73.45. The low $72.84. Seems like the buyers always step in when we get beneath those 73 level D.
Yeah, we do have a value area right here on crude oil. So value high is 73.51. So if we close below it, there is a chance for a special situation value acceptance play. But the problem is we have the inventories coming up. So whatever the price does now, it just won't matter. So we need, in effect, a confirmation not going to push it back away from the level if we're going to short crude oil. It's a very strong trend. I mean, if I look at the chart, let me just throw it over here. There is a very, very strong downtrend on the daily chart. We do have some demand that has for a long, long time, but yeah, let's just see what the inventories bring, because right now nothing is clear. We have some bunched up areas here. We have settlement, which can be supportive. That's kind of clashing with value high. So it's not really a very clear picture at the moment. Whenever I'm doing a value acceptance, I don't want to see any opposing areas of demand right there. And that's exactly what we've got right now. So if you see on a 4-hour chart, every time it sort of dipped below into the demand from yesterday, I believe, there were buyers there. So this is why I'm not too keen on getting involved in any shorts until the inventories are done and dusted.
Done and dusted. I like that. MP, any trades yet?
I got short with Nick up there and then got out. I'm up $200.
A little dip of a toe in the water. I knew you did something. It's my guy over
Toe
there.
in the water, just a little.
Dipping the toe in the water. It's pretty warm right
Are you
now.
still
I'd
in,
say.
MP?
No. When you got out, I got out before the number.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I sold 24. There's a 300 lot at 20. There was a 300 lot at 25, and I got in front of it on a 3 lot.
Nice.
Well, as soon as we opened, there was like a 400 lot, like something else just kind of hit the tape real quick. So I was like, all right, I'm getting short
Really?
immediately.
Yeah.
All right. Starting to see some right up here against VWAP here in the S&Ps. I got VWAP at 53.17, currently trading 53.18. Dow's still selling off. My goodness. Yep, another number in 10 minutes. Thank you for that reminder. Eddie will be all over. That number is ISM
Sellers
Services.
stepping in big time.
MP, we got a level here, 15, 12s in the S&Ps. 4 check marks, but we do have a number 10.
Well, you have 12.
I rescinded my
15,
check
12?
mark.
Hold on.
Oh,
Maybe
Hoag rescinds the
15.
check mark. We got 3 check marks now.
Yeah, I'm
53,
seeing some
12.
initiation by sellers. I don't necessarily love that right now. I think we're still in the same thing. It's more for me. It's a wait and see at 5,300,
All right.
and just
Trades
to kind
off.
of see who's in control. But
Okay, trades off.
after, like I said, after the run up we had all night, I mean, you could see all these Euro traders who went long at 2 a.m. just get puked.
Yep. All right, trade off. Jay says wait until after the
Yeah,
number.
we'll-
All right,
we'll
trade off. Good
trade
job,
it.
team. Good job, team. Good communication.
We were trading 53.08 around 2 a.m. Yeah, when it took
Well,
off. 53.7, 8, 9.
Wow. Right back. Yeah, this is this is for me sitting on my hands right now. We're just kind of whipsawing again, similar to how yesterday's open kind of was.
Yesterday
Oh
was
my
tough.
God, yesterday was tough.
Yesterday was there's a lot of red
Yesterday
on
was
the board.
miserable. Yesterday was miserable. What was
I
it?
only made money. I only made money
ended up-
yesterday because of the lockout button.
I
you
was at a
go.
daily loss
I ended up
limit, and then
yesterday. Monday was
money,
not
Dave?
great for me, but yeah, good
Job,
yesterday.
It was
I-
blood in the
I-
streets yesterday.
I hit daily loss limits, and then in
There
my
was.
personal account, like my actual personal account, that I, instead of actually trading the only tradable action, which was in basically the last 2 hours of the day where we had 100 points up, 100 points down on NQ, I basically just hate watched it out of just frustration for hitting daily loss limits.
Hate
So
watched it.
We've been
that's
there
what I thought.
before.
You're just so pissed at yourself. You're like, I'm not trading this because it's been like
Yeah.
garbage shop the whole day. That you
Stupid
don't do anything,
market.
but then you watch where it actually is volatility, and you
NASDAQ just took out the high.
Nasdaq just
We
caught a
did.
nice pump.
And did we even hit 15? We did hit 15, like on the nose.
For a split second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, we sure did, John. Took out the highs. Now that
Took
trade.
a small loss on a long, and now I'm thinking about getting back in here somewhere.
Bulls are in control, John. We got looking for liquidity here. Upside.
It's the fact that
ES.
the NASDAQ took out the high of the opening range.
Mhm.
We got 150 lot at 860,
And Q.
and
Yep. Nice call.
about 600 between 21 and a half and 22 on ES.
I want to be that 100 lot this year.
We're closing in on it. 168. Offered at
How's it go?
18,860. And
Yeah.
see
So you
it.
guys move the loss limit on the house account to 15,000?
Ooh.
Maybe it's already there. I just looked at it. I know we were talking about increasing it on increasing our size as well.
Chat's asking what my daily loss limit is. It's still 3K, guys. That's in my live account. I keep it at 3K, regardless of my
Yeah.
balance.
Yeah.
It keeps me sane, because yesterday is a great day that I probably would have at least lost $6,000. If it was double, I probably would have, because I would have just kept
Yep.
getting chopped up like I did. So it wouldn't have stopped me from doing that.
We 100% find that people that open up their loss limit, if they're close to their loss limit, or just want more downside type folks, you give them more rope to hang themselves. I mean, that's as bad as it sounds, because like you don't need more room to the downside. Like I would not have lost 10 grand if I would have stuck to my $3,000 daily loss limit. I lost 10 on Monday, Nick, and I had my loss. I usually stop myself at 3. But no,
Yeah, I lowered mine to 1.5 time, and now I've kind of expanded it to 1.8.
Yeah.
So yeah, gonna keep chipping at it. And the worst thing you can do when you are not doing well is to increase the daily loss limit. That's like not a very
and
clever
size.
thing to do.
I call
And
it going back to
size,
trading
yeah.
101. Yep.
Yeah.
5 minutes
Yeah,
remaining.
lower size, lower loss limit, personal daily loss limit, learn to stop, otherwise bye account,
Especially on days like yesterday, where it's just so easy to force
Oh, yeah.
action. And I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
we were having like 15-point just whipsaw for no reason, like just illiquid moves towards the middle of the day in NQ yesterday. So it's like you're just taking 600 to 1,000 point stop outs pretty easily, if you're not even for trading size, and not even being wrong. It's just the market was moving like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a horrible day for the first sort of 4 hours, 5 hours.
Yeah.
Pushing higher here. NASDAQ. Still got that 140
See if it
less
fills
than
the
18,000. Yep, 860s. That might be one of my favorite things about Topstep TV is our community calling out block orders.
I was just a nick for a tick. I had a bid in at 17.5 and the S&Ps went to 75.
For a tick.
Sometimes being a Nick
Now I'm
for a
going to
tick
take it out
is-
because we got numbers.
Yes, we do. Eddie will be all over that.
Like flies on flies.
That's not how the saying goes.
What's the 9 o'clock one?
Eddie, what do we got at 9 o'clock?
Coming up at 9, we got the ISM service PMI, also
Services.
the prices paid new orders and service employment. Big one's the service PMI.
Manuel Porter in the chat. Manuel Porter, you guys are teaching me what I need to pay attention to. Thank you. Thank you, Manuel Porter, for watching. Yes, all eyes. We're all looking out for each other. Watch each other's back. Calling out levels, calling out block orders, iceberg orders, all that good stuff. This is team trading at its finest. With over 5,000 people watching, please click like, please click subscribe. We're closing in on 100,000 subscribers. My goodness. So please click like, please click subscribe. 3 minutes till this number.
Andre, no sign
Yes,
of any
but this-
iceberg orders in the S&Ps. Delta in the
No.
S&Ps session only is positive 750. NASDAQ negative 200.
Okay, so
But the
relax.
divergence between ES and NQ right now is something to continue to watch here. About half a percent right now.
Someone's asking, do you have to read inventory's number for CL? You don't. Technically, a build
She
should
hates
be
this
bearish, and yeah. So basically, if it's a very very large draw or a build, that can have like a kind of an opposite effect. So if they have a lot of inventory, then that's bearish. If they don't have enough inventory, that's technically bullish. But what tends to happen, especially for the first 15 minutes, is that you have a lot of up and down, and then the price does nothing. So just watch what happens about 15 to 30 minutes after the release, and then make up your mind. So that inventories.
Those damn inventories. Gold catching a bit here. New highs in gold, 23.65. Last trade. We got a number here in about 2 minutes. And maybe we can get to some serious trade and get these numbers out of the way. Let the market do what it does.
Yep.
Take a
The
look-
shackles
quick
be
look at-
off.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Take a look at tilt. 66% long gold. Size that 50-50 across the board. Haven't seen a heavy tilt yet this morning. This afternoon for those in Europe. All right, MP. Big number coming out. You ready or what?
I'm ready. I got a text from Dakota yesterday. Slack.
Oh.
We're on Slack. Yeah.
New record. New record.
I just saw on their LOL, and I'm like, what is he talking about? I open it up. First hole 8, second hole 8. And then I sent him a picture of me on the tee box, because I was literally on the tee box with my son. And then 2 holes later, I had a 5 and a 10.
5 isn't so bad. 10.
And I
Hey, at least
texted
you're
him
counting
back,
score.
LOL.
At least you're
What?
keeping full score. At least you don't stop counting after
We got
8.
30 seconds here.
Andre, I stopped counting when I ran out of balls.
Film's looking pretty thin.
That's what, indeed.
Yeah, orders pulled.
Here we go.
All right, service PMI, they're looking at 51 as a forecast. Prior 49.4. And
Whoa.
Whoa, we just gapped.
that's coming up much higher. We just have
Oh.
the 53.8.
Holy cow.
Price paid 58.1. They were looking at 59. Service 54.1. And the employment 47.1.
Hey, I bought a 10 lot at 12s. Is that still in?
Nice.
You're up.
Yeah. Average price is 14, though. I had a few there.
You're up.
All right, we are long 10 from 53.12 in the S&Ps. Actuals 8. Previous. Is that good?
Well,
All right,
I
what do we
mean,
got to
we're
stop
playing
at?
that number was there, and
Like, what was that stuff? What was that gap down? That was nuts. All right,
Yeah,
let's
gap
talk about
down in
stop.
it.
Let's talk about stops here, MP.
Wow. NQ
We
already back to
closed the
highs.
gap.
we closed the gap.
Yeah, and the S&Ps. I mean,
Weird.
I mean, the low of that move was 06.
Yeah, it was.
So, and then it bounced off 06, firmed up.
I don't
I mean,
I don't wanna
still
go
right
back
here,
there.
right now. What's that? You don't want to go back there, right?
want to go back to 06. I wanted to reject range from yesterday now.
Now.
Okay.
He wants the buyers. John wants the buyers right now. Step in.
And I
Want
mean,
it now.
I love when you say
NQ
that.
bounced right off the 24-hour VWAP and just ripped
Yes, it did.
right off.
Well,
AD.
here's the thing. It's a $4,000 loser if it makes a new low off the 06s. So it's something to think about here where we're at right now. The low of the day is 02. So where's real, without being too tight, 06s, John, you're saying 06s. Anybody
Looks like it
saying a
fills-
number that it gets? You said it gets slippery earlier.
Yeah, if we get beneath
Nick.
12s, I think Nick for a tick
Well,
was
that was
saying it's
basically what it
slippery.
did. I mean, granted, it was the algo
Yeah.
kind of pushed it there, but it
Yeah,
could
it's
have.
very thin.
It did.
Nasdaq's making new highs.
Yeah, Nasdaq just filled that 860 order.
Okay, that's filled. Thank you, guys. P decisive.
So now-
I like it.
Let's see. See if we continue to see absorption
That
on
was-
NQ up these highs. If so, I may
What's
look
the
to
Dow doing,
reshort
John?
this, but right now I'm on my
That was
hands.
still smoked.
Boy, it is thin right now. That order was filled at
Yeah,
860.
it's-
All right, last number.
I had the
forward is-
12s. There's a 10 lot. So then I was going to put on 20 to average. So that's why guys, we only got in with 10. Usually size starts at 20 on a position, we like to say, on the house.
Yep.
It's coming back down here to test this. How do you guys want to play the stop again? It's still sixes. Are we getting just to get confirmation, Andre? Help me out with stop.
Yeah, I am. John, 06 is for right now. So keep it there. I think John wants to see the buyers come in right now to get this push.
Yeah.
Jay Cook talked to me back here. in
They're
the chat.
struggling on the Nasdaq to break new highs, like to actually break out from this area.
Might be cut bait.
Andre,
seeing buying.
help me out.
No, yeah, I got you. I'm talking. Not seeing any buying. Jay Cooks. It might be time to cut bait. Buyers are not coming in right now. MP. 06 is the stop. We can commit to that. We got to look up the levels here. We're on our own on
I
this.
don't think. I think that's where it gets slippery.
Yeah.
All right, we're
Get out of
fine.
the trade. Everyone said no. I
Yeah,
think it might be time to cut it.
yeah. I would have
We
wanted
are
to see
out.
them push faster than that. I guess at this point.
Yeah, I felt you
Okay.
could feel the ceiling right there.
Yeah.
The cappers, as Rips called it yesterday.
Cappers. Yeah.
It's all right. I like the execution. You close it.
I mean, this market could sell off 300 points in the Nasdaq today, and it would not shock me. It also could go up to an all-time high today. It wouldn't shock me. It's just wild.
So you're saying it's going to go lower unless it goes higher?
Exactly.
your
I'm
bases there.
basically, this
Cover
is
your
this
bases
is
there.
this is
Quite
why
well.
you don't get financial advice from Twitter, because that's how people describe their levels.
Right.
We are flat, Michael.
Yeah.
House accounts flat. Okay.
Yeah, I literally was joking to my friends. I'm like, I'm going on TopstepTV here this morning, and I feel like weirdly I have no edge because of the grind that we had all morning. It's just like I don't know. I'm just gonna wait and see.
All right, regroup here. New levels. And Marie agrees we are not in a trending environment.
No.
Sellers coming in. As I took out those highs, then we came right back off of those. Don't even ask me what the Dow's doing. Dow just keeps selling off, not even paying attention to anything else.
So we've got negative delta in the S&Ps now, negative 1,800 I'm looking at right now.
Yeah.
So start keeping an eye out. If that continues to decrease in value or get deeper into negative numbers and we can't break, that could be something we can use.
Love it, John. Great stuff. Eddie, if you want, whenever you're ready.
Nvidia is still pumping. 92.
22s. All right. Group your MP. 5315s. S&Ps.
Absolutely no signs of any iceberg orders in the S&Ps here just yet.
Yep.
If we see that, John, I mean, we're all systems going, getting with it, right? We got it.
I think it depends on the location. I mean, if it's near an extreme on the range that we can limit the risk, absolutely.
Yeah. Those 5310s yesterday, S&Ps. What a short. What a short.
MP, that was a good cut.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Good job, team. Good communication. All right, what are we looking here for? Ooh.
I'm getting a signal here from General Electric. Yes. Yes, General Electric. Yes, this is private parts. Yes, we do have something coming over the wire here right now. And here is your first clue.
Oh. Oh.
12, 14.
That is your first clue for today's secret code. Now, if you're in the military, ladies and gentlemen, you know what's going on. Back to you, Andre.
Is that your normal soundbite? That someone sounds a little different, Eddie. That doesn't sound like the normal Morse code.
That is
That's
the secret code.
Longer. I don't know what. That one sounded different. I'm not sure if I heard that right.
The
Sounded longer.
secret code.
Could be a message there.
Somebody is the code Morris?
Morris Day in the Night. Yeah, they're going to be here a little bit later.
BMT Track's on it. BMT Track's got some good advice there in the chat. That's all I'm going to say.
How do you Google that?
Say. It's hint, hint, wink, wink. We might play it a couple more times. Catch that again. There you go. Boy, our chat is on it. Chat is all over it. All right, back to these markets. Yeah, nice cut bait
Aggressive
there.
sellers are barreling into the S&Ps, negative 3,500 in Delta now.
Wow. That grew quickly. It just doubled here in the last 3 minutes.
Meanwhile, we're still stuck in the 20-point range in NQ.
Oh boy, it's like yesterday.
No, don't say it.
I'm sorry, Nick. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I guess I'm up, so it's like if that happens, I won't take another trade today, which is fine. But let's hope not. It's so early.
We have so many more hours left of trading today. Big day.
I have so many more hours to be disappointed by this market structure.
To hate watch this sucker. Again, we
hate
got
watching.
EIA.
This is a passion of mine for these markets in the summer. Looks like we might be rolling over though. Here it goes.
Here it goes. Look out below. 53.10 last trade in S&Ps. Dow's weighing us down. Dow's just seen red candle.
So there's a ceiling up there.
Cappers.
And now we're at the 10s.
Mm-hmm.
And we feel it's slippery below here. That's what I remember us saying. Still all feeling the same.
I mean, overnight low is what? Yeah. Down towards 700 on NQ and 302s.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, we pretty much opened and kind of went down there real quick, and then we're straight bid since then. So unwinding would not surprise me. 10 points lower.
Yep. All right,
Nick, you got good trader. Nick, you got good trader in you, and you have patience.
Thank you.
And where'd you get that? Seems like you have patience. Do you have patience? Because it seems like you got here because of patience. Okay.
I mean, I think that's definitely helped me. I mean, I probably wasn't always that way. I don't know. Topstep taught me patience in a weird way because you kind of have to be, I think, with the drawdown rules and just, to be successful with funded accounts and XFAs and things, like you kind of have to be patient. Otherwise, if you're just firing off a trade, I mean, you'll hit a daily loss on them every day.
Yep.
All right, 5304 settlement in S&Ps. Could have a bit of a check mark there, but yes,
guys, the codes that we're doing are going to get tricky. We're going to be firing them off more often.
Yeah, I'm looking at 2350 and gold for potential long.
2350.
We're not there yet. It's 20,
Okay.
Yeah, 2356. We're about 6 points away from that.
'50s.
Yeah, so we came pretty much bounced off SPX 5300. So let's see if buyers can continue to hold this, in which case longs no problem longing this. But it is kind of going to be that pivot area, I would say, for the rest of the session.
Okay.
But it looks like buyers are stepping in right now.
They did step in there. See if we can get a conviction, push to the upside. VWAP at 53.17 S&P is what I have it at. We are about 4 points beneath that right now.
There was a whiff
There it goes.
of some iceberg orders down at 53.10.
That number again.
1,600 traded there. A third
Yeah.
of them on the bid. That's all we're seeing as far as icebergs here so far.
Okay. 53.10s was the price yesterday as well. So that's interesting.
Yeah, but it was from the other side.
It was
There
on the
a sell
offer,
yesterday,
correct.
Yes.
Yeah,
mhm.
you're right. It was on the other side. Yep.
It was.
So we've got much higher.
Yes, we have.
Looks like they're still
Time goes up.
offering though.
Maybe a pivot. We do have the over low there. It's just I was looking at the demand level and a whole bunch of other things. Value high, slightly lower down. Just literally like takes down. Sorry, 3-4 handles.
50-50 across the board here in the tilt. We're keeping an eye on this delta in the ES. It was minus 3,500, but we did sell off a little bit, so it was congruent with price action there.
Negative 4,100 now.
It's growing. Dude, Hoag is just bringing his
Yeah,
A
Hoag,
game today.
I'm seeing similar negative delta prints around 820 to basically 820 to 817. A lot of negative starting to build
Chat's
on the
onto
NASDAQ.
something.
Sorry, people.
Chat's onto something, MP.
Well, they're smart.
Yes, they
Goldman
are.
Sachs, Goldman hedge fund is Goldman.
Best.
What do we call it? Goldman chat.
Yep. Best hedge fund.
They are undefeated. They've been beating the S&P for the last decade plus in the chat.
They're almost a military arm now of the show with their Morse code reading.
They're multifaceted.
Yes, they are.
Multifaceted.
Just butts. Sorry, everyone. They are the S&P. Jason Castro says, I like that. Dakota said, I am VWAP the other day. Oof. Dakota. How about that payout he took yesterday, Michael? New record.
Biggest
Top
one.
Step?
Yeah, that was legit.
New
New record.
New record.
I think. Well, as for single payout, it's new record. But Nick
Total.
for a tick,
I think
your totals are badass. You're crushing it.
Yeah, I need to keep that up.
Who needs
Though.
to-
I need to.
Who needs to look
It
for a
always
job
feels
when
like-
they trade like you?
I know, but it's still there's a mentality in this game, or at least how I've built it, and probably why I've done well is just like, I guess I'm hard on myself, which is what have you done lately?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's trading.
You know,
for you.
so for me, I haven't had a large Topstep payout in a long time, and not a long time, in a couple weeks. I basically have been flat since I took a $15,000 payout on the air. Like literally, I am completely flat since that day. And that's like what 3-4 weeks ago at this point. Just been up, down,
Well,
up
I mean,
$5,000, down $5,000. Just not able to grow the account right now.
I don't know what your pay grade is on a W-2 when you were in the corporate world, but $15,000 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, and then if you can keep a consistent payout going, I mean that's a healthy annual income.
Yeah.
Dakota took 130 something. What do we know exactly
34.
what it was?
Yeah, while we're on the
34.
subject, I can
Hey,
pull it up
JD.
right now if you want.
Let's do it.
Here are all of our top payouts from yesterday.
Oh, look at this new graphic, MP.
Dakota,
That-
right at the
I
top,
know.
$134,000.
Want to buy a car? Sure.
Did you
Want to
hear
sit
what
on
he,
your car, take a picture, and post it to Instagram? Why not?
Oh, I know where you're going with this.
Just go rent the
Still
Lambo for
can't count
24
about his
hours and take
backup
some
comment,
photos for
too.
Instagram.
All right.
Right.
Didn't he say he's going to Vegas? If he's either coming back with $268,000 or nothing.
Red or
Let's
black?
talk him out of that one.
I think he better be joking.
He seems like I don't
Okay,
know him because him and I have never really had a chance to connect. He seems like a poker room guy. I could be completely wrong on his vibe, but that is what I would imagine he does in Vegas.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as a
He's in
guy
the
at the
chat, let
craps
me know.
table. Yeah,
Seems like a poker guy.
Yeah,
134 grand. He shared all his expenses. He shared everything, guys. He's going to be showing how to manage an account, not risk management. How to manage paying yourself as a trader management. And there's an element to that once you start building up your account. Nobody that I've ever known keeps money in an active trading account. Nobody ever does. And it's once you stop depositing, which if you're at a prop firm, you don't deposit anything, you prove. And once you prove, then you get funded, then you grow, or you bust out and you go back and reprove. But you grow, and then you want to get yourself in a position where you grow it with a cushion enough to then weather cold streaks and take consistent payouts. So then you're putting money in your pocket and realizing it. You're not realizing any money if it's sitting at TopStep. Guarantee you that. You realize it when you send it, when you request a payout and it shows up in your personal bank account. So that being said, he's going to be showing this journey, I guess, of trying of working towards consistent payouts. We're going to have a story behind it all too, because he has a timeline here of where he started, when he got funded, and all that. And you could really put yourself in that position, be like, man, I can actually work towards a solid second income, or I can work towards a solid first income, like Nick for a tick is at this current moment, right, Nick? I mean, you were looking for a job, now you're saying, hey, this is full time. So he chose full time.
I still want to look at this from, because basically I started taking TopStep like seriously as like even a second income source at the time, thinking I was still going to find a job and do that from like October on. So I'm looking at this still from like a rolling 12 months of just like, hey, what did I actually do in a full 12 months of just trading, prop firm and kind of trying to grow an account and continue to think of it as, hey, combines are X. It took me X to get here. How much did I actually generate in total? And then what was my cost to actually do that? And then kind of continue to attack and have a plan from there going forward. But I need to make it to the fall to kind of get that full perspective of like, what did I actually, net in as a business? Let's call it revenue.
Yep.
Like that.
Yep. And trading is so great because you can have it as a secondary income. You can have it as a third income if you are mowing lawns on the side and you got a primary job, whatever you want to do. But the point of the story is it's sitting here right in front of you. But if you're looking for the shortcuts, if you're looking for like it to get rich now, they go follow again those jokers that we always talk about that sit on the Lambos and have slow motions out of the airplane. So that's for you to decide on what journey you want to take. But here at TopStep and here on TopStep TV, you're always going to hear from folks that are probably a grinder-like mentality of discipline and jabbing away and working towards whatever it is they're working towards because they have a trading plan and they're patient and all that. The successful ones. So it's a great inspiration. Dakota is, Nick for Tick is, Deanna on here, Rip's on here. You're learning from other folks, and that's the goal of the show.
Hey, real quick, some talk about the code here in the chat. Just so you guys know, the code is limited to 2,000 people. So if you need it, you got to use it now. Don't wait because it'll be gone. Again, first 2,000 people. If you need it, use it now. Clock is ticking.
If I'm a bit quiet, I'm just trying to figure out if I can close some stuff down because I've just tested my internet speed. It's pretty fast, but so it must be my CPU on this laptop that I'm on. So I just want to see if I can shut down some like processes in the background. So never mind me.
looking at gold here. We touched 54s and we saw a nice pop off of that. It's kind of what you're looking for. I think you're looking for 50s.
It didn't quite get there, so now I have to wait to see what it does above the initial balance, if it goes above. So I do have some orientation points that I'm looking at. The end goal is actually for that move to go up to 23.75. So we're still a ways off from that, and right now I'm not really seeing the price action that I want to see. It's a little bit too jumpy, so I want to wait until something more orderly comes my way. And we've got the inventories coming out in 9 minutes, so that might put a bit of a party.
Look at this, buyers. Look
And
at
the
these buyers.
NASDAQ again.
NASDAQ turned right around, pushing the upside. Shut out of cannon.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
kind of hint of
Gonna have to have it
Coming up
a
weekend.
that hint of an iceberg order down at 10. There was an accumulation between like 53.12 and 53.14. There's a lot of volume there, but the delta isn't really showing any iceberg orders, but there could be an accumulation of longs that are using growler orders, which is another type of order, which is much more difficult to see. We saw a lot of volume here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So
Let's do it.
we're still pretty negative in delta. We're negative 4,500. There's the 10s, right? So like 1,600 traded there, just under 500 on the bid, indicating a potential iceberg order. This is the area that I'm really interested in now, is because it just accumulated a whole bunch of volume while it was just kind of hanging around there. And every price has negative delta, but it's not real deep. So sometimes when they have a buy order that they want to hide, they'll put in a bid, and let's say it's 40 contracts. They'll put in a bid, and then once that bid gets hit, they'll lift the offer for the same number. So it keeps delta neutral, which is very difficult to read. And that might be what we're seeing down around those 12s to 14s, 15s. We're seeing the market, already kind of pulling off that level. Negative
Buyers.
delta, potential longer time frame buyers down there.
Buyers definitely stepping in new highs, NASDAQ. Gold shot out of a cannon, new highs in gold as well, 23.66. Next turnaround, buyers are coming in.
Do I need to say it, Andre? Are we so back?
I saw Nvidia's $5 away from 1,200.
I know.
Yeah, better get that
Here we
tattoo
go.
artist going.
Here it goes.
We are back. We are back. New highs. Here we go.
We're gonna hit a new all-time high. Here we go. Let's do it. It's just 200 points.
Stuff gets me sick on how it just keeps going up. It just goes up.
I'm in the camp of like I don't care, but when we can't get like two-way rotations, it just kills me as a trader daily. It's because my 401k and everything else, my long only positions, which is not what I really focus on at all. Like that's great, but that's not what I'm trying to do and how it keeps me sane during an actual trading day. That is me doing intraday, rotations up and down. And when we don't get that, it's kind of miserable to sit here.
Well, we got a pull.
Yes,
we did get a bit of a pullback here, guys.
We did.
John saw 53 10s, 53 12s. Anne Marie, 880s. First target achieved, 880. Let's call there. All right, let's start looking for some levels here.
5 minutes remaining.
Oh, that's for EIA crude.
Well, while we're waiting on the crude numbers,
JD.
how about a couple news stories for you?
Let's do it.
James, you got that first one ready?
I will right now.
There it is. All right. Is the economy cooling off? According to bond yields this week, it is looking like it. We saw some big slides in the 5, 10, and 30-year bonds this week. They're saying that the catalyst was that JOLTS report yesterday. Job openings tumbled to the lowest level in over 3 years. Yesterday's numbers were for the month of April, and March numbers are still being revised right now. This could change the Fed's whole stance of higher for longer rates. As I was reading, as the economy cools off, rates need to come back in line, which means rate cuts sooner than previously anticipated. And yields on the 10-year note already this week down close to 20 basis points so far. Keep an eye on those bond yields. Next up, Nick for a tick.
What's this?
Start brushing up on that resume because BlackRock and
I
Citadel are backing a new Texas stock exchange, and it's coming to Dallas.
Yeah, that would be interesting. I don't know how I feel about both those organizations as a whole, but we'll see what shakes out there.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's probably something I would say underneath the logic of like going to Texas, which is very business friendly rather than consumer and employee friendly. So we'll see what they're thinking.
That's what the CEO, James Lee, is saying. His quote is,
why do
Texas
people go
economy?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. Why is Texas so business friendly? Real quick, Nick. Well, what is it? What is the
compared
business
to California?
like? Oh, I know the California move.
But I'm saying like the tax laws, I think, probably payroll taxes, just like other things that just make it there's incentives for businesses to be incorporated or operate in Texas compared to California and others where you have to do these things just to have, I think you were talking about this weeks ago. But like just to have somebody in California, it's just a different set of regulation and rules. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think it's just an easier way to operate in Texas, for example. But
yeah, I know.
I know nothing about it, but I do know like if you got laid off or fired in the state of California, like even just them having like they're forced to pay you out on PTO and all these other things in Texas, that's not necessarily the case.
Okay, cool. That makes sense. And I don't know if there's some tax. I know there's no income tax that people are saying. There's no income tax in Florida. I don't know, Wyoming. There's a few other ones. That saves you a lot of money, of course. But I didn't know if they're the payroll tax, all that. That's a W answer. If anybody in here knows, and I know somebody in here said my wife's a CPA. If anybody knows the benefits of doing business in Texas versus anywhere else, it sounds like it's very business friendly. From according to many people over many years have said this. Even Tesla moved down there.
Yeah, super high level quote from the CEO of the TXSE group says the Texas booming economy and strong economic and population growth is just providing incredible opportunities for business right now. So they plan to start operations in 2025 and host their first listing in 2026. That is the new Texas Stock Exchange.
Yeehaw.
Well, is it started or what's the ETA on this again?
Starting operations in 2025, first listing in 2026. They just got
What
funding.
are they listing?
Nope.
What are they listing?
They're going to be listing. Let's see. I've got the.
I mean, are they duplicates? Like whatever's on NASDAQ? Didn't ICE do this? Or no?
Yeah, they're going to be.
Kansas City, right?
Yeah, what bats?
Bats.
Yeah,
bats.
right.
Thank you.
Their goal is to
Spend a minute here on our crude oil
create more
inventories.
competition, more activity, more liquidity, more transparency. That is the goal of the Texas Stock Exchange.
I was down in the FIA conference down in Boca, and they're wanting more clearing firms and things like that because, again, more liquidity, more transparency. They don't want it to go down to just a couple. So I think you're going to see more and more trading opportunities and participants and all that kind of stuff. I mean, they're talking about the wave of retail that's coming in, and retail guys is just you and I that put money in, not institutions.
Were locals retail, MP, back in the day? Is that essentially what locals are?
Anybody who trades their own money is technically what I learned retail. If unless you're registered as a AP or commodity pool person, you have your own fund business.
All right, we got crude coming in here. Oil inventories, they were looking at negative 2.3, coming in at 1.233, 1,233,000.
They're never close.
Thank you, Andre.
They're never close on that. All right, coming up to 18,900 here. We do have a weekly kickoff high, 18,910 on our Top Step daily levels. Just buy the dip.
So I guess for me in Texas, it's a good time to actually get my my Series 3 done this summer, which I am registered for now. I just need to start studying and pick a date.
Well, we have more and more. I'm encouraging live funded traders to get it. Everybody here at TopstepTV, and you can't cringe, guys. We're going to be getting it. And there's all the coaches. All the coaches have already reached out to me and said, "I want it." You want to professionalize your passion? Let's do it.
Yep.
NVIDIA closing in on 1,200.
Hit me, Nick. Talk to me, Nick. How close are we?
We are 2.5 points away.
We're back, baby.
2 points away.
We are
98.
back here left.
98 trading.
98 trade. 18,906 is 907 is trading the NASDAQ. Nice.
I mean, I think this NASDAQ move is basically NVIDIA. I mean, they're up. It's up to almost 3%. It's pretty much NVIDIA. I don't want to do the math, but I would imagine most of it is NVIDIA.
Just a reminder, guys, the 10-for-1 NVIDIA stock split happens this Friday after the close. Keep that in mind.
Thank you, JD.
Friday.
Carl Hungus, I love it. I'm getting my Series 3 too. Had the 7,
Nice.
6, and 63 back in the day. Carl Hungus, we all got to meet him yesterday, or got to see what he looks like, hear his voice. What a dude.
Glorious
wizard.
beard.
The wizard, yes. Yeah, just all of it. All of it. All right, we're pushing
We are
higher here.
just ripping.
NASDAQ has just got shot out of a cannon. Gold pushing new highs.
S&P's now above weekly kickoff high.
Johnny, I played your weekly kickoff high, and I got stopped out because I kept it right above the weekly kickoff high at like 26. I got it in about 23 and 24.
I'm looking forward to like move higher and then come back to it as support.
Yeah.
What level is that, John?
Okay. 25.
Kickoff highs.
53.25.
Okay, I like that. All right, we got a little.
Those on the radio, 53.26 is trading. S&P 53.26. 2 handles, which is 2 points off our high of 53.28. Half. Everything's on its high right now.
Yes, it is. I like when you do play-by-play.
MP too, so
I'm good at it.
NVIDIA
I'm trying
charging in.
along
We are
in
99s
gold.
are trading.
Okay, we're back, Nick.
I will keep you guys informed.
Thank you. Doing play-by-play NVIDIA. Market cap probably $1 bazillion at this point. D, you're looking at taking long in gold, you said?
I'm long. Yeah,
Long.
I'm long.
We are breaking out.
Yes, 23.67.9 is the entry. Let's see if this got legs. And if it doesn't, then we'll reassess. But for now, it's above the initial balance. We kept the initial balance low. And now we're trying to push higher. There was a brief poor high established before we went higher. So now we have at least a space until 23.75, maybe even 23.78.
Okay, D, one more time. You are long from what price? How many times again? So we can update the board.
Just one from 23.67.9.
67.9. 67.9. Long one from 23.679.
What is it?
And now
Just
ES
keep
right
going.
now.
Who cares? Look at these markets. Just keep going. Oh, nobody cares. What do they call it? The joy of missing out? JOMO? They said the new thing
I
out
have
there.
Jumbo right now.
Jumbo.
I ain't long in
FOMO on this one.
I ain't long in this.
Okay. All right. Well, we got a potential 53.25 along the S&Ps. We got a check mark from Jake, check mark from Hoag here. Those weekly kickoff high.
Did anyone take the 820 long in NQ in the chat? That was the only other trade I saw that didn't take. But other than that, I have a hard time continuing to long new highs.
Look at this rally.
I'm not a breakout
My
trader.
Goodness.
98. It's crazy.
This it is. Do we get the 1200s there, Nick? I'm assuming
We
probably
are still short.
Okay, just short. Oh man. Okay.
The all-time high in NVIDIA right now is 99.50.
Oof.
51. Oh, here we go. Making the push. Let's see.
Yep.
Yeah, I took
That's
the
excellent.
breakout of the initial balance long in the S&Ps. It's never gone against me. That's what I like to see on a breakout.
Yeah.
Tilt's getting pretty
Everyone
tilty.
front running their sell orders at 1200
Not
on
bad.
NVIDIA.
18, 980s.
Which I'm assuming that's the largest option strike right now on that for the week. Once again, I'm not an expert. I don't know exactly what happens to further dated options on splits, how exactly that works, but let's just see what it's sitting at.
Yep. MP, we got a heavy tilt long ES, heavy tilt long Dow, 80% long. Dow's dragging right now, but NASDAQ shot out of a cannon. S&Ps as well.
It looks like, yeah, no surprise, 1200, the largest call gamma strike. And these degens are going all the way up to 1250.
Why stop now?
Yeah.
Right here, 1300. Okay. All right, MP, we got 2 check marks for a long of 53.25. S&Ps if we get the pullback.
Ooh. Yeah, Yeah, this is just a wild move, especially after the overnight.
Anne-Marie says he was too chicken to get short. Anne-Marie, I think that was wise.
Yeah, I got stopped out to the tick on the high.
Oh no.
I'm down $1,900. God, I'm just like every day dig myself out of a hole. Lockout buttons saved my life yesterday.
Did. That was well used. 53.25. Nick for a tick, what are you looking for here? I know D is long gold right now. Gold's pushing higher. Let's go. Nick for a tick, you've been hands off. You got that one trade out the gate.
Yeah, that's an 8-point trade basically with the 5 lot on ES. So that was a nice little trade to start the day. Like I said, this is to the point where I'm really just looking to see if sellers step back in throughout this session. I probably am not joining in on the long side at this point. I would much rather long back, towards the 320s if we continue to kind of have this breakout or continue to build volume up here. Otherwise, yeah, I will continue to be hands off. Otherwise, looking for shorts if sellers take initiative, or if the options activity changes for today, which I'm not seeing yet.
Okay. We could go off high next. Last week's high, 53.39. 53.39 S&P's last week's high. NASDAQ last week's high, 18,980. 18,980. So about 50 points away from last week's high in NASDAQ. John, can we target that? Is that reasonable? We could see those 980s, 980 half, I should say, in the NASDAQ. If we keep pushing here.
Let me look real quick here.
Yeah, take a look.
Daniel, yeah, go ahead.
We're looking for
trades. Yeah, I mean, what we're looking for is buyers to really pop in here.
Sellers,
above the weekly kickoff highs. If they do, and we get some momentum, 980 would be a very logical target.
All right, cool.
Daniel killing Scoss. Killing Scoss. Let's go grab a drink together. He's like a busted out of 3 combines and an XFA. Feel for you, buddy.
Yeah,
don't let it. Days. Don't. I mean, these are. Mama says there be days like this. Blah blah blah. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine.
Yes. Don't beat yourself up if you have a tough summer. That's one thing I will say. It's just not normal dynamics at work. And, large players can really push us around as they choose. So, if you're not trading well this summer, I historically don't, just because low volume, things like that, some tighter ranges normally. So for me, it's always been a difficult time of year to trade. It's a good time of year to just kind of, I would say, heighten your skills, learn new things, learn new strategies, even just kind of, use it for education too, if you have downtime.
Yeah, I will say with summertime, equities do go pretty quiet. So does like Forex, but gold and crude oil can actually be pretty good during the summertime. Gold doesn't have that much of a reduction happening.
Gold push.
Crude oil does, but it sort of becomes pretty transparent, because if you expect a quieter day, you can sort of anticipate the ranges and then just wait for a little bit longer before you get involved. And then when you see them bouncing between one side and the other side, you can actually make quite a lot of cash just by bouncing ranges, like those cash register days. And I have done that quite successfully for the last several years. But equities, I agree, it's very, very difficult because the ranges are so small. So even for a range-bound day, you still need some sort of a range to make it worthwhile. If it's pretty tight, then consider staying away. So, if it reduces down to like 50% of the usual range, maybe go walk away, do something else, spend time with your family, go walk your dog. Don't trade.
Have a ham sandwich.
Dogs. Ham sandwich.
One thing that we got to remember is the equities are coming into rollover, and that certainly does change the dynamic a little bit.
Well, while it's quiet in there, you guys want to see some hot streaks real quick?
Let's do it, JD.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
There we
right.
go.
That's right. Thank you, Nick. Thanks, Olby time. Go ahead.
All right, here's our list for today. Only one new name today. But first, Kevin, Carlos, David, and Kyle all extended their streaks for another day. We lost one trader due to a lack of making trades yesterday. So that makes room for Emmanuel G to join the list. Welcome to the show, Emmanuel. Nice streaks all around, 21, 20, 19, and 18 days, respectively. All right, yesterday's best XFA P&Ls.
Look at this.
Fatima got a nice shout out from Mick on the shoulder tap yesterday. Fatima carved it up, trading the NQ and MNQ.
Good job,
Raul
Fatima.
had a nice day trading the ES. Brian was trading the S&P also, and Miguel and Chow both trading the NASDAQ. Great days for live funded traders, for sure. All right, I also got a chart pattern if you guys want to check it out real quick.
Oh, MP.
I wanted to show this yesterday. It was I'm glad I didn't, just because of the way price action ended up, but it's still a relevant pattern at the moment. James, if you could pull up that pattern for me.
Hey, real quick, MP, we got 2 check marks at 53.25 in the S&Ps. We got 2 check marks. I don't know if we can get any more, but we got 2 check marks for S&Ps. 53.25. Pull back to it.
Okay.
Cool.
What's
Sorry,
the
go ahead.
stop?
What is the stop?
For
What is
what?
the stop? What is the stop? Oh, what would the stop be?
Guys.
19s?
I want to give
For long.
it 5 points of risk.
Okay.
Stopped right on that push back to the downside.
5 points. Yeah, 5 points. I got double check mark on 5 points of risk as well. Jay and Hoag, good stuff. All right, JD, go ahead. We could talk about this pattern. MP, if we get to 25s, though, we got 2 check marks. 5 point risk.
Cool.
We've seen this one before, the broadening formation, the expanding triangle, also known as the megaphone formation. You can see in this pattern that prices diverge in a broadening formation that resembles a megaphone, hence the nickname, the megaphone pattern. Characterized by widening swings, meaning higher highs and higher lows. The wider swings mean an increase in volatility. Trend lines are drawn connecting the higher highs and the higher lows, as you see. And as the image says, direction of the breakout is less predictable compared to other patterns. But because of the steady increase in volatility, the breakout and subsequent moves can happen very fast. All right, James, you want to switch over to my charts real quick?
Long 10.
Yep. Good job.
25 quarter.
25
Oh,
quarter,
house
10.
account is in.
House account, long
MP
10.
is on the side. MP's account's on the sideline right now. House account's long 10.
Long 10, 53.25 quarter. All right, thank you. Go ahead, JD.
Based upon the information that Andre provided to me that he gathered and formulated from trusted sources.
Very trusted. The most trusted sources.
Excellent. Well, I'll get through this real quick and then I'll get back to the trade.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a real-time example. This is a daily chart of the July crude oil contract. This pattern took several weeks to form. As you can see, prices bounce around between our weekly kickoff high and low for a little while. You see the trend lines clearly drawn, connecting higher highs and lower lows, creating
There it
that
is,
broadening or megaphone formation. Volume, pretty key for this pattern too. You want to see volume declining or drying up as the swings get wider, which we see, and then a breakout on higher volume, which happened right here. Breakout happened on Monday. That's why I kind of wanted to highlight this yesterday, because we got a little follow through on Tuesday and sort of a little pullback today. A little bit about the measured move target for this. Your measured move is the distance from the highest high to the highest low before the breakout happens. So then you would measure that downward from the breakout price. That's your measured move. For this pattern, we measure from this low here at 76.15 to this high up here at 80.62. Then we take that and extend lower. I already kind of set up our measured move target there. From our breakout here, I chose a breakout price of roughly 75.81, giving us a measured move of target of 71.44. Breakout price can be a little subjective, so what I did was go down to a 5-minute chart to establish that 75.81 breakout price. Pattern is still in play. It will be invalidated if prices move back inside that lower trend line up there. So I'll be keeping an eye on this one, and I'll update you on it if that measure move target hits. So
thanks, JD. Good work.
You got it.
Got some liquidity upside here. S&P's 53.35. Got a 500 lot sitting above there. 53.35. 500 offered.
And the Nasdaq's just 100 points off all-time highs. Why not?
Why
My new
not is
thesis.
right. Why not?
Why not? Just long
Why not?
it. Why not?
We got Nick, you sound like a calloused old trader, my man. I love it, man. You sound like you've been in the trenches, man.
I feel like I've been in the trenches for the last couple of years.
Yep, jaded. Why not?
Been on the front line for 10 years.
I love it. Oh, why not make new highs? Why not?
I guess in a past life, I was in the pits, clearly.
I think you are. You sound like it. All right, D. We're right around your entry here in gold, right? 23.67.
Mhm.
All right, let's get a push here. guys.
67.9. So I was just under 68. So sometimes in a slightly slower auction, it can test the initial balance high again. We'll see what happens. But I mean, we went up above Asia high. We failed to break to the other side of the initial balance. So, I'm pretty confident in this. We'll see. Obviously, anything can happen. But, I'm willing to give it a bit of room.
What are we looking to take out of this? A 1-to-1 is 30, 53.30s. We're trading 53.29s. I'm not recommending anything. I'm just telling you a 1-to-1 on what we were going to risk. From 325 is our longs. 53.25 is a house account long right now. We took about maybe a point, a handle. Points and handles are the same. We don't talk really in ticks unless we give you the whole price. And we're going to risk 5 handles. So it's that 5 handles profit in the money, unrealized.
Jay likes a target of 35s.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jay, I like.
3-to-1.
I've got that previous all-time high at 53.33 half still on my charts. I like that.
All-time highs.
And
Previous
Jay,
all-time
there is a
Previous
500
all-time
lot
high.
sitting right there.
Yeah, there is. 53.35, 500
That's
lot
Hoag.
offered.
That's Hoag.
That's Hoagland. John, that's your 500 lot up there?
Just
I knew
sitting
it.
on the offer.
I knew it, John. Come get it, he says.
Yep. I'm luring them up there.
What's here?
What's here?
Yep.
Well, Andre, we had that guy spoofing that 1,000 lot yesterday.
Remember that?
Oh, you were on air.
Buster.
Hold it.
Buster, man. All right, Marcus kind of stalling out here. All right, 35s.
Tough
Like,
guys
if you
in the market.
tough guy. Yeah, looking for 35s. Confirmed. 2 check marks on a 35 exit.
35s. I'll move it up to 35. Simple bracket orders allows me to move it up to 35s while I understand how much profit that is. And it's 4,800.
Gonna get a good push here.
Need the push right here. The old college try, Michael likes to call this. Got to get the old college
Oh
try.
yeah, I did a college try in college, and I graduated. And I did a college try in Series 3, and I passed. And if I can do it as a country kid from Nebraska who used to raise cows and 4-H and show them and all that kind of stuff, then you will have no problem. Not discounting any farmers at all, by any means. Just wasn't around scholarly folks.
Video trade 97s right now. I'm seeing. The heck,
Those
1200s
Cyclones.
come.
Stalled just short of 1,200.
Yeah, we did. Hey, John, what's Delta?
99.50.
John, are they still negative Delta and ES up here as we keep pushing higher?
No, we're positive now. 1,100.
They got out. Yeah, they eventually took the heat and got squeezed.
As long as
Give it one.
as long as we can hold this 25 level, we're good.
I like it. That's conviction.
Bryce used to raise cows. I love cows. I love raising cows, going out there. Very calming. It depends on how many cows you raise. Andre, speaking of cyclones, I had a Jayhawk golf ball in my
Did you really?
golf bag yesterday. Yeah, it's somewhere
did that get there?
next to the trees and the houses that line the 8th hole.
Someone shanked a Jayhawk ball, you're saying?
Yeah, I got golf lessons today.
Nice. Look at you taking it seriously. I like it.
Oh, my wife said to me, "Quit going golfing with people. You're going to kill our family name." You know, she was joking, but she, like, that's what you get invited to here all the time, because it's just like dudes that
Kill
like,
the brand.
why would you go to the bar?
Kill the brand.
Right.
Yeah, no one's really good at golf. Your buddy Ryan's pretty good, though, I must say.
Although there is probably not a bigger flex than being like a scratch golfer with a couple handicap and just showing up and birdieing holes with guys that are just like a beer league golfer.
Yep. It's a cool look if you can do it. It's fun to play with those guys.
I don't have that skill. I'm not a great golfer.
We are at risk now in the S&Ps of leaving a failed upside auction if we can't open up.
Yeah, I saw that.
High. We got to get up there. We got to close this 30-minute bar.
Yeah, it's gonna go higher. Mm-hmm.
All right, I got my screen on a 30-minute. Explain this one really quickly, because it shows the simple bracket orders of stop and target, and you can see where we're at. And then John, you said 30-minute has to close above what?
Initial balance.
We got to close above the IB high. The initial balance high. So it's got to close above 28 on this next 30-minute bar.
In 6 minutes, it needs to be higher than 28. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right there. See, we got some Jayhawks in the chat. Shout out. Pushing here. The old college try, MP style here. What's this rocket doing? It's not a bowler, Carl. I get that one. All right, we got 7 more minutes till the top of the hour.
The dude abides.
Yeah, man. Carl hung us with the Lebowski references. So good. So good. You must not be a bowler.
JD, you're a bowler.
Good one.
Is that what they're called? Bowlers?
I think so.
I mean, like a better that's good is like a sharp or shark or whatever it is.
So I've never been bowling ever.
Ever.
Really?
What?
Yeah, it's just one of those things, you know.
Yeah.
Is it popular in the UK? Like, are there a
yeah,
lot
I mean,
of,
they've got
bowling alleys in the
yeah,
UK?
I mean, you've got them pretty much on every corner over here. But I don't know. Somehow I just never thought, yeah, let's go bowling. That was not really an activity that was calling to me.
Well, where did bowling originate from?
After a quick search through ChatGPT there, someone who is good at bowling is called a bowler. Simple as that.
Oh, God. Okay.
John Jones. He said he raised cows, not raced cows. He raised cows.
Raised cows.
He didn't raise cows, so that would be mildly entertaining.
Yeah.
Andre used to tip him, right, Andre?
Let's go and see that.
Out tipping. That's right. All right, John, we're coming in 5 minutes till the top of the hour here. We need to stay above 28s in the S&Ps.
Mm-hmm.
30s.
We got that liquidity above at, what was it, 35s, 500 offered. 500 offered at 35.
Cow racing. Yeehaw.
Unbelievable.
Dickie, clearly, I will check my Twitter at some point.
Yeah. Did you tweet today? I haven't checked your Twitter yet.
I don't know, guys. If you tweet, hashtag fast markets. Hashtag fast markets, and we're going to be sharing it. We're going to be sharing these just like we do in Power Hour. And then we can have some fun with it.
Trader wins.
So if you're clever and witty,
yes, memes, all that stuff.
or if you want to troll on the Bears, you can do that.
Hello, Marco.
Or if you
Good to see you in the chat. Every day, Michael. Every day, Marco.
My wife's
Nick.
boyfriend says
Every day.
My wife's boyfriend says, well, that's so
I
good.
didn't I didn't remember who that person was, but then as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, it's that guy.
Every day. Gets me every time.
Man, I watched the Tom Brady roast. They really laid into Giselle and the jujitsu
Karate
guy.
teacher. Yeah, that was
I didn't know
a little
that.
awkward. A little awkward.
I wonder, was he drinking during that thing? I don't know.
would be heavily.
He's a robot. Yeah.
Heavily. I think, heavily. That was
Jeff Ross
Wait,
when
was
he
that
went
roast
into the whole
actually like 3
massage
hours?
thing.
yeah.
Yeah, I shut it off. I mean, halfway
Okay.
through, I was just like, okay.
I got the point.
Got the
yeah.
point.
My wife and I were going to put it on, and she's like, wait, is it 3.5 hours? And I was like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And
The longest roast
we
ever.
said to pass instead.
They had to have spent $1 bazillion on it from the
Probably.
Kia Center to packing the whole house.
With the people there. Yeah.
So Netflix to 0.
Nick's on this crusade. Nick is on this crusade to get Netflix to 0. It's so
I mean,
great.
I think they're doing another price increase. So I mean, your revenue is just coming from raising the price, and eventually that, I think there's a correlation there that probably starts to inverse on that working versus subscribers staying subscribed.
D, are you still long gold? Just want to get an update
Yeah.
from the board. Yep.
Yeah.
Check that,
So
Gabe.
long ago.
We are still along the S&Ps from 25 quarter, I believe, 10 times.
50-point wick. That's funny.
50 point wick. Taking a look here at the tilt. Yes, long 59%. Everything else from 50-50. Still
I
long
hate watch this trade.
Right. Our Bob is looking pretty flat post the inventories. We have the flattening VWAP. We have the flattening standard deviation bands as well. So I might want to do a short if we can get it somewhere higher up. Let's see what
Point wick.
prices we have there.
Pretty clever.
So somewhere
Nvidia
from
trying to make another run.
35, 33, all the way up to 36. That's like my zone of interest for shorts in our Bob, if we can get it. So I'm going to watch that one as well. I very rarely kind of go in to the positions with like 2, 3, 4 lots right off the bat because I trade multiple things. So I want to make sure that I have enough space. I kind of assign myself a max position across all the products that I trade. And then at any one time, I like to have open 2 or 3 lots so that I kind of look at the relationship between different things. And right now I'm only in gold, so I need something else now. All right, gold is slowly pushing. Finally, wake up.
Okay.
Yeah,
53.29,
half an hour
John.
until the euro close.
Yes, we are. John, we're above those 28s here with about less than 60 seconds till the top of the hour. John, that gives us
Yeah,
some
just
conviction,
about.
right? Here's another push. Here's the push.
Yeah.
See,
500 lot offered at 35 now. So let's keep
Okay.
in mind. MP, we're working 35s.
No, we're working 34.75s.
I like that.
Now, why would I do that, guys? Why would I do that? Anybody here?
Always go
Know
short
the
of where you think
answer?
it's going to go.
Yep, that's right. You're going to hit the reverse
John-
button, Michael. Would you hit the reverse
You
button?
want to be a Nick for a tick.
yeah.
Yes, you want to be Nick for a tick. That's good.
Oh, the show's come full circle today. I like it.
All right, here's your 30-minute bar closed above, guys. That's good, right?
That's
Yeah.
what we're looking for.
It's not the strongest auction because we
Here we
don't
go.
have too many single prints, but we'll see if it makes a higher high. So that's the next step. So sustained
talk to
auction
us.
above initial balance, then a higher high.
The,
That's what.
See what
the
you're
new
looking at.
CEO of SPY, Jensen, is making a run here at 1200. We are at
what you're looking-
99.30s. Let's see. One more push.
See what you're looking
on.
at. All right, new highs S&Ps.
Yeah, yeah.
Danielle. NVIDIA certainly. I do, Danielle. I do indeed know you.
Tag
32
1200.
trade. Oh. We're working 34 in 3 orders. 34 in the orders. MP pit style. Push. There's got to be some shorts up here. They're going to get stopped out as well. Taking a look at tilt.
Who's ever
72%
picking
long.
the tops
Yes.
right now? Yeah, who's ever
Oh, yeah.
one tick off them? I'm gonna get short 1 tick off the highs, 1 tick off the. You'll just
Been
get
there before.
Like I've been there. You just get those stops. Your stop will get run. It'll just like right now. It's like the market's just baiting you in to get short right now on it.
So when it stalls out like that, when it stalls out like that,
who wouldn't want to sell the high? Who wouldn't want to brag about that? Yeah.
All right, Nick. Did we kiss the 1200s yet?
They're just front running that level with sell orders.
Haters, man.
When it gets to a tick away, I'm going to go over there and lift the offer.
Uptick it. Go in there and uptick 1200s, Michael. Get it to print. Trigger some stops.
All we did in the pit back in the day in the pits, you get things to print, which is a trade.
Yep.
You know, which is a trade. You like the highs would be. Yeah, we know that trade.
Yep.
That's how you set off stops.
That's how you set off stops.
It would set off stops, and you're like, "Why? I can't. I can try. I can turn to John in the pit and go, "Hey, what do you offer?" And he can be right a tick above the market high, and he can go, "I'll buy one."
Yep.
And then it goes bid, and I'm like, "Hey, what are you, Michael?" I'm like, "Well, I'm bid on the same offer. I'll sell you one." And that was a trade. We traded for the sake of getting in and out of the market. But then it would trigger a bunch of stops.
It's kind of what we're trying to do right now. We're hoping it happens.
Yeah.
So I'm doing you a favor right now. I'm long. I'm getting out of my position. That's going to make it go up to 35.
Nice trade, John. What were you long from?
25 half.
Okay. Same trade.
3 small losers, and I'm up money on the day now. So, yay me.
Good job, Johnny.
Yeah, good job.
Oh.
Okay, taking a look here. Gold pushing here, D.
Yep. Slowly, catching monkey.
Yes. Come on, Nick. What happened in NVIDIA, man? What'd you do over there?
We're still sitting stuck at 199. I need Jensen needs to get out and push.
Yes, he does.
Get another tattoo. He needs to get another shoulder tattoo of NVIDIA's logo.
Yep. I would too. Here we go. Give him the old college try, MP style.
Here we go.
And NVIDIA should have done it.
And NVIDIA not join that little push.
Did we do it? Build, Michael. Good job. Nice trade.
Yeah.
Good job.
We'll get that to the
That was a hell of a trade. Off 25.
to the tick. Yeah, great job, guys.
Nice.
Great job.
Good job, team. Good job.
500 lot's still there.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to get in front of it, you'd be
Beautiful. Beautiful execution, guys.
be a handle into the money. Okay, guys, great trade. Anybody here that wanted to jump on that one? Could have jumped on that one. Anybody wanted to fade that one? I'm sorry, that one. You didn't make money.
That one
But
worked.
there are times you could fade. Yeah. There's definitely times you're gonna fade and make money. So for every buyer, there's got to be a seller. But in this case, good job. Thanks for the
And
trades.
come
Talk
on,
to me,
99.90s. Let's go.
Come on.
I love the
Just
fact
get
that
there.
was 2-to-1 reward over risk. That's what I love about that trade.
That was a
Yes.
pretty textbook right there.
Textbook.
Wait, did
And
we
guys,
hit?
this is a house account. This is not my personal account. If you like to have me flip over to my personal account, I'm down $1,900 on my own decisions. These are the decisions of others, trusted folks that know
Very
how to
trusted.
look at the
All of
markets
them.
and analyze it in a way that can help the house account, the prop firm house account. That's a collective
Michael?
team effort.
Oh, okay, 4,500. Got it.
4522. 4522.
Good stuff, Jay, Hoag, D, Nick. Great stuff.
500 lots gone.
We got filled.
Jay,
You got filled.
yeah.
It's liquidity, man. That was team.
We have a lot
trading
of space now on the RTH for the New York session. We have a ton of space to the upside in ES.
Okay.
But one thing that I did see as a potential single direction day was the London average session range was completely ignored. They just went straight through it and kept going. So that was like a little clue that we may have a really nice single direction day at some point. Single direction day being defined as going above the first hour trading range and then going into a trend. So whatever happens inside the initial balance can be a little bit messy at times, but once it breaks out, you either expect to see a failed auction or a nice continuation of that same move. So it's good to kind of look for the clues in and around. So the other levels to try and pinpoint which way they're going to go. And this was basically a classic way to do it via the London average session range high getting ignored.
Yep. 34.75 exit plus 45 stuff.
All right, so 2-1. That was a great trade. We risked 1 point on 10 lots. We were going to get into 20. Again, if it pulled back, we were kind of working that little area. 2-1 is awesome. Buying a pullback on this rip higher day, awesome.
Yep.
Why again did we like the 25s? Because it's a weekly kickoff high, right?
Yep. Support or resistance turned into support. John, talk to us. Right. Yep. Right, Jenny?
Yeah.
And really quick, John, before you explain it, guys, top of your screen, Top Step daily levels, right there. If it says WKO, those are kind of really, really exciting numbers to watch or trade or fade or take. It's up to you. But we usually go with them. With them. It's not even with them. It's an interesting level that then we talk about. So we went through that level, and then John talked about if it goes far through it, then you are going to look back to be support. John was dead on to the point, to the whatever, a whole point.
Yeah, once
John,
in a while.
Yeah. And then hold on. Then we got confirmation, or not confirmation. Then the collective thoughts of other folks in here, and Andre knows the ones. And then that formulated the checkbox of decision making tree that we try to go down. So John, why don't you really quickly talk about the 53.25s, the weekly kickoff high, why you picked that one, why you liked it as then a support play after a rip through it. In the beginning of the morning, it kind of was a quote unquote resistance play a bit because it was right off the highs. And I think Nick and I both got short around there. That's probably the only good trade of the day. But Hoag, can you help us explain that one? And guys, these are sent to you via email and also posted at the top of your screen every day.
Yeah. So, well, the weekly kickoff levels are levels that I calculate based off of a number of different things. There's technical analysis, there's market profile information, previous naked points of control, weak highs, weak lows, pullback highs and lows. And, I take a look at the bigger picture, right? Off the weekly charts, off the daily charts, and then off of 4-minute charts or 4-hour charts and 30-minute charts. And I just kind of use information. Again, it's technical market profile information. I like to joke and I say that I use tea leaves and chicken bones. But they're just levels that I look for. If I were a longer time frame trader, if I was, hedging a bunch of different products against each other, where would I be kind of forced to adjust inventory? And those are where I put those weekly kickoff levels. It's a process how I find them, how I look for them, and how I formulate them. It's some math. There's measured moves. It's a whole conglomeration of different things, and they're good levels. There was an article on a LinkedIn article that one of our viewers did when I was still doing the market prep, and I think he does a really good job of explaining what they are and why they can be important. Nobody knows exactly what's going to happen at any time, but these give you some reference, and I like them because they're longer term levels. They can provide some bigger opportunities, and they allow you the opportunity to limit risk.
Guys, we also like the 12
put that
down
link
there
in the chat, so you can read that article if you want to. This is somebody that's not involved with TopStep. He was just a viewer that that appreciated the weekly kickoff levels and wrote that little article about it and sent it to me. I did ask him if it was okay if I were to kind of show everybody it, and so that's a really kind of a good example of somebody else looking at those levels and seeing how important they can be. But it is a process to calculate them.
53.12 was the other level. Why did we all like that one? Because the real heat on that one would have been what was it?
Yesterday's high.
Yesterday's
And
high.
that also
Oh.
coincided with 5,300 SPX.
Okay. So
Seen it.
that was another great. If you look at the 30, if you look at my 5 minute, you look at whatever, you look at the S&P chart, it came down to 07. So that was another one that we were talking about that we were liking. Now, when it got down there, we were talking about it being pretty slippery. It was right after news came out, right after the market's still digesting that information. Just kind of recapping everything that we talked about today to get to, understanding and staying in tune with how the market's moving.
Yeah, we have multiple orientation points, multiple levels that we can bounce off of. So even if the price kind of runs away from either one of them, there should still be something else to look at. And obviously you have some crazy days when it just kind of goes completely nuts. Today wasn't one of those days, and we had some very nice levels to fall back on, track what the price was doing, and managed to find a trade. So good job.
D, what happened with crude? It looks like it fell out of bed a little bit.
73
Is
is.
that?
Yep.
So crude looks like it fell out a little bit of the opening range. Now we're at
Yeah.
73 even.
Yeah.
I missed that.
Yeah. So it's now creating a neutral day type.
New highs,
still only
new
trading
highs.
85 ticks.
New high.
Yeah.
S&P
there's still no-
18,955. 18,955 is the S&P high, and
Yep.
really quick, and then the 18,555 is the 18,955 is the Nasdaq high right now. So and then 53.35 half. Again, still screaming higher is the S&P high. So we're on our highs. Keeps pushing off our highs.
What's all-time highs?
One chart.
What's all-time highs in NASDAQ? I think we're getting close.
19.
You got like what? 48s?
27?
27s? Jeez, we're right there.
Could be wrong by a couple.
All right, D,
ticks
go
there.
Ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry about
My
that.
bad.
I want to quote these. We got a lot of people that have been telling us they're watching or listening. So we're trying to get the market prices. So then if you're listening and you're sitting there at your desk, you can hear the prices and you can think about this. And it's same in the pit. Remember in the pit, you'd always just hear prices. You didn't look at charts. If you're sitting there listening, you need to hear prices.
Speaking of which, making new highs here in the S&P's trading 53.36 half. New highs there, as well as NASDAQ, new highs, 18,957. High today, 958. And 958 highs in the NASDAQ, about 2 points off those. It's a little bit of a pullback. Still pushing here in NASDAQ. 37 straight.
New highs again.
37 straight. 30, my gosh.
Meanwhile,
gold making new highs.
NVIDIA cannot hit 1,200.
Come on, NVIDIA, do something. New highs, gold, and stops are getting run now to the upside.
Jeez.
So crude oil looks range bound to me now because we've got settlement kind of in the middle of this entire range. We've got a neutral day type. We do have the value area here, some potential for value acceptance, but we're nearly already to the other side of value, so not much to say there. If anything, I actually just now sniped a long RBOB.
Nice.
So I went in at what's that? The 33.89. And I'm not going to hold it for too long because I'm just looking for a ping back to that middle of the range because of what both of these are doing.
New highs.
So we'll see if I can just maybe grab about 300 there. That would be all right.
So ES is coming into the highest SPX strike on the day as far as options. I haven't seen anyone want to roll calls higher yet, but we would be pretty much coming into at least how options positioning is today. That basically the ATR is what you would want to see until someone changes their positioning.
So I have the ADR around 53.52.
Just keep
As I
going.
said, we've got a lot of space.
Yes, we do.
Up to
500
those
out of
statistical
53.40.
Nasdaq is up 270 points today, 1%, almost and a half.
53.40.
If only we had left a runner.
D. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I love you.
The famous last words. Oh, my goodness. 500 last sitting at 53.40.
Tilt,
I'm sure
tilt,
they're
Andre,
short.
getting a little tilty. Guys, tilt at the top of your screen, very, very top of your screen. Average entry price. You got bias short, bias long. Getting long, but all the longs are getting paid. So kudos to all the longs today.
If
Yeah, I
Floyd
mean,
left the fold, I know. What's
this
up,
is
Jay?
shaping up to we saw what we've kind of been seeing the last few days or last few sessions where you get a larger seller to kind of start the session, and then you see just buyers step in, call buyers jump on top, and we continue to grind up. Whether it usually has come later in the day, I think we've been seeing that more in the afternoon, but this is shaping up like a true trend day. So this is not something I really would want to fade rather than waiting for a pullback to buy.
Well said. Agree.
Yeah, strong. Agreed, 100%. Yeah.
Gold. All right, D. Let's talk about this gold trade. You're long from 67-ish.
Yep.
What are you looking for an exit?
I'm actually just so 52 ticks I took out of that, so that's $520 on that. I'm still on this little RBOB trade, so we're gonna see if I can grab a few ticks there as well. And yeah, that would be pretty nice.
New highs.
Yeah, the reason why I took it off is because we've just hit the 2375 average daily range high, which I didn't see before, but I've just seen it now. So yeah, I mean, there is a chance that it goes a little bit higher, but it's just a dangerous game at this point. And I already grabbed like 52 ticks. That's a good trade. A buffer.
Nvidia high of the day still 99.93. Making another run here.
Come on,
we can finally do it, so I can shut up about Nvidia until the split.
Right.
I'm enjoying it. D, all right, we're gonna close out that. Update the board. What's your position in RBOB so we can update the board?
It's 33.89 long one. So 2.3389. Yeah.
Thank you. Andrew A, we are making new highs. I giggle every time because Michael shakes his head every time we make new highs. He sees it.
I'm just a perma bear, Andre. I'm a perma bear that I can't switch. And the minute I switch, you need to fade me. You need it. Once I go perma bull, then you're like, okay, highs are in.
MP
this is my reaction to new all-time highs every time.
MP watching it.
Look at that.
It's so funny.
Little confetti.
Yep.
Just Lieutenant Dan at the bar.
Lieutenant. Nick for a tick. You crack me up, man. Okay.
Okay, let's see if sellers want to step in finally here and at least give us something to potentially long back towards, 930s, 910s on NQ, something to jump in to the fun. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a nice little 30-point pullback to jump into. Maybe 940.
Oh, thank you, JD. Cool. We will
Well, if not, we just hate watch it, right?
I will hate watch it the rest of the day. I promise you that, D. I may not take another trade, but I will hate watch this until close.
I love that.
Good vibes today. Much better vibes than yesterday, I must say. It's amazing what just one day will make. Yeah. Opinions don't count. Trade the price only. That is true. Opinions do not count. Market doesn't care about your opinions. All right, JD, I think this is a good time. A bit of a pullback here. We'll keep an eye on this run in the NASDAQ. See if we can get into the 19,000s. But JD, if you want to jump in with everyone's favorite leaderboard, let's do it.
For sure. Let's take a look at some XFA P&Ls real quick, though.
Okay.
Here are your top XFA P&Ls from yesterday. More gold traders on the list today. If you remember yesterday, we had 3 traders in the XFA P&L list trading gold, and we have 3 more today. Ramel, Taranjeet, and Akira, all trading gold. Popular product in the XFA this week.
Interesting.
Kachun and Joanne both trading the NASDAQ. Excellent days all around. All right, here is the bottom half of our top 10 list. First, Sean. Sean took a small drawdown, fell from 5th down to 6th place. King Y made it on the list, trading in 5 XFAs yesterday. Idor held on to 8th place for another day. Demetrios rallied up to 9th place. He was in 10th place yesterday. He picked up about $3,500 across 3 XFAs. And Jordan rounds out our list. Jordan fell from 7th down to 10th, trading in 5 XFAs yesterday. All right.
7th to 10th.
Here we go.
What damage was that? 7th to 10th.
Wow. We're in the jungle. Hear that, Michael?
Oh, yeah.
Wolf. All right.
Couple big moves on the end of this end of the list today. We'll start at the bottom here. So John G joined the list after picking up about $30,000 trading in 5 XFAs yesterday. Nick for a tick held on to 4th place for another day, took a small drawdown, but held on to 4th place. Ramel moved up to 3rd from 6th after another nice trading day in 3 XFAs. We saw Ramel on the XFA P&L list yesterday. Brian P is the story of the day.
Ooh.
Absolutely huge trading day yesterday. You might remember yesterday I mentioned this trader. I mentioned that Brian is taking full advantage of all the funding opportunities available to him at TopStep right now. He's currently trading in a live account and 5 XFAs. So yesterday his total take yesterday was $92,979, and today he's at over $160K. Brian made $3,600 in profit in his live account and $12,700 in profit in each of his 5 XFAs. Total of $67,272 in profit across 6 funded level accounts yesterday. He's still about 75 grand behind our leader, Dakota. And I did hear from our risk team a few minutes ago that he hit the daily loss limit today, but still impressive day for Brian. And a teaser, we're going to be hearing more about him during the shoulder tap with Brett in just a little while. So we'll hear more about Brian's story in a little bit.
Good job, Brian.
Good job, Brian. Slow King. Slow King. All right, guys and gals, we got new highs in the NASDAQ. Weekly kickoff. What was that, John? We were talking about this level. What was it? We said is it logical? 18,980 half. We target 980 half. And look where we are right now. My goodness. John's levels are hitting today.
What else we got, Andre? What else we got? House account.
Looking for a pullback here. Looking for a pullback around 930s, perhaps in the NASDAQ if we get there. Got a check mark there.
Need more Mega Desk. What show?
Mega Desk. What is that? Office. It's got to be.
Come on, you can't say, Andre.
It's the only show you quote. It's the Office.
No, I don't. I quote movies too.
It's true. You started off the day with quoting that.
I'm gonna start quoting Gilded Age. Start quoting Gilded Age. Me and my wife are watching that.
Oh,
nobody's ever gonna get that.
That Dungeon and Dragon stuff. All right, waiting for a pullback here. We might just be drifting higher all day. Zombie rally.
The pullback that never comes.
Yep. The old zombie rally. We had that back in April, I want to say. It was just zombie rally for like 2 straight weeks. There you go. Some people like the Gilded Age, Michael, in the chat. Yeah, we got about Euro close coming here in 5 minutes. D, how's the RBOB trade looking over there? I do not have the chart up. Nice
it's a bit under. Yeah, it's a bit under.
Nice.
And the 0-day to expiration, degens are trying to roll the call wall to 53.50. So supports the theory of wanting to long this a little bit lower, but that would push us about 25 points higher and make a run a new all-time high. So just perspective for the rest of the session.
Thank you, Nick. Bulls are coming in. Hey, look at crude here, trading beneath $73, currently trading $72.93. Often we've seen buyers step in when getting to the $72 level. We'll see if we can keep pushing lower here. Yesterday, we heard some reports or 2 days ago, we saw that $4 drop in crude. I know OPEC's cutting production, but they are saying there was some reports of slowdown in the economy, global economy. So there's a bit of a tug of war going on in crude. Again, we're trading $72.98 beneath that $73 level. Still couldn't get to 1200s, eh, Nick? That's crazy.
Yeah, NVIDIA is dead to me. It's now at 1195. Short thesis in NVIDIA just purely because it didn't tag 1200.
Yeah, the polls couldn't find it. Hey, we got some bids here. in the S&Ps. We got 500 sitting on 53.35. Another 400 just one tick above that, 53.35 quarter. So total of 800, 900. They're sitting on bids one tick apart, 53.35 and 53.35 quarter.
I'm getting
That's
long in front of
iceberg.
it on my house or on
Yeah.
my personal.
I wonder if that's iceberg. It'll be interesting to see if that trades. Bids are stacking now.
Well, there was 500 at 35 on the
Offered.
offer on the way up.
Yes, there was. Now you see bid, right? You see 1,000 between 35 quarter and 35s?
Yep.
110 bid.
Right. It's right in the middle of a low volume node on the daily profile, the volume profile. Sometimes that can be pretty supportive. Michael, if you're long, I like it.
No, I'm not long. I'm working a 10 lot, 35 half, right in front of a 35 quarters and 35 evens, which is about 1,000 behind, leaning on 1,000. You know, those could evaporate in a second, and I'm going to cancel the order because I don't like it sitting there.
Thank you. Where was that, Jay? 950s, I believe Jay said. 110 bid on the 950s in the NASDAQ. 110 bid. 950. 950 on 110. That's the right way to say it, Michael. 50 on 10.
50 on 10.
1,000 lot. Yep, got 1,000 sitting on those 35s, 35 quarters. Market kind of ran away when those came in. Euro close, 2 minutes. Dow's just been drifting higher, trying to close that sell-off from this morning on that open. It's dragging a little bit. Maybe we'll get there. I think we're pretty good on housekeeping here. Nick, you've been very, very patient today. I've noticed you've been very, very patient. Haven't been too eager to jump in. Talk to us.
For me, it comes down to just, tough day yesterday and wanting to just get back to what I do well, which is, hey, if it's a good trade, hit it hard, hit it quick, and just kind of get out
Love it.
and wrap it up for the day. That's what usually has made me successful. When I went on, when I doubled my live account balance a few weeks back and then took a payout, that was pretty much my strategy where, hey, one trade, even if it was 30 points on NQ, I'm up $1,800. I'm done for the day. And something that I need to get away from, and I would say has been hindering me continuing to kind of grow my balance the last couple of weeks, is I'm still having small winners, but I'm still allowing myself to have $3,000 losing days,
Right.
which just kills your confidence, kills momentum. And it's a lot harder to dig yourself out of that than, hey, I'm walking away up $1,000 versus me continuing to press and turning that into a $3,000 losing day just because, I'm still witnessing action. So I need to continue to be better about just doing that. So today I may not take another trade, at least not in my Topstep accounts.
Really like your approach, Nick. I must
What do you do? I love it. Absolutely love it.
Really,
but then what do you do with the rest of you? Help everybody understand, what do you do with the rest of your day, and how do you control your behavior to want to get back in the market?
So for me right now, this is something I'm going to continue I'm figuring this out, I guess. So for me today, at least, I'm going to go work out here probably after this segment and kind of do that. Now that I'm doing the series 3, I'm going to start building in some study time into, my day intraday. That way I can still spend time with, my wife and things like that after the trading day is over and kind of live a normal lifestyle that way. But for me, I'm going to continue to kind of figure out the best way to structure my trading days while doing this full time. So for me, I have to figure out other things to keep my mind occupied, keep me busy, and so that I'm not staring at charts all day, just because then you're just itching for a trade. If they're in front of you and I'm logged in, I mean, it's so easy to flip a trade on, versus on mobile, I tend to not take a trade just because I'm not going to be an idiot and throwing on a mobile trade. So for me, always is going to be exercise, at least in the middle of the day too. Something easy just to keep me away from screens and also just get outside. That's, it's summertime here. Granted, it's been like a monsoon every day here in North Texas, but that's really kind of what I've been trying to do more of, is to just get away from screens. Go outside, touch grass, as I like to say.
Touch grass.
Touch grass. You take your shoes off and barefoot to grass. It's supposed to be therapeutic.
I do. Take the Crocs off.
Nice. Take
You
the
wear Crocs?
I put on my
wear
Crocs
Trading shoes? What? Okay, you, in the chat, we can start this debate. Are Crocs trading shoes? I think there's no better
Crocs
trading
trading
shoe, in my
shoes,
opinion.
D.
What are you wearing right now? Let's see your shoes. What are you wearing right
Me?
now? Yeah, everybody.
They're kicks.
I got my North Face slippers right here. I got my North Face
They're
slippers.
kicks, so my Crocs.
Yeah,
Oh,
trading
those
shoes.
look
There
great.
you go.
Those are cool looking
They're
Crocs.
super comfy. But I've got multiple pairs of Crocs, and then my wife hated on me, so I bought her a pair of like
Nice.
leopard Crocs, and then she like is obsessed with them.
Hey, if you're in the Twitter, hashtag Fast Markets, and show us your shoes. Why not?
Oh, yeah,
You're sitting there
hashtag
trading.
Market.
Let's
I
do it.
like that, Mike.
Yeah.
Let's see your trading shoes.
And if
Crocs.
you're not wearing any shoes, take a picture like this of your barefoot or something. I don't know, something fun like
Shout
that.
out to the hippies. Shout out to all the hippies there.
Jay, that's mean.
Yeah,
Crocs
shout
are
out
great
to the
trading
hippies.
shoes.
Carl Hungus, you're not wearing
I
shoes. There's no way Carl Hungus is wearing shoes. There's
Carl
no,
Hungus is not wearing shoes.
no way.
You heard it, folks. Send us your feet pics at Topstep.
no feet pics. No feet. Oh, that
Only
incredible.
toes started here on
Hashtag-
TopstepTV.
Yeah,
That
hashtag
took,
Fast
that
Markets.
took an interesting tone.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
Tell me what happens
hey,
when the markets just wear you out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our friend Quentin Tarantino really wants some more.
Oh boy. Yes, he's a Bigfoot guy. Yes, he is. Hey, we seen that
it's not-
pop here in Crude. Crude just popped. Crude's popping more. We're going right to VWAP at
Yeah.
73.42. We dip beneath the $73
dragging-
level. Go ahead,
Dragging my RBOB with it as well.
Very good. That's what we like to see. Boy, the
Mhm.
buyer stepped right in. Anytime he gets beneath those 73s, the buyer step in.
I'm sorry
So
for doing
notice
that.
the time-
I caused this chat to just lose their mind over
Yeah,
this
good job,
Crocs
Nick.
and
Yeah,
toes
I know.
thing. My
So
fault, guys. I
notice,
apologize.
No, this is great. I love it. So notice the time when the crude oil popped. After what? The
Oh.
euro close.
It's what you were
That
talking
is
about.
something that you need to take note of if you're trading crude oil and RBOB. Very frequently, they make a new low right around the euro close or during, and then
Yep.
they reverse it. It's a high probability event, especially if you have a potential for a range-bound day. That's your high probability trade. So remember
Yeah.
that.
You've been talking about this play for the last couple of months, and sure enough, it just played out in front of our very eyes while we're showing our shoes
Yeah.
off to everybody. Yep.
That's correct.
Well, people are like, you have a foot fetish. Absolutely not. But if we can attract the community, if we can attract the foot fetish community by flooding the internet with our shoes, and it's actually our shoes.
Yeah.
There's a huge shoe community too, Andre. You know about that shoe community.
Sneakerheads.
Yeah, sneakerheads. Yeah, get them all in.
Opie. Isn't Opie one of them? Opie was a sneakerhead, right? Oh,
Opie's one of them. He has
Yeah.
$5,000 to $10,000 worth of inboxes, in closets, attics, or whatever he does.
Morning, Dakota.
Shoes.
Welcome. Opie was also long $2 million worth of Apple stock for 10 years he didn't know about. It's incredible.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that crazy?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
True story. True story. I remember he called me up. He's like, "What's up? What's up, Tiki Talk?" I'm like, "What's up?" And I haven't talked to him in years. He's like, I go, "How you doing?" He's literally smoking a joint while he's talking to me, and I'm like, because he's always been that. Even at work, he'd go out and do it, and then he's like, "So I'm a millionaire now." I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah." Forgot I had some Apple stock that I bought in like 07 or something. It was like 20. It was like a year ago or something. I'm like, good for you, buddy. He's like, paid off everything, paid off my mom's house. So
very nice.
And more weeds, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You'll get on the phone with him. And he'll FaceTime and he'll blow it in there. You're like, dude, I get it. You smoke. Yeah, I get it. But he's one of those guys that just absolutely loves it. Absolutely loves it. So I guess it's no different than a guy ripping Marlboro Reds all day long.
Heaters.
So,
All right. We got about 20 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Nick for a tick, you brought the volatility with you today, so you can't say you don't do that anymore. So everyone that's watching Nick for a tick, giving him crap because he says he sucks the volatility out of this market. Not today, my friends.
Yeah, we had movement, we had feet picks, we had Crocs. You know, we've kept it fun here today.
Checked off all the
I would
boxes.
like to know before the show ends, before the show ends, Andre, if anybody actually posted the shoes that they're wearing during fast markets.
I believe we're working behind
Well,
the scenes
I'm
right now. James?
I'm going to.
Michael, say no more.
There you go, Michael. There you go. There you go.
There you go.
Hashtag fast
We got
markets.
one, and we got another here.
Oh, Rod, I'm going free.
Hippie Traders, go Bear.
Oh, wow.
Shout out to the hippies.
Trading shoes. Hashtag fast.
Look what you started, Nick. Look what you
I
started.
mean, this is what I get for making a joke.
And before we get too far into the feet, here is another hashtag fast market submission from our good friend
Ooh.
Carl Hungus.
Hungus.
We talked about this picture earlier this morning.
Just another day.
Nick for a
that's
tick.
nice.
Oh, wow.
Where's Danielle? Danielle's in
know.
there. Yeah. DJ Khaled made it.
Yeah, I don't know if the wife would be okay with that one, but hey.
MP, what are you doing in that picture? Well, you're signing autographs.
I don't know. I don't know. Just
Signing
just talking to
If
my
anybody,
fans.
You know,
if anybody missed Carl Hungus yesterday, he looked a lot like Letterman.
Gandalf.
Oh, look at Hoag taking a selfie with Hungus.
Oh, Hoag's taking a selfie. Hoag, you wish you could grow that out. Hoag, I $10,000 you grow it out that long, and you got it would take you how long? Probably
10 years,
10 years. $1,000 a year. That's a great return.
1,000 a year.
All right, we're on our
Look that
high.
good.
All right.
MP, do a little
All right,
play-by-play
yet
for us.
again.
MP, do a little play-by-play for us. Where are we right now in the S&Ps and NASDAQ,
We're trading
MP? What do we
53.41. 53.41 at the orders. At the orders means 0.75 in the trading world. Now it's 53.42 even is the high. 53.42 even is the high. NASDAQ is probably 2 points off its high. Its high is 18,981 and it's trading 18,977.
Great job. Thank you. If only we had a
Just
run.
cannot
Wow.
cannot get a big pullback yet today. It'll be very interesting if it stays like this all day.
Yeah,
Be very interesting. Just
All right,
if it's up and to the right. If you look at a 5-minute chart, up and to the right, like screaming up and to the right, pretty much.
Speaking of screaming up and to the right, crude just cannot stop going higher. Gold keeps pushing higher.
Yeah.
Everything's going high, up today. Everything's moving higher. 87% long Dow and the tilt. Wow, this has been a fun fast markets, if I do say so myself. Great team today. Good team trading.
Hey,
Make a couple trucks.
so what I'm just a quick glance. The biggest pullback, well,
This
I
is
guess
25.
it looks like the biggest pullback in the S&P is about 5 to 7 handle pullback.
This is what
You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just quick glancing all day long.
Yep. This is what Coach J looks. It looks like exactly this. What the retracements are.
20, 25 handle tops in the ish, I should say ish, 25 handle ish points in the NASDAQ. I mean, you have to pick the top, guys. Let's just say pick the top or around the tops and the bottoms. And then you're really going to, if you don't pick it perfectly, you're getting 10 handles. What are you going for 10 handles on a pullback? You're going for 15 handles on a pullback? You would have to carve it up perfectly. So any of the perma bears out there, I feel for you. I'm sitting down 1,900.
I'm not a chart pattern flag guy, but someone smarter than me. Is that a bull flag right there? Intraday on a 5-minute.
What market?
Which one?
Oh, the NASDAQ. Sorry, my chart, my
can see
screen
that.
is just up. I was looking at it in the corner.
I can see that. Yep, we saw that basically that bull flag play out between 9:35 Central and 10 a.m. Central. We saw it shoot up higher.
What, this one?
Yeah, you know where everyone
I guess
comes in.
I'm
We
on
start
a-
trading side. We start trading sideways. Everyone starts. All the shorts start coming in, calling the tops. We can't go lower. Then they just puke it higher. That's essentially what I think. That's essentially what fuels the bull flag.
Look at my John Madden. Little bull flags.
Hey, all right.
Boom.
One of these markets.
Where's Eddie? Boom.
Move. All right. New,
What's it? Turducken? Turducken?
so gnarly.
He started the turducken. Turkey
that guy.
inside. No, hold on.
Listen to this,
Turkey
team.
duck.
Welcome to
Duck instead of
America.
turkey.
Listen
Yeah, welcome to this.
America.
Have you heard this, Deanna? Turducken?
Yes,
During
I
Thanksgiving.
think I was. Yeah, I think I was on the stream when he was talking about that.
Back Thanksgiving, yeah.
Turkey,
It's a turkey with a duck inside of it with a small chicken, and then you just throw it in the oven.
Then do something.
Eddie.
42s are they're trying to take 42s bid. 42s are bid now. S&Ps 53.42, 52.42 halves trade. Highs, new highs, new highs. Did NVIDIA do the damn yet, Nick? Or what's going on over there? Did we get there?
No, I'm still staring at this stupid chart, waiting for it to hit 1200 so that I can do something better with my day.
It's been hate watching
Watch it to 1200.
All right.
Let's see if we can do it. Finally, we're at 65s.
We got no cap markets. I bleep and love Top Step. Love you too. No cap. 43 trade, 43 quarters, 43 halves.
43 quarters or at the orders. Just new highs, guys. It's pulled back on the S&P 2 points. Not ticks, 2 points, 2 handles.
How do we get in?
Maybe on that last. It's just sticking on the highs. Sticking.
What were we long from? 25? We were long from 25.
We should have kept a runner on.
All right. We got no more levels. Everything's above all these. We're in uncharted territory. Good shout out to all the. Hey, I want to see the chat. Who got long beneath 73s there in oil? Who got long beneath that? Because we're now trading 73.59. If anyone got long the 72s there, I'd love to see in the chat. Nice trade.
Well, I mean, I got long R-bulb, which is
did.
the same thing, isn't it? Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah. Oh, that by the way, that hit the target of 1 hour, so that's what we're done with.
Nice.
Shit. We are clicking today. Give us an update on the P&L.
Yeah, it's I took a small loss in gold just now, so I'm sitting at 602 for the day.
Nice. 602.
Nice.
Because I'm trying to short gold now.
Ooh, here's your bear.
Hmm.
Come on, NVIDIA. We're so
time,
close.
Nick, I want to ask you about chili, Nick, if we get time, about beans or no beans. I heard that topic of conversation yesterday.
Speaking of that, I did the same podcast MP did with Austin Silver. That has dropped this morning. So if you have time later after the close, check it out.
Absolutely.
You'll get a little more about my story and how I really trade props. So good to listen.
Definitely.
Awesome.
Absolutely. Well, if you didn't know, that guy in the top row there makes a mean pot of chili. MP?
People
Yes.
at the
Look at him get up,
Club in Jackson Hole.
I told him about it.
Oh God. We Andre and I and my wife and friends, I got a place on the base of Jackson Hole, and it's called the Teton Club. It's great. And I make a chili that I stole from my friend who never would give the recipe away, but he was my roommate, and he came home one time and he's a little tuned up or whatever. And I'm like, "Hey, Jay Gray, why don't you make some chili?" All right, okay. So he goes and gets everything, and I just sat there and took notes while he did it all. I took his recipe, and then they were like, "Hey, chili cook-off." Big sign, we got done skiing for the day. Big sign right there. I'm like, "Let's do it, guys." So we put it all together. They had people from like around the town of Jackson that were coming in to do this, and we won People's Choice Award. Now, we did have Andre and a group of our friends walking around saying, "Hey, that number 6 is the best one. Hey, that number 6 is the best one," because you get a number.
Yeah.
So they're planting seeds all over.
Yes, we was. Hey, we were playing a road game. Yeah, absolutely, John. We were playing a road game. We had to do everything we could.
Yes. Best in show or something like that was that guy that brought the moonshine. There's a guy who brought moonshine and then gave it to everybody, and that was
definitely tasting moonshine for the first time.
Yeah, I know, me
Is
too.
that why he won?
He was old local. Yeah, he was a guy who
so you just drunk him pretty, like you drunk the drink pretty.
It was a sympathetic vote. Yes.
I think it was a little sympathy to the local who was there all the time. But People's Choice Award, Andre goes, "That's the award you want to get, the People's Choice."
Yep.
So we won it.
Yes, we did.
I got a stocking cap for it.
I'm guessing Nick, he wants beans in this chili, right? Even though you're a Cali kid, but you live in Texas. Are you Cali? You claim Cali or you claim Texas these days, Nick?
Yeah. What do you claim?
I mean, I'm I'm both.
No, look at you.
Yeah, I spent most of my. I mean, I grew up in Southern California, so I grew up at the beach. But I've lived in Texas for the last decade, so it's hard for me to claim either or because I can't say I'm a native Texan by any means, and I won't do that. But yeah, Texas is home.
Gotcha. Ooh, they want your recipe, Michael, for the chili. Ooh,
But yeah, beans and chili.
Yep.
In fact, you might get banned from a Discord if you don't put beans in your chili. You never know. People are very yeah, they take their chili seriously in the way they
do it, James.
If people
The
remember
special
from
sauce.
the beginning of Topstep TV, Patak has got a sauce.
Patak does have a
It's all
sauce.
over UK.
Oh yeah, that's in England. Yes,
You would think I'm Indian, but I'm Czech. So Patak is an Indian sauce.
Yes, that's right. Mixed pickle Patak sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's the new one. That's different. Huh. Okay. All right, guys.
And that, of course, can only mean one thing.
Oh, look at him sit up straight. Every
Andre,
time he's...
Here we go,
I'm
Andre.
on
Here
it.
we go, Nick for a tick. Deanna,
I need your help.
You want the series 3?
You need some help?
Yes, let's do it.
All right,
You guys can use me as your tutor. Use me as your tutor.
By the
Andre.
way, I apologize if you guys can hear like some cutting or something. There's somebody with an electric like chainsaw around my mom's garden and they're cutting things, so I do apologize if there's noise. I'm going to try and mute it if I can hear it. Sort of.
Deanna, I didn't know you had a tattoo on your arm. That's very cool.
Yeah. I've got two. I've got one there and I've got another. Well, I don't know whether you can see
Nice.
that. Yeah.
All right, I had to pull up the.
Oh,
the
there's
explanation
Nick.
for the
Nick's
question
almost
just in
got the
case. Here we
sleeve.
go.
Come on, man.
We're
out
still
here.
working on it.
Yeah, you've got the sleeves, yeah.
Within the established delivery period, which of the following determines the precise date when delivery on a futures contract will occur? A. Buyer. B. Seller. C. Exchange. Or D. Both A and C.
Which of the following determines the precise date?
Woo! I don't know this one.
I gotta.
Buyers and sellers.
The buyer will take delivery.
It expires.
The buyer takes
Well,
delivery.
buyer takes it expires, and then the exchange puts together the buyer and the seller.
I got D.
Is it D?
I got D because the buyer
So is it D?
take delivery. That's where I'm leaning towards.
So-
D. John, buyer takes delivery.
Precise delivery. The word's precise, right, Johnny?
Oh, precise.
Yeah.
Precise date.
So
that
the
exchange.
seller, after first notice day, decides, okay, I want to make delivery. The exchange picks the oldest buyer. So the oldest outstanding contract is the one that takes delivery of that.
Yep.
So to me, I think it's not A. I think it's C.
C?
No, why is it C? Because the exchange
chooses
the exchange has a standardized
when,
contract.
That's a good
They
one.
have the delivery spots. They have delivery spots and then standard, but the precise date. Like if I'm a buyer or seller, I don't know. I don't
Yeah,
know.
so if a buyer, wasn't there another question where it was like, oh, when is the delivery over? When the buyer actually takes delivery, that's like completion. So just thinking because of that, the buyer maybe has to confirm the precise date. So maybe it's A.
Maybe it's
Andre, you got to pick.
I got B.
I sort of think B.
I'm thinking B because it's within the delivery period.
Why B?
What is the exact date? So say the delivery period is just the month of June. Who determines that's going to be on June 15th?
Well, the person who owns the commodity.
Yeah.
Possibly. I don't know. This is one I don't know.
I think I got the seller. I'm voting B.
But this is about the delivery, isn't it? It's not just
It's about the delivery,
the
right?
contract. It's
when
about
will it
the
actually be
delivery
delivered?
rather than just when contract expires and when it's valid, right? So that's what got on on one of the last questions.
Okay, hold on real quick. Within the established delivery period, so it's a delivery period that's established.
Like so, say the
What's the
delivery period is
precise
June.
date? So it's not the exchange.
contract
The
is
exchange
over.
does the delivery
I think
period, right?
It's the seller. The seller says, All right, the delivery period is the month of June. The seller says, all right, you're going to get it on June 15th.
But the buyer actually has to say, yes, thank you.
What do you got, Nick? What do you got, Deanna? What do you?
Okay, I don't know.
And then Hoag?
I'm going to say A.
My
I'm going to say A.
my initial gut
I don't
was
know.
D, but now I'm all confused because of everything.
It's a good question.
Yeah, exactly. So am I. So let's just put us out of our misery.
We will
right.
need a slight explanation.
I got one. So here's the answer.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice job, Dre.
Yeah. All right. That was tricky, though.
And
We had to
the
really talk that out.
explanation from the book says, within parameters, the seller ultimately decides precisely when delivery occurs. The exchange establishes a time frame
Correct.
within which delivery must occur. The seller has leeway to deliver within the mandated time frame.
There you go. Dre. 32
All right,
ACT.
I'm gonna have to get the book because this is just thing. So.
Oh yeah, Deanna, if you read the book one time over, I read it one time over and didn't do anything outside of the book, reading it one time over, and then there's a workbook outside of that. It's just a summary of all that, of the whole, and then I took the test. But I took it within like 2 days of finishing all that, or a day.
Yeah, I looked into it how it would work for us who are not in the States, and they have to like check the room. You have to have a camera that's like 3D or whatever. So, so I'll have to.
I got patted down.
Arrange that.
They had me lift up my sleeves and shirt, so I didn't have anything underneath there. They did the wand. I had to put everything in a locker. Anything I brought in there was only like pieces of paper that they give you, and then you walk in there pretty much naked.
Yeah, but there's a way to do it remotely, just naked, along with a few pictures, of course.
Yeah.
The chat's asking which book.
Oh, I'm never going to refer anybody to the Kaplan book, but there's other ones out there, the Princeton Review, or I don't know what it is, but I sent the book, my book, to what do we send it to, Alec?
To one of the guys.
Yeah, is he here? Because he got my book, and I said, pay it forward, best of luck. But it was a Kaplan book, but I don't want you guys giving your money to them because it's like $350, and it was 2 books, and then it's some stupid like dashboard that's like the most out-of-date dashboard in the world to do like
that's
sample
not
tests.
too bad, because when I did the art qualifications,
There's a lot of mistakes in the book
to
too.
buy all the training materials and stuff. It was like £1,200 per module.
Oh wow!
And there were like 3 modules. Yeah. And then you had to pay for the test, which was an additional £120 as well on top of all of that. It's crazy expensive.
Go to John's camera. John, this is the one we've been studying on. John's camera. This is the one we're getting out of. And then it has so many errors in it. So many errors in it that I during this I'm like, I'm gonna have a challenge to the chat. If they can take this book and we're gonna pay them $5 per error, $50 per error, up to $5,000, and then I want the book marked up, and I'm gonna send it to Kaplan and say, yo, fix your stuff, or I'm going to the press.
They actually do have an online thing where you can let them know if you find errors.
Yeah. It's like the owner of Kaplan has his kids doing it who are chilling on the beach. They don't proofread anything.
All right.
So
we got 2 minutes left here in Fast Markets. It was absolute pleasure today. This was good stuff.
By the way,
Markets are moving,
I'm
trending high.
short gold. I'm short gold from 23.75.
Ooh, beautiful. Beautiful. All right, just want to do a quick rundown of what we got on tap today. D is short from 75 in gold. We're currently trading 23.71. $4 in the money right now.
Profit. I've just taken profits, so don't like looking at my things. So total profit with 120. That's really good for me. So I'm actually going to lock it up. So locked. Yes. Done.
Oh, look at that.
Switch to my screen. I'm going to lock it down, Deanna. And usually I'm $1,100 away from my personal daily loss limit, but I have $10,000. I ended up yesterday, so I'm locking mine down. I like to use the manual lockout to lock it up like Deanna did, which I did yesterday, but I'm locking me out down. So now I can enjoy the rest of my day without anxiety of wanting to trade.
Yeah.
I noticed
Feels good, though.
Nick will not be touching the lockout button. He is not done with these markets just yet, Nick.
I mean,
he is
I'm
on
not
NVIDIA
trading.
duty. He is on NVIDIA duty.
I'm not
right
trading. My live account is locked down as much as MotiveWave can be locked out. So I will not be logging back into my account after this, but I probably will be sticking around and trading some other things after I work out here.
Excellent. Great stuff today, guys. Absolute killer trading today. Great commentary. We even got some picks of some shoes today. Crocs are trading shoes, apparently. Thank you, Nick, for that one. Anyways, quick rundown for what we got coming up. Dolby time, Hoag and Marie for power players. Top quiz with Jack. Then we got shoulder tap with Jack and Brett. Wait, Jack. Anyways, JD group coaching with Hoag and JD. Then Dolby, Hoag, Gabe for Gabe's Road to Funding. Gabe's Road to Funding. New segment we're starting. Everyone, let's follow Gabe's Road to Funding. He's in the combines right now. He's going to try to work to get those XFAs and get live funded from there. Let's all cheer on Gabe. Be supportive for him as he tries to his trading journey here in front of
Andre, we're going to show how many times he resets, how many times he blows out, how well he does, what he does with a great day after that. It's going to be, you're going to relate, and you're going to think you're better, and then you're going to think I need to be better than him, or he's better than me. And all this stuff should help you just fill up your think tank each day and learn by others that are going down the same path as you. So that's what the Gabe is. What's it called? Gabe's
Road to Funding. Road to Funding.
Road to Funding.
His journey to funding is Road to Funding. Just everything we can relate with, starting your practice account to combines, XFAs, live funded. We're going to follow Gabe on his road to funding. Then we got Power Hour, the man himself taking a $134,000 payout yesterday. Coach Dakota, Dolby, and myself. And of course, Slow Markets with the aforementioned Coach Dakota. Everybody, that was an absolute pleasure. Thank you guys for joining us. That was awesome. Good job, MP. We got power players coming up next. Let's get it. We're a little bit behind schedule, so let's get it. Watch these markets.
Hit that house account Power Hour a good way. Keep at least.
You got it.
Keep some.
Yep. We got Dakota on with us, so we got some good help coming with us. Everybody, thank you very much. Power players coming up next.
All right, this feature is called the manual lockout. I personally want to say I pushed this one to the very top. We got it done. What's the manual lockout? Well, here at Chicago Board of Trade, you cannot lock yourself out of trading because you're on the trading floor. That no longer exists. Here's a risk manager to talk about how important a manual lockout is.
Never had that option here. Super important to control your emotions. We've got it on TopStep X.
It will cut you out of your trading for the day if you hit the manual lockout button. Lock it up. That's locking up your profitable trading day.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Power Players. We got the King, Queen, and Court Jester here. I'm not saying who's who. Y'all can figure that out. I think Anne-Marie's the Court Jester. King or Queen.
I was just about to say, but I didn't want anybody else to be queens. So
I don't mind.
the implication there.
I don't know. I'm reading 48 Laws of Power right now, and I got to say, being a king or queen back then, high stress environment. I want to be a peasant, to be honest. That's very risky job.
Interesting that you're reading that book.
It's a great book.
How do you like it? Yeah,
I think it's really interesting. I think it's a really interesting book. I think some stuff is applicable. I think it's maybe a little bit cutthroat, but it's really funny because like as you read it, it's almost like you're reading like Game of Thrones because all of the references are like ancient like people. Like, oh, here's King Louis and the mistake he made, and like yada yada yada. And it's like, wow, I just don't want to be a part of any of this at all. It sounds very, very stressful. It sounds very stressful.
What book is this?
48 Laws of Power. It's a
Oh.
legendary like
Yeah.
self-improvement
And you know,
book. Really good.
if you've got a good moral compass, it's
Yes.
a great way to manage relationships. If your moral compass is lacking, I don't want you to read the book. I'm
No,
sorry.
absolutely not. Keep it out of the hands of a sociopath. For sure. For sure.
It's really
It's a funny book, though. Educational and kind of funny. If you have a kind of a
and the
sick mind
human
about it.
psyche, you know, the human psyche never changes, no matter how much
it really
stuff
doesn't.
you put around us. Yeah.
Speaking of human psyche, you need it in trading, don't you?
No, you need some kind of psyche, because if you don't, it's going to be bad. But
You need a
yeah,
rewired psyche.
and we talk about that all the time, right?
Uh-huh.
The required rewiring of the mind to trade well, right?
Yeah.
I look at Dakota all the time, and I do think his secret superpower is
Mhm.
just being this, right? I mean,
Mhm.
ha ha ha, he laughs a little bit. Ha ha ha, he
Mhm.
says things that are stern a very rare amount of times, but most of the time, that's him. And, that's so alien to me because I am up to the ceiling, down to the floor, over to the left, over to the right.
I
I'm
think
everywhere.
that's you in the club, Anne-Marie, actually.
For
But
sure.
what do we got in these markets? We had a great trade in the house account.
Very
Should
true.
we have left a runner on? I think that's a great question. Would
You
y'all have
the
left a runner on? We had 10 contracts.
Well, I think we
know,
should have just leave one.
Exactly. So the question is, if we can look in hindsight and go, sure, we should have left a runner on. If we were
Mhm.
doing it real time
Mhm.
and we were looking at that size, what are the primary things that we look at? And my thought is it's always the same. You slap on a moving average that's not too far away, not too big,
Mhm.
not too small. If you're looking at Coach J's 3-minute, then maybe you look at a 14 simple moving average. And as long as we stay above it and it continues to trend higher, then we just incrementally move that stop up, right? I think that's the way the runners get amplified. And, to hear Mick talk in shoulder tap, it's the person that positions well and then waits and lets the market give him what it should in a trending space, then, it's great. But literally, particularly in the Qs, my thought was if we get above 890 and we don't immediately collapse, it's going to continue to run because it's going to squeeze the shorts epically because they're all thinking that it should fall back. And so I was looking for a short there at the beginning, but I took the long off of the bounce. And when it got there, I'm like, for my chart, you can see it legitimately, it's sitting It came right there into that 880. We had a massive volume candlestick on that 3 minute, which would be where Jay might anchor the VWAP. And I looked at that and went, all right, my 14 is way up and my 30 is way up, and the regular VWAP that opened at yesterday's edge, that's up. So, I'm going to get out of my long, but I'm definitely not going short. And I should have gotten back in, but I didn't because I was waiting for a pullback that was so shallow. Look where the pullback came. At the 907s into that anchored VWAP and then off to the races again. So, the question might be, are we coming back potentially into that anchored VWAP, which looks like old resistance, new support? Because who is it? Which one of our coaches says, if we get this close to the big round number, shouldn't we go ahead and test it?
Yeah, we did see a really nice 5-minute consolidation, which is probably one of my favorite setups, right where you're saying, right at that little VWAP, which was right around 18,920.
Yep.
Gives you a really good opportunity to kind of define risk cheaply, because you can just set a stop right below kind of those 5-minute bars. If you get tagged, you get tagged, but at least you have the market kind of trying to figure out what it wants to do with kind of trading hands back and forth a little bit. And then once all of those get traded, then it has to go and find new price. So we're in a 5-minute consolidation now, kind of getting closer to highs. And it's a similar situation. There's a lot of opportunity in those kind of smaller ranges, and it helps you define risk a lot easily. Then if you compare it with something like the VWAP that can help you kind of assign trend to the market. Now you kind of have a nice little setup here. Anne Marie, are you still looking at ranges? We haven't talked in a long time. Yeah, we haven't talked in a while.
I know. I'm always looking at ranges.
Okay.
What I am looking at overall is where the big volume comes in, and then I look at that range and start to move with the trend. So one of the big things I want to look at and ask John about really is, and we're staring down the NQ, although I think everybody traded the ES today, right?
The Hoagland trade was an ES today,
yes.
Yeah.
So two things sort of happen here, and I want to talk to John about this opening above the accepted areas of the prior day and how that affects general motion, and then what you need to see to invalidate or allow a continuation of motion. So this morning we opened up outside the range, correct? We had a gap
That is correct.
up,
Yep.
outside range, outside value, and the pullback. What did the pullback give us? Pre-market highs? Let's go to the. What did the pullback give us?
Let me bring up that profile here.
Oh yeah, it was pre-market lows, that 5306 where everybody was talking about, right?
We're back to
so we opened up. Yes, I want to look at it because this was the trade I thought it made so much sense. I was on the same place as Deanna saying, I think the fade is lower for us to get in here. So let's wait for it. The numbers were great because it forced us to wait. And then right after that, Michael had perfect execution. I know he's the boss, so I might never be on here again. But what I see Michael doing very often is I love his aggressive approach, but sometimes he steps in before the cement is firm. And today he was exact. He waited for the fade, established the risk, and then brought that account right in exactly where everybody went. Good job. So I was listening and I went, oh, yes, that's fantastic. So really, we saw that perfect edge. Now, here's the question. We opened up outside range, outside value. And that normally portends to higher levels in the future in the direction of that outside range, outside value, correct? It's usually the acceptance of higher prices.
Well,
yes?
Most of the time I would agree with that, because the market opens outside of the because the market opens outside of the previous day's range, you're already establishing value higher.
Okay, so let's put that one in our brain as opens outside the range and the range was up. It's establishing value higher. So if I'm stalking the trade then, and I don't have these numbers coming, but I see the support floor, I naturally have a decision to make that says, wait a second, if I opened up outside range, outside value, and it's supposed to give me the likelihood of further upside, is this going to be a place where I might have to take a couple of trades that don't go in my favor, but then eventually turn into my favor? And how might we set that up, right?
It's exactly what I did today.
Perfect. Talk through it for me so I can take some notes.
Okay.
Great question, Anne-Marie.
This is the S&Ps if you want to get on my charts. So this is the profile. So here's yesterday's regular trading hour session range, right? For those of you on the radio, 53.12 quarter was yesterday's regular trading hour range high. The market opened, in essence, at a very important level, which is the weekly kickoff high. It basically opened right at 53.25 even. And the range was spanning on both sides of it. The opening range, this gold bar here, is the first minute of trade. The high of it 53.28, the low of it 53.22 quarter. Well, I'm thinking, you know what? We may not close the gap. We may just kind of move higher. But initially the opening range was at the low of the session. If we were just to focus on the S&Ps, what the next thing I'm looking for in this regard, Anne-Marie, is acceptance in time inside the range and certainly inside the value of the previous day to possibly bring price lower, but we're still probably going to have overlapping to higher value, even if that happens. Okay. So the market comes down, closes this session gap, fails to close the settlement gap. Settlement was 04. 53.04. Let me double check that. Yeah, 53.04. So it closes the range gap, but doesn't close the settlement gap. Then it starts to kind of look like maybe some buyers came in. Okay, so the market kind of comes up higher. The NASDAQ broke out of the initial balance first. Yeah, I think that was probably one of my first longs that didn't play out. Then once we came back down here, we've been hawking for iceberg orders, right? So the first kind of hint of an iceberg order was at 53.10. Okay, we see 1,600 traded there. 450 of them were on the bid. It didn't get much time to accomplish what it was doing down here. The market came back out of range, and then I started watching this, and I mentioned it in the stream. You know, we're seeing an accumulation here, but not necessarily a lot of iceberg orders. It seems like there's something else going on where, you know, I mentioned growler orders, right? Growler orders, similar to iceberg orders, but iceberg orders are always on the bid. Growler orders, which I suspected was going on here, were orders where they put in a bid of 20 contracts. Once that 20 contracts is filled, they buy 20 at the market on the offer. So they keep delta neutral. Okay, so
that's where you were saying they were trying to hide where they were positioning into the market.
Yes.
And these are big time players, Hoag, right?
Yes.
That was
right.
so
Mom and pop
beautiful.
shop.
So now we knew yesterday we had an iceberg sell order at that same price, 53.10. So 6,900 traded there, 4,600 of them, 4,700 of them on the offer. So that's that same level where we started to see the iceberg buy order here. Okay, 53.10. They didn't get what they were looking for here, so they started to get sneaky and buy, use different types of orders. Buy 40 on the bid, lift 40 off on the offer. Buy 40 on the bid, lift 40 on the offer. So they keep delta neutral. We saw some pretty decent volume here, and the delta was nowhere. It was, I think the biggest negative delta was about 600, 700, but they really tried to keep delta neutral here with this and the increasing volume, seeing that they were starting to try and get an iceberg order filled down here at 53.10. So this is an accumulation. There's somebody buying some stuff here. I didn't buy anything.
We have a student raising the hand here.
We were talking about it. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I got a question, Professor. Why would they do that? What is their motivation to hide their tracks?
Great question, Dolby. If I'm a long time frame trader and I have 15,000 E-mini S&Ps to buy,
I can relate.
Yes. I want to get it done without anybody noticing it, because if other participants in the marketplace sense that I'm there and I have a lot to do, they're going to run away from me. So, if you have 15,000 E-mini S&Ps to buy, you certainly don't want to just throw them into the dome on a 10,000 lot and hope for the best. So you're gonna piece them in. Now, iceberg orders is one way they do it. The other way are growler orders. Growler orders are much more difficult to recognize, and I think we saw an example of that earlier today. I was so excited about it. I'm like, yeah, there's buyers here. There's buyers here. There's buyers here. There's buyers. And but it wasn't until we took out the high, where we're looking for a continuation above the initial balance, where I finally ended up getting long. Well, right? We got back above here. Let me show you this. We got back above weekly kickoff high there. And we're just going to look at this like on a 5-minute chart. There it is. So there's that weekly kickoff high. We opened, we left the opening range, the low of the day. We took out the high of the opening range and the initial balance. We came back to an important inflection level. This is where Michael bought it.
Yep.
Right there. So we flopped around. We ended up leaving single TPOs above the initial balance. That's the first sign that the auction to the upside is doing well. And and then off to the races we went. It was a great trade. It was 2-to-1 reward over risk. That was the plan. The plan played out. So the iceberg order at 10 and then the accumulation we saw above that should have been enough to really kind of think about getting long there. There are always extenuating circumstances, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we look at the Dow left the opening range at the dead high. It still remains the dead high. Okay, this is that first minute of the day. It didn't open with a gap. It traded into and almost all the way through value from yesterday. So in the back of your head, you're going, yeah, I like the S&Ps, but the Dow. All right. So maybe we should just focus on the market that we're trading and the information that we're getting from that market. We could have also said, well, the NASDAQ never closed the gap. Well, then we're looking for buys. We're looking to be a buyer. And then once it took out the high of the initial balance, it never looked back. I mean, it just went. And that's what I like when I see a breakout of an initial balance. When I got long, initially it never went against me. It came back in. I had to buy it again. So that was my second loss. And that's about the same time where Michael bought the 5 halves and the 25 halves. And, we just kind of grinded higher. It always seems like you grind higher no matter how fast the market goes your way because, well, time slows when you have risk on. But That's
Oh,
really kind of what I was looking for.
Do you want to go over those three trades with your entry, stop loss, kind of profit target, just so we can kind of live vicariously through you 2 hours ago?
Yeah, let me fix this. I just messed up my.
Oh yeah, you smooshed your charts. Look at that.
Yep. Existing pane above. No.
Well, in the meantime, while you get that fixed, Anne-Marie, how did you feel about yesterday's market action? Did you trade it all, or did you just skip the whole thing entirely?
I did. It was probably the best trading day I've had in about 3 weeks.
Range traders unite. Love it.
Yeah, it was really a fantastic trading day. And the reason that it was because I latched on to opening up within range, within value, and John saying, listen, when this happens, be patient because the entry opportunities are going to come later. Now, I look at daily charts all the time. So my thing was, all right, John is saying that. Let me look at my moving averages to see if I can agree or have some sort of color based on where my mind normally sits.
Right.
And so I went there, and my moving average was flat as a pancake on the day, looking at the daily formations. And I said, perfect. So that looked great. Momentum looked flat. Trend looked flat. So I was just looking for the edges. And so I went from the edge of support up to the first line of resistance, and then I turned around and did it over and over and over again. And then I went into resistance, shorted the resistance edge, and worked my way down. And so literally market action like that, it's my happy place. It drives a lot of people bananas. But for me, I have such an impatient personality that the whip and the snap gives me just the amount of time before I go, oh, a bird, or whatever it is that's got me, not paying attention. Because the day before that, I had horrific trading morning. It was absolutely horrible. It was so horrible that after Topstep quiz, I went, I am going to step away for a couple hours and come back and just watch.
Were you hate watching or regular watching?
Oh, I don't hate watch anything. I was listening to that, finding it so amusing. And I know exactly what it is, but I was at the point where I'm like, you know what? You're sucking terribly. So sit back and watch and pretend you're brand new and try to wash away all the things that look and feel yucky, and then sit down and go, okay, what do you know? What do you see? Right. What do you do? And that was it. And so I really enjoyed the last hour of the day. It was
that's awesome. I'm glad that you had a good session. I thought it looked good too. Range traders love a good range. I mean, it makes for really nice setups.
Yeah.
And well-defined risk. Oh, were you able to pull up your charts and your trades from this morning so we can kind of pick your brain about what you did?
FYI, just before we came on, John did say something about the markets looking a little tired up here. So kind of want to be careful just jumping in long, maybe still wait for your pullback or your heavy congestion events.
Yeah, I have a 5-minute range in the NQ that's pretty tight. We have a lot of 5-minute candles just kind of stacked. And we have some higher lows, lower highs, got like a wedge that's 20 points, 30 points below 19,000. So this makes a lot of sense that people might be getting a little bit gun shy as far as pressing the buy button, but it is still making higher lows. So we will see what ends up happening. It probably just depends on NVIDIA because that's how the NASDAQ works. Hulk, do you have your trades up?
Trade what?
You said you had some
Oh.
trades that I wanted to go over.
Yeah,
We were
I'm
just
trying
pick
to.
your brain.
I've got them on the chart here, but I'm trying to remember what the heck I was doing and what the heck I was thinking.
Well, you were talking it out pretty well.
Yeah, your orders are in there for sure. Because TopstepX does display orders now. So you can turn on that feature if you want to.
Also, speaking of which, where do I get the button for the anchored VWAP again?
Fifth tile down, left-hand side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the default is like projection, and then you're going to go to about the middle of volume base. And then click that little star, and that'll be underneath favorites.
Got
and then you
it.
can just reference it
Perfect.
a bunch.
Perfect.
So it looks like my first trade was a short from the
Because it fell out of the range.
Because it fell out of the opening range.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was a small loss, I think $125, something like that.
Just what, 1 E-mini?
Wait a minute. 121. Okay, no, actually it was a long at 53.21.5. And I think I was probably preempting a breakout above the weekly kickoff high at 25. That was I liquidated that at 318. That was my first long.
So that was 3 points wide. You kept it that tight?
That's tight, yeah.
Okay.
That's a tight stop.
Okay. I could learn a few things from that.
Because I wanted it to, I want it now. Right.
Well, I get it. I do.
So,
I get it.
Then there was a long at 30, 327.75. There was a $2 loss, and that was
break even.
Yes. Well, I took it because I thought we were on our way and we were just going to kind of continue above weekly kickoff high. My stop was way too tight on that.
Mm.
And then I bought it again at 325.75. And that's when Michael bought it. And then I took it up to 531.75, and I sacrificed my one lot for the house account because I figured if I sold out of it, it would just keep going.
Little sacrifice for the house account. Yeah, been there. Let me just sell one so the market can rally real quick.
Yeah, if I had multiples on, I could have just sold one and continued to ride it. But we're right back up at the highs here, guys.
We are, yeah. Yes.
I have 5271.
Okay, cool.
As that next region that we ought to go after. What do you think, John?
Yeah, let's talk about upside targets. What do we got here?
53.71.
5371. Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think? What are you seeing?
I'm going to take these annoying executions off the chair.
Noisy pieces off.
53.50. Emery, what do you think about 53.50? We had.
Well, I think definitely. And Nick said that that's where they were trying to move the call wall. So that's what he said this morning. 53.50.
What's wrong with the all-time high?
That's what I'm saying. Well,
Nothing's
isn't
wrong
it 50? What is the number?
53.68 quarter.
Ah, that's right. So that was my thought, that they would blow out at the top of it and then, sort of go, all right, I guess it's time to.
Well, yeah. And I like that because, if it doesn't happen today, it's going to happen eventually. But the all-time high was in the overnight session.
Oh, and you did mention several sessions ago that markets do not like all-time highs or low events
or lows in the regular trading market.
What's that mean? What's it mean when the market makes an all-time high in the overnight? I mean, who's participating to push price that high?
That's the point. Is
overnight.
The longer time frame doesn't get to participate at that level.
Oh.
But we do have global markets that participate with us, and their opens are Globex events. So I mean, we could have had something wacky come out of, I don't know, the UK or Asia markets or something like that that could have done it. But we know that the US market is master and commander. So
Right.
as it goes.
Is it like cheating, Hoag? Is it like a cheap high? Is that like kind of what you're getting at? Is that it doesn't mean as much because it was in Globex and not during regular trading session?
The person who told me this was Jim Dalton.
Okay.
He says anytime you have an all-time or a recent high or a low that happens in the overnight session, look for it to get revisited relatively soon. Now, it doesn't always work. Nothing always works.
Right.
But that was Jim Dalton that says, markets don't like it when that happens. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the egos of the longer time frame participants that say, hey, we didn't get a chance to trade there. Let's go.
That probably
right. It's like, we don't participate. We want to play. Andrew, I have a question to you, actually. What do you think about the volume here and some of these up moves? Is it the volume that you want to see, or is it a little bit lackluster?
I got to tell you, it is super lackluster. But the storyboard now, even the tried and true investor style personality types that come from, say, Investors Business Daily, right? Because I do a bunch of work with them. Their decision to not use volume as something that confirms direction is one of the biggest changes that I have seen in that environment. Now, here's what we know. In a state where a lot of volume comes in at a particular price point, we know that leads to continuation. But just because it doesn't come in doesn't mean it won't continue.
Right.
And so that is the big anchor that they've slipped away from and said, you know what, if we're trying to give people price points for stocks, let's just take a look at what happens with trend as these things take over and start having a social sentiment that's very bullish, irrespective of volume formations, and we'll just ride with it until it gets into these targets and keep a trailing stop. And so I have noticed this because essentially so much of what we are doing in the market is slipping over into option chains. And really the tail wagging the dog is becoming very dramatic. Yeah, it is. It is the norm, but it's really the options market is moving the actual instrument instead of the other way around. And so this notion of, we got to have volume push forward, that's neither here nor there. I mean, volume keeps collapsing and we keep moving up. So the question is, do we adapt the premise and go, all right, well, let's just let price tell the story. And we trail the stop up. If price tells the story, we trail the stop up. It doesn't really matter when volume comes in because we're trailing the stop up and, it shuts us out when it falls below. But I have found that to be a tremendous shift in the mindset of a lot of big investment houses.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, because we've heard it on there. There are some people that say that, price is nothing without volume. And there are some people who say that price is the only thing that matters.
Yeah. And, the truth is the little bit in there, in the middle. But then the question becomes, okay, we know volume is important. Certainly we know it here because we look at the dome and we go, what What's happening right there? Ooh, what's
What is that music in the background?
Is that
Is there?
Fancy pants
I
music?
swear I read the show notes. Am I supposed to be doing something? Hold on.
I don't know what that was. It
all
wasn't.
right?
Wasn't
So
me.
gremlins. Oh, it's time to
Yes.
bring out your little gremlin.
We got like a
But
minute till top quiz, so
yeah. So
got
the
him.
question then.
Oh, look at that.
The question then becomes, well, how do you want to run it? My thought is, look at price, realize that volume does matter, but our goal is not to manage volume, it's to manage risk. And the way we manage risk is the price that we get in, the size we get in, and the stop that we present ourselves with. And all of that should be price-based, in my opinion.
I can't
Oh,
let
final
go
words?
of volume in longer time frames. You know,
I think it matters.
I'm watching that,
It
but
matters.
wonderful to hang with you, Anne Marie. I feel like I hardly get to see you anymore. It's always great to be with you.
I actually was going to send you notes to get on your schedule.
Awesome.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
done. Let's do it. Dolby, pleasure. Stay kind, everybody.
Pleasure as always. That was so much fun. I swear if I spent all my time on air, I would age 100 times faster because this just flies by. But coming up next is Top Quiz with Eddie and Bonnie for a chance to get yourself entered into a raffle for a chance to win a free reset. So wish everybody luck. Get your finger on the trigger for answering those questions. And we will see you in a couple minutes for Top Quiz coming right up.
So you're
Bye,
saying
everybody.
there's a chance.
Saying there's a chance.
And welcome to Top Quiz. As I can see here, we do have some people still logging in here. And real quick, here we've got it. Yes, we do. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. Welcome to Top Quiz, and this is your opportunity to win a free reset. Okay, now we've got 4 questions we're going to share with everybody. And you answered 3 out of the 4 or 4 out of the 4, we will put you in a random drawing for a reset. Now, we give away about 60 of those free resets each day. And Bonnie is here. Hopefully, she wants to win a reset. You want a reset, don't you?
Yes, I definitely want a reset. I'm here for
she
the
needs
reset.
a reset. All right. The top 5 will automatically get one. The other 55 will be put in a random drawing for the balance. And Bonnie, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm fine. Bonnie said, Eddie, this is our first time doing Top Quiz together.
I know. I'm excited to be here with you.
No. Last time I saw Bonnie, she was blocking shots and shooting three-pointers on the Chicago Bulls basketball court. True?
Yeah, that was fun.
That was fun, wasn't it? That was pretty cool. But
I love basketball.
Bonnie, it's always nice to see you and talk to you here. So I think we're ready. We still got some people coming up here. We got about 15, going on 1,600 lucky people. So Bonnie, any questions before we jump in?
No, I'm ready. Good luck to everyone.
You're a veteran.
Including myself.
She's a veteran. All right. All right. I think we got Gabe. Gabe, if you're ready, we can start the quiz. And let's fire it up. All right. This is Top Quiz for June 5th. And our first question is, what is the only food that can never go bad? Is it McDonald's cheeseburgers, Michael Patak's award-winning chili, Bee's Honey, or strawberry Pop-Tarts?
McDonald's cheeseburger. No, maybe I was gonna say I've seen a post before that McDonald's was sitting out for like 3 years and it looked the same, but maybe
it is Bee's Honey. They had actually
Wrong answer.
yes found Bee's Honey in the Egyptian burials, and I don't know who was the guinea pig to test it, but they found out that it was still edible in some way. So there you have it, Bee's Honey. Okay, we got Uncut and Logan Biscuit, Dusty Bottoms, Bonniger, and T800. There you go. Okay, now for our next question. What's the name of Elvis Presley's home? Is it Graceland, Heartbreak Hotel 6, Hound Dog Heaven, or the King's Pharmacy?
Hound Dog Heaven.
Hound Dog Heaven? Hound Dog Heaven. Let's see if you are right.
That one sounds right.
It is Graceland. Bonnie, what's up, Bonnie? I'm sorry, Bonnie. Bonnie, you're 0 for 2. 0 for 2. Yes, it is Graceland. We still love you so much. All right. Logan Square Biscuit. Jack's friend is back. NQ Slayer, new highs, and show me your ticks in the 5th spot. 1979 leading here. All right, let's go to our third question here. Come on, Bonnie. Third question of the day. Which U.S. woman was appointed as the first female Speaker of the House? Was it Loretta Bobbitt, Nancy Pelosi, Betty Rubble, or Janet Yellen?
Oh, man. Is it Nancy?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Nancy. We're going to go with that answer. Yes, Nancy Pelosi.
I totally
chose
chose
one.
I chose Nancy because it was blue, and I like blue.
Totally. You know what? And I tell you, that's the way to go in life. Follow your favorite color and follow blue. All right. And let's see where our scorecards are. Logan Biscuit still holding that top spot. We got the Tick, second place, NQ Slayer, Show Me Your Ticks, and Obi-Wan Can Reset is in the fifth spot, jumping up there. All right, and for our final and last question, actor Nicolas Cage is the nephew of what famous director? Is it Alfred Hitchcock, Francis Ford Coppola, Busta Rhymes, or Steven Spielberg? What's your favorite color?
Blue. I'm gonna go with Francis.
Francis Ford Coppola, and the answer is, it is Francis Ford Coppola. Good job, Bonnie. Oh boy, oh my goodness, you just came out of that 0 for 2 and went 2 for 4, batting 500. I'm sorry.
I was like, thank you for the assist there.
Not so loud. There was no assistance whatsoever. All right, let's find out who our winners are for today. Bonnie Gurr is sitting in the third spot. Way to go. Second spot, Obi-Wan Can Reset. And number 1, I'm afraid to say it. Oh, thank goodness. Logan Square Biscuit and NQ Slayer and RU609 are the runners-up. Those 5 people will be getting a reset. Check your emails tomorrow. Also, we will be showing those winners, the random winners, on Power Hour today around 2:30 p.m. Central Time. But, Bonnie, thank you very much for playing. It's been a pleasure. Very nice to have you here with us. And give it up for Bonnie, everybody.
Thank you, Eddie. I love all the sound effects.
Until we meet again, Bonnie, you have a great day.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
All right, here we are. We're back on Shoulder Tap. Brett, we are about 40 points off all-time highs in the NASDAQ, about 20 points off all-time highs in the ES. We are just drifting higher. The trend day is in a full effect. Buy the pullback if you can. Or one more time, NASDAQ trading above 19,000. New highs again. Trading 19,011, 19,012. Here we go, Brett. So we're seeing a lot of green on the indexes and the indices here in the equities. Are we seeing more red or are we seeing more green on the board where you're looking?
As far as our live traders go today, we are seeing a little bit of red with the volatility in the markets, especially with the recent news that we had last week. It has shaken up the equities and the money is making moves, no question about it. Great to hear that the equities are reaching all-time highs, which should be good for everybody's retirement accounts, I'm hoping.
Absolutely. 401k days. 401k days. Yep. Go ahead, Brett.
Indeed. One mark of red that is kind of bringing down the numbers is, unfortunately, Dakota has hit their DLL daily loss limit again today. Spoke with Dakota earlier, and I'm actually going to be featuring him on a trading card shortly.
Excellent.
But had a great conversation with him, actually, both yesterday and today. And we're talking about, hey, if it happens again, I know yesterday was a daily loss limit hit, today was. And we're going to see what happens tomorrow and reevaluate, because that's what we need to be doing in every account at any funded level. With Topstep or with your 401k, like we had referenced earlier, Andre. But keep evaluating, keep adjusting to the changing markets, and Dakota is really willing and ready to have those conversations, which is really a great thing as far as being open to it, because allowing for greater losses is not a viable way to reach profitability. And it's clear that Dakota does know that.
I like that. Well, if it wasn't for the risk team, the risk department, these conversations would not be happening. We do look out for the best interests of our traders. Okay, new all-time high, not all-time highs, new highs. S&Ps, I'm going to be saying this a lot today. New highs, NASDAQ, 53.50. That was the big call price, strike price that Nick for a tick was talking about this morning in fast market. Sure enough, we are at 53.50s. We'll see if they continue to roll them up higher in the S&Ps. Again, NASDAQ trading 19,000, call it 20s, new highs of the day. All right, Brett. So I got a sneak peek at the trading cards we're going to present today. We are going to be showing some of the top dogs here at Topstep with our live funded traders. So I want to get started on this. I'll have some questions for you, but let's kick it off with, who do we have first?
The first trader we have is Jesus, and all three of the trading cards today, I'll remind everybody watching again, all three of these traders are in live funded accounts trading the real markets. The non-simulated markets. Jesus is a NASDAQ trader, and Jesus started with a balance of $50,000 in their live funded account. Today, they're killing it. They've made $12,007, I believe, and haven't put a trade on in more than 3 hours, which that's how you make money. You lock in profits. And Jesus may decide to trade again before the end of the day, but keep it small. If you give back even $1,000, not even 10%, call it quits and move on. One thing that I noticed, or that jumped out at me with Jesus, is an average daily P&L of negative $728. And Jesus has been in the account for quite a while, 49 days. Today is day 50. A few things that Jesus is really doing well is 2-to-1 reward over risk ratio. Where he's making $960 on a winner and $450 is the loss on a losing trade. Really selective with their trades. I don't know if you noticed, Andre, but averaging only 12 trades a day, which is something that I struggle with, especially when I'm not consistently profitable. It's so easy to click away, when sometimes the best thing that I can be doing is nothing in the markets or just observing. one thing that stood out to me with Jesus's trading is the winning day percent and the winning trade percent.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, those are both the same at 22%. But with that reward over risk being 2-to-1, it's allowed the 50 days in the account so far, and 6 contracts per trade. Yeah, that's a lot. The one suggestion that I would give to Jesus is get a personal loss limit. I think Jesus has hit the daily loss limit. What is it? 36 times. Thank you. Yeah, 36 times.
Oh, this is an interesting card.
Yeah, the daily loss limit really should be more of a rare instance that we're hitting. Set a personal loss limit that is well below it, because hey, what if you've hit your daily loss limit for a day and then a big news event comes out, scheduled or unscheduled? You can't trade it. And we're here to be in the markets and trade them, which is why sometimes a one lot is all that you need to do. And trying to swing for these huge hits is not necessarily the healthiest thing that you can do to continue trading the account and be involved in the markets. Anything?
A couple questions here. 22, like Anne Marie said, very interesting card. I agree. You said it's positive account balance. Average daily P&L of minus 728 days. I guess that's because they only have 22% winning days. So that's what, 78% losing days. So what they're saving, what Jesus is saving grace is those average winners are about more than double their average losers. Without that, is this like boom or bust? Is that what Jesus is? Is either a boom or bust, either the winning trade, or we just drive straight to the daily loss limit? I'm trying to understand how the math exactly is on their side. It's got to be at their best. The risk reward is 2-to-1. That's the only thing that's saving them, right?
It really is. And one thing that Anne Marie had mentioned earlier today is, and in reference to, I think, Dakota, was just emotionally an even keel and really not big highs and lows as far as jumping out of his chair, just kind of really smooth. And that's the best traders are the traders that kind of sit there and almost look bored. Not that are, I've seen traders put pens through monitors and break their mice and all sorts of things. And I mean, we've had instances where I used to trade out of that they had to have talks with some of the traders that, hey, you got to quiet down. It shouldn't be a wildly emotional process or day to day. Maybe once in a while it knocks you out of your chair and surprises you, but it shouldn't be every time you're trading that you're on an emotional roller coaster.
Agree. I remember, back at the prop firm I was working at a few years ago, they had a very strict rule. You cannot get overly emotional one way or another because of the traders around you. Now when I'm home, we're home by ourselves. It's a little different. When you have other traders around you, they all have ears, right? They can either hear it. Some people are having a bad day and they don't want to see people cheering on the good trades. Some people are having a good day and they don't want to have the negative vibe. So you got to really stay in that zone, stay in the lane. You know that you are affecting people around you. Obviously, it's a little different when we're, trading by yourselves in your home office or wherever you might be. But yes, Brett, I would agree with you. This, I'm not going to lie, this Jesus card, I'm not sure I've seen a card like this before. I mean, their winning days are, I guess the risk reward is, what else can you ask for, I guess, right? I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, their winning days are huge. The best day that Jesus has posted in the 50 days trading this account is just over where he's at 14,529 in profit in a single day. And that's kind of one thing that I want to talk about with all of the traders, that it's not about the numbers. Just because you're within a few hundred, or in this case 2,000 of your personal best, that doesn't mean you need to try to force your way above it. It's just a number. You know what? If you lock in 12 grand and it just ends up being your second best day, that's still an amazing win and something to hang your hat on, that you can make a comfortable living, and your learning is the key. one note that I made for Jesus is it's not too late to hit the mental reset button and kind of reevaluate the discipline that you're using within this trading account. And again, personal loss limits, evaluate them and set it well below your daily loss limit of 3,000 and hold yourself accountable to it.
Yes.
And kind of in line with the 20% winning trades and winning days, work towards increasing that percentage. Find some good trades and find an edge on those trades. Do it with one lots just for a proof of concept. And then once you find that edge, then start slowly building into it and stick to your discipline and don't change just because it only happens a few times a day or anything. It's all about waiting for the opportunity.
Okay. All right, very good. This is a very interesting card. This shows you how keeping the math on your side. It's all about keeping the math on your side. 22% winning trades. Doesn't sound like that's that great of a number, but then if you take a look, do a little look underneath the hood, if you will, the risk reward is 2-1. So that takes care of that. We should at least once a week, if MP's watching, MP, we should get that matrix up where we show how to keep the math on your side. Hoag's got that matrix lying around somewhere. We should probably post that once a week just to show that there's so many different ways to be profitable in these markets. You don't have to have a 100% winning percentage. Then again, you can have a 22% winning percentage, but as long as the risk reward is on your side, it's still a profitable strategy. So that's very interesting. All right, so we got this one now. Now we're going to show off some of our big dogs here at Topstep, some of our live fun, and some of the top talent we have here at Topstep. Brett, who do we got next?
Coach Dakota. I think some of the viewers may be familiar with Coach Dakota. Great talker, great trader. Not a perfect trader, I'll say that, but a lot of good stuff here. And one of the most exciting things, I think you maybe even already mentioned it, Andre, is that Coach Dakota took a payout yesterday of $134,000, which is massive.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Who is he on the phone with? Do you know who he actually did he speak to you? Did he speak to Mick? Did he speak to anybody in Risk? Who does he speak to?
I spoke with him yesterday.
Awesome.
And he had hit his daily loss limit yesterday. And I mean, he's coming off of some really big days. And I mean, even what is it? It's Wednesday. On Monday, he made $2,200. And that's a big win in my book. It doesn't matter as long as you're on the right side of zero. Last week he posted 40,000 on May 30th.
Yeah.
I mean, 5 figures on this trade report are all over the place, and it's really great to see. The one thing that I would say for Coach Dakota is personal loss limit. It doesn't have to be the daily loss limit, and I think he's doing the right thing by having the conversation. Yeah.
Real quick, let's switch the card. Let's get the card over to Dakota, please. We're still on Jesus here. Talk about Coach Dakota, our number one trader here at Topstep. Again, took a payout of $134,000 yesterday, maintaining an account balance of $100,000. But yes, let's try to switch that card over to Coach Dakota. Thank you, Joel. You saw what I saw. We still have stuck on Jesus. Let's switch over to Dakota before we go any further. We got, we're still rebooting, aren't we, JD? Shit. Okay, yeah, we're still, all right, cool. We are, the best time to do this. All right, we're still waiting to get that transition here. We're looking at the S&Ps keep running up against these 5350s. I did take a quick peek at NVIDIA trading over 1,200. Shout out to Nick for a tick. We finally made it. We are so back. I see last trade, 1211s, 1,211. But yes, in the meantime, we will. Okay, yeah, Brett. So talk to us about that conversation. Hit his daily loss limit 2 days in a row. On the heels of taking out $134,000 payout, what do you feel like? How what was his spirits? Are he still good and not phased at all? Because typically he's very, very pragmatic in his approach, very non-emotional. So what were his spirits when you talked to him?
Yeah, I mean, very even keel. not too emotional, and that's the way that you have to be. The dollars in your account are the tools that you have available to you to continue trading. And you need as many tools in your account or in your toolbox as possible. And Coach Dakota has done a great job of maintaining those tools. I think it was a month and a half ago that I even reached out, and Dakota was kind of just spinning his wheels.
Yep.
And all the
There we
credit
go.
to him on getting the traction that he has recently. The one thing that I would say is you don't always have to trade your maximum position size. And I told him that. And he is excellent at taking feedback, and it's suggestions that I would give to my own family members if I was having a similar conversation. It's to keep the account and have longevity so that you can be there for the market moving events.
Yes. Look at that. Look at that headshot, first of all. Someone said, oh, that's an AI shot. Look at those boyish good looks. That is our number one trader here at TopStep. Average daily P&L, $1,600. Winning percentage has gone above 50%. I remember a little bit last month, or maybe back in April. It's already June. Back in April, he was less than 50% winning percentage. So it's good to see that ticking up higher. Average winning day, $6,500. Average losing day, $5,900. That best day, 40,000. Worst day, 12,000. I mean, this is just an all-star trader right here. Let's see your suggestion. Use a P&L that allows you to trade the whole day. Details should be used for rare instances only. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at his trade reports. Do we see it often where he'll shut it down? He'll shut it down just $3,000 on the day, or does he typically go to DLL?
There's a lot of daily loss limit hits. I don't see a lot of days just scrolling through his trade report. In fact, I don't think I see a single day that was not a daily loss limit hit.
So he trades until he trades.
He's been in the account 79 days. Amazing. So, I mean, he's doing things right. And I know I had many conversations with him, and I congratulated him yesterday on his payout, because we want the traders to take payouts. I had a number of conversations with Dakota saying, take a doggone payout, pay yourself, man. And I was so glad to hear that he did yesterday. And I mean, that's what we're trying to tell all of our traders. Work towards earning a payout by getting those benchmark days of $200 in profits. You need you need 5 of them. They don't have to be consecutive days, but work for those 5 benchmark days and pay yourself, even if it's a few $100s. That's what we're here to do, is take money out of the markets and ultimately pay ourselves.
Absolutely. I do remember that this is technically not Dakota's first payout. Dakota's first payout was a whopping $125. So this is technically his second payout, but from $125 to $134,000. Man, when those profits stack up, they stack up. Shout out to the chat. We are seeing a pullback, a retracement, a sell-off, call it what you will, in the S&Ps. Remember, the high in the S&Ps is 53.50. Trading about 7 points beneath that, 6 points beneath that, currently 53.44. NASDAQ seen a bit of a pullback. We are now beneath 19,000. High of the day, 19,021. Currently trading about 20 points beneath, 30 points beneath the high of the day. Currently trading 18,992. Crude starting to tick up. Man, all those shout outs to everyone that got long beneath $73 in crude. We're currently trading $74.17. High of the day, $74.20. Those longs beneath 73s, man, they are getting paid right now, and it's good to see. All right. So we got Dakota here. I know we got this next one coming up. This one, there's a lot of talk about this individual coming up. Number 2 on the payout board. JD, remind me, $60,000 made, over $60,000 made yesterday alone. Maxing out TopStep to as full as 5 XFAs, 1 live funded account. Who do we got next here, Brett? There he is. Nice picture.
That is Brian P. And one thing that I want to mention, both to Brian and Dakota and everybody out there watching, taking a payout from any funded level account with TopStep, it's not going to affect where you fall on the leaderboards.
Nope.
It's not going to change that. It's a payout. You earned the money. It is not going to drop you down on those leaderboards if that's a goal of yours. So don't take that into consideration if it's keeping you from a payout. Brian P. Ben, the risk manager that I work alongside, he spoke with Brian the other day, and that was one thing that Brian told him was, I'm trying to beat Dakota. And that kind of goes back to what I was saying about Jesus, and don't trade the numbers, just trade your strategy and your discipline. It's not about, if Andre and I are in the same room trading, it's not about what Andre's doing. As far as my trading is concerned, it's really important. And again, you can take a payout and it's not going to affect where you are on the leaderboards. Yeah, that was the biggest thing that I had for him, was trade your way. Don't get caught up in what other people are doing. But I mean, Brian P is really getting some traction after, how many days is it in the account? He's been in the account for 25 days. Average daily P&L is just shy of $1,600. So do the math. He's doing well and building the account very well, taking just 4 trades per day, averaging about 8 contracts on each of those trades, and winning days are 46%, so right around that 50% mark, and really doing well. Just take a payout. Now it's your turn. We got Dakota checked off.
Take a payout. Focus on yourself, Brian P. Just focus on yourself. Everything else will take care of itself. Don't you compare. Of course, there's a healthy competition in all of this, right? But we're competing against the markets more so than anything else. You know, a person you've never met, you're not really competing against. Of course, it's nice to see your name on the leaderboard, atop the leaderboard. But I can assure you, at the end of the day, what matters most is those profits. Just focus on yourself. The rest will take care of itself. All right, Brett, we are coming up on time here. Very good stuff today. We're showing you some of the top dogs here at TopStep. There's top live funded traders. I got one question for you from our good friend Mohammed, who was on with us during Power Players last week. Question for Brett. What is your opinion on taking a payout after a bad day? Rewarding yourself after a bad day. What's your opinion on that?
Oh man, it's so easy to have a bad day after taking a payout, because I want to get right back to where I was. The bigger numbers always look better on the trade reports. But I think it's good to keep my attitude in check as far as, hey, if I lost $1,000 today, you know what? Take a $500 payout if eligible, and show yourself what $500 or $1,000 really is, because it is something that we can lose sight of with the numbers being as big as they are and fluctuating as wildly as they do at times. So I don't think it's ever a bad idea to take a payout. Work towards them and work towards the next one as soon as you take one, and don't try to get all of the payout back the following day or trade session.
Well said, Brett. Mohammed, there you go. Wow, I never look at it like this way. Thank you. No, thank you, Mohammed. You're the man. We're going to have you back on Power Players sooner enough. Here we go. Nick for a tick. Take the payout. Money in your pocket at the end of the day is that's all that matters. Money in your pocket is what matters. I wholeheartedly agree. Dakota takes the payout. Nick for a tick, one of our top traders here at TopStep. Tick says take the payout. Brett, we are coming up on time. We got group coaching coming up next. You see the form pinned to the top of the chat. Last call for group coaching questions. Get those in here. Brett, any final words on the day here? We are seeing a bit of that pullback. If you want to get long, this is your chance to get long. This could be the pullback to another push higher. Brett, any last words before we take it over to group coaching?
I mean, I don't care who you are as a trader. Just keep in mind that pigs get fed and hogs get slaughtered. So it's sometimes best to take it a little easier than you may want to.
I love that saying. Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. On that note, Brett, great stuff today. We showed you some of the best traders here at TopStep. Take notes, learn from us. People really love this segment, and I do too. Brett, with that being said, we're going over to group coaching next. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to another edition of Group Coaching. You are staring at John the Goat Hoagland. I'm JD behind the curtain. I'll be feeding the questions to the GOAT. There he is, John Hoagland, Senior Performance Coach, more than 40 years of futures trading experience. How are we feeling this afternoon, Hoag?
I'm feeling good, man. Feeling good.
Very good.
Ready for another great session.
Yeah, should we check in on the markets real quick?
Yep.
NASDAQ and ES bouncing off their highs just a little bit. They're tapping on the ceiling. We're looking at new highs in the NASDAQ possibly going into the close today. What do you think of that?
Yeah. We close up here. That's going to be a new all-time high close, and looking pretty good for it right now. It came right back to that previous all-time high on that pullback, and buyers just keep coming in for this stuff. It's amazing.
Yeah, for sure. What a grind higher too. I'm not gonna lie. I had my practice account up during the last segment, and I tried to pick a couple tops. It didn't work out too well, so I gave up on that. I'm glad it was just a practice account, though. But anyway, we got your questions. Thanks for submitting them. The form is actually still pinned in the chat right now, so if you feel compelled to ask a question before we finish the segment, just jump in. But I guess without further ado, let's hit it, Hoag. You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Troy's got a question about the micros to minis conversion. He's curious about what the rules are for the 50K combine when trading micros versus minis. Can I have 20 micros and 2 minis on, or is it just 2 across the board?
Well, according to there's no scaling plan in the trading combine, right, JD?
This is correct.
So in a 50K, you can have 5 contracts on, right?
Right.
So that's 5 minis or 50 micros, but you're only going to be able to have that conversion available to you on the TopStep X platform. We're still working on getting those conversions done with the other platforms, but if you have the TopStep platform, you can have three minis and 20 micros, however you want to do it. It's a good question, and in the trading combine, you don't have to worry so much about that. But again, you can't. We do have that micros conversion on the TopStep X platform, but not on the other platforms just yet. Good question.
That is correct. All right. Hope that answers your question, Troy. Pretty easy one to start with. All right, let's get on to Brian. Brian's curious about your market profile setup and wants to know, what is your favorite market profile trade setup? Do you have one in particular? I know we talk about it, or you talk about it all day long. You've pulled it up at least a half dozen times today, going through your trades and just explaining what you know about the market profile.
Well, Brian, great question. I don't know that I necessarily have a favorite market profile setup. That's going to be any profile setup that actually pays me. But there's so many nuances that the profile provides to traders. It's just a matter of being able to recognize the nuances, scale them, and what's most important for the current market state or context. We talk about failed auction quite a bit. That's probably one of my favorite profile setups. Breakout initial balance continuations. We had one today that paid us very nicely in the house account, paid me a little bit. I like, looking at late spikes in either direction. Sometimes you can find a really good opportunity. Value acceptance. Those are probably the main 5 setups that I'm really kind of focusing on, Brian. But again, I like the market profile because it gives me opportunities to limit risk. So any trade that I can take, that I can view it and say, this is a legitimate profile setup and it's cheap. Those are going to be my favorite profile setups. I want to address Mason here for just a second, JD. Mason, you should be all set. If you're listening, hopefully you're up and running already. All right, JD, let's move on to the next one.
Sure thing. Joseph wants to know, how do you effectively use the dome while you're day trading? Are you big on tape reading? I know that's Patak's bread and butter. He loves watching the tape and just picking out patterns on the dome. That's not really your thing, though, is it?
No, not really. But I do like the dome with level 2 data because it can kind of point out where some of your thicker liquidity is, right? You know, if you've got a whole bunch of big offers above the market, it's just good to know that they're there. Sometimes, of course, the market is going to go towards them. The market's job is to facilitate trade. And if it sees an area where there's a lot of liquidity, it's likely to go to those levels. So you see a bunch of offers above. You know, sometimes the market is going to go and see what's going on up there. JD, this goes back to the lumber pit when I was working for John Fisher. And some of you have heard this story already, but I'll just tell it one more time briefly. I was a deck holder, so I had all of the orders stacked in my hands, and you could, if the market went lower, you went on the inside, and you could file through the orders and fill them, or on the upside, you'd write the order on the back, and you could file through the orders and then execute into the pit. It was a day, and I said, John, there's like hardly any downside orders here. The whole deck, most of the deck is all to the upside. He says, well, Jenny, that's where the market's going. And he's put it like this. He said, the market goes to the point of greatest aggravation. In other words, where the business is where price is going to go. And that's one of the things that I do look at in the dome when we're trading. Sometimes you might notice you might be able to notice an iceberg order or something like that, but I use other tools for that. But I don't trade really off the dome. It's off the profiles and off the charts and off of delta information. But I do like to be able to see areas of liquidity, and that's probably one of the biggest things I look at the dome for. When we do see a breakout in a technical level or of an initial balance, then I will focus on the dome, because on a breakout, I want everybody paying attention. I want to look at the dome and I want to see orders flashing, being placed and canceled. I want to see wiggle. I want to see some movement in price, because that tells me that this is kind of a charged moment. And when we get a breakout and we see that, I think it gives it a higher probability of continuation. We get a breakout, maybe it's just a small stop run or something, and the dome pops up, and then it just kind of dies there, and nobody seems to care. You can kind of get that sense in the dome, and that is a breakout that is probably not going to continue, and something if you took, you might want to think about getting out of very cheaply. The market comes back into range, maybe that's something you can look at for the opposite direction. But the dome is it's something that requires time to get to know, time to get to understand. And, even at different times of the day, it looks different. So I don't use it exclusively, only at specific times. Because if I stare at a dome all day, JD, I'll go crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts. I like what you said there about inventory and liquidity and how the market is going to apply the most pressure to the most amount of people. You said it very nicely. The way we used to say it, though, was the market's going to do whatever screws the most people during any given day. And that's usually how it plays out. All right, next question from Elliot. Elliot's curious about settlement price. Settlement price and closing price are two very different things. Do you mind explaining the difference, Elliot?
Yes.
What closing price is and what settlement price is?
Of course. So the closing price is the last price of the session or the day, right? So the settlement price is where the exchange marks positions to settlement price at the end of the day to assess margins. Okay. So It's usually going to be relatively close, like in the S&Ps. It's going to be relatively close to the last trade at 3 o'clock, but it doesn't have to be. Settlement yesterday in the S&Ps was 53.04. The last trade here was 53.04. So that last trade actually ended up being settlement in the S&Ps. In crude oil, however, I think there was a little bit of a difference in, maybe it was gold. Let's take a quick look. So the settlement price in gold, and again, settlement is where the exchange marks open positions. That's whether you're making money or losing money. It marks open positions to settlement, not the last trade price. Here's a good example of why this is important. So gold settles at 12:30 Central. However, the extended trading hours don't close until 4 p.m. Central. Settlement price yesterday was 23.47.40. 23.47.40. Okay, the last price on that bar was 47.30. 47.40, 47.30, relatively close. But sometimes you'll see when gold settles and a news event comes out, this might be something we might see on Wednesday, the next week, because gold actually settles at 12:30 in the FOMC meeting numbers. The FOMC comes out at 1 o'clock. So sometimes you'll see a big move after gold settles, but the exchange still marks margin to the settlement price. They're usually going to be relatively close in the other markets. Sometimes something might happen in crude oil after settlement, which is at 1:30. So they're usually going to be relatively close, sometimes not so much, but the last price is the last price. Settlement is where all of the open positions are marked to for profit or loss and how margins are assessed at the end of the day. Good question.
Yep, and that explained it perfectly. I hope you caught that, Elliot. Yeah, let's move on. Lizzie has a question about passing her trading combine. Lizzie says, I passed the combine today for the first time in a 150K account. Congratulations, first of all, Lizzie, and thanks for dropping a question in there. In the new XFA, should I continue trading as I was with a one-lot mini on entry, scaling into a larger position if appropriate, or would you recommend I move to micros to begin with? Interesting question. Do you scale down? This isn't a question about scaling up, but scaling down. A little different from what we normally get. Yeah.
I do like that. Number one, congratulations, Lissy. We're very happy for you. We're looking forward to your continued success. So in the XFA, should you continue trading a one-lot mini on entry, scaling into a larger position if appropriate? If that's what you were doing in the trading combine, my suggestion, you were successful with it in the trading combine. Continue doing what you're doing. Don't change anything just yet. If you want to get your head wrapped around the idea that you're in the XFA and that you can earn money on it, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't move to micros just to get your feet wet, to get your head wrapped around the idea that you can actually make money in this account. There's usually a little bit of a decision-making change when somebody goes, of course, from some random sim account to a trading combine account to an XFA and then finally to a live account. It seems to increase the heat a little bit, right? It seems like there's more risk. But if you are successful in the trading combine, trading one lot, adding into positions if appropriate, my suggestion is just try and do the same thing. You don't have to start trading on day one with the XFA. You might just want to look at it and just kind of get your head wrapped around the idea of where you are and just keep telling yourself, I was successful in the trading combine. I am a good trader. I don't want to change what I'm doing. What I'm doing was successful in the trading combine. My goal is just to stay in that same mindset that same decision-making process and that same trading strategy or strategies that got you to where you are. Looking forward again, Lissy, to your continued success. Wonderful question, and I hope that helps you immensely.
Yes, thank you, Lizzie, and keep surprised of your progress in the XFA. We're all looking forward to hearing it. Next up, we got a question from Chris. Chris wants to know, where can I find accurate delta information? The one I find doesn't seem accurate. Thanks for your help.
Yeah. Chris, this is a
pretty common question that we get also.
Yeah. Because different products, some of them have cumulative delta. They don't have session delta. Some of them are just not right a lot. We don't have delta on Topstep X just yet. But if you're on Topstep X, hopefully we'll have it on there. I know it's on the list. I know it's something that everybody has been asking for. If you are on Topstep X, go find it on that page and give it a thumbs up. Try and move it up because you can see it on different products. It's somehow treated differently. It's a simple equation. Come on. The platform knows how many contracts traded on the offer, knows how many contracts traded on the bid. Just total it up and give me the right number. But nothing in electronic trading seems to be perfect. Chris, I don't know what platform you're using. If you're using Tradeovate, they have cumulative. You can anchor that cumulative delta to the beginning of the day, and sometimes it's accurate, sometimes it's a little off. Sometimes accurate, sometimes it's a little off. But again, we're looking forward to having it on Topstep X and accurately presented on Topstep X. I get it off of T4. But unfortunately, those come off the profiles that we can't administer to people that are in the trading combine or even live accounts on T4. So just stick with me, Chris. I'll give you the right numbers whenever you ask in chat, and hopefully it won't be too long, and we'll have that information available on Topstep X.
Hoag is here for all of your Delta needs. Do not be afraid to ask. Thanks, Hoag. All right, now here's a question that we answered yesterday with Coach Robert, so I thought it might be interesting to get your take on it. It has to do with time and sales and the Dome. How can we use time and sales in the Dome to understand where price might be headed? Sometimes I see a ton of buying, but the price moves down. Sometimes I see a ton of selling and the price moves up. Are you watching time and sales? Do you keep track of it during the day? What do you have it? And if you do, follow-up question, what do you have it set at on Topstep X?
Well, I do look at time and sales, especially when there is big size in the Dome.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see if it trades out. In the S&Ps, I have it filtered at 10 contracts, so it's still pretty fast. In the NASDAQ, I think people were suggesting 6 was a good number. And you got to kind of adjust it and kind of learn along the way. What speaks to you. But in time and sales, when you're seeing a lot of orders on the offer, right? You're seeing a lot of blue or green, and it looks like there's very aggressive buying, but price isn't going in that direction. It's one of the tools like Delta that we look at. If you're seeing aggressive buying, but price isn't moving in that direction, there's a reason that price isn't moving in that direction. There could be longer time frame traders just putting in offers, getting filled, putting in offers. That's one of the things that we look at Delta for. And you might have to be pretty quick, but you can see that in time and sales. But I like to look at the time and sales when there's a large order. When there's 1,000 a lot in the S&Ps and price gets close to it, I want to watch and see how many contracts actually trade out, because you might see that, there's 1,000 on the offer, but only 40 of them actually trade out and the rest are canceled. You might also see that there's 1,000 on the offer and 4,000 actually trade out, because that is That's more of an ICE. That's more of an ICE order and a larger time frame player. You want to know about those when those players are present in the marketplace. And that's one of the ways that you can kind of fish them out. And I say this like like this is easy to see, like it's easy to catch and easy to trade. There's nothing easy about it. Nothing happens exactly the same way twice. When you get the right answers, the market's going to change the questions. It's just all in increasing your knowledge of how markets work and hopefully increasing the probabilities of you finding good trades where you're risking a little to make a lot. That's the goal.
Thanks, Hoag. We got Davey Edge in the chat pulling at my heartstrings here, so I'm going to throw his question out there. He said in the chat, it's sad that we didn't get to answer his question. I'm just going to read it to you real quick, though. If you look at line 95, Hoag, can you accept me as your long-lost son? I feel like you'd be a great dad, worthy of the number one dad mug for sure. Well, there you go, Davey Edge. We saw you.
Davey, I really appreciate that. I hope my kids feel the same way. They still like me, so at least there's that. And when my dad was still alive, he used to watch me with my kids, and he'd just later on say, you know what, you're a really good dad. And Davey, I appreciate that. I will take you and adopt you as my adopted son. And God bless you. That's really nice of you to say, Davey. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Davey boy. And thanks for saying something in the chat. All right. I think we got time for one more, maybe. Mike says, this is an interesting one. Mike says, traders are generally pretty independent, outsiders and free thinkers, etc., right? So how then does that therefore sit with you, and that this whole game is essentially who can be the best follower? Because I'm definitely an outsider who goes against the grain. I find my contrarian self hurting me against the trend. I'm sure this has been discussed already at some point, but I'm all ears as to your thoughts. Thanks. Contrarian traders, did they get run over today, Hoag? How do you be a good follower in a trending market like today? Today's a perfect example of what Mike's talking about, I think.
Yeah. And Mike, I'm a contrarian trader as well. If I'm in a trend when it starts, I'm pretty good at just staying in a position and not trying to pick tops or trying to pick bottoms. Going with a trend means you're following the information the market is telling you. And if you kind of feel as though you always want to fight, you're going to have a hard time on trend days. If you can find a way to recognize trend days and just stay away from them, you might end up better off. But you might want to kind of rethink that strategy and say, there are times when contrarians are going to do well. Ranges traders do really well. I've historically been a big favorite of range days because I can sell the high and buy the low and sell the high and buy the low and sell the high and buy the low until it breaks, until something changes. I used to call those cash register days. And getting into a trend that's already underway has always been very difficult to me. So I'm more of a contrarian than somebody who's really good at getting into or following trends. So, I think it comes from learning from Dalton. I mean, even Dalton says, some of the best trades are going to be right in the face of the most recent market activity. So that kind of says, well, the most recent market activity today has been to the upside, but I've been trying to sell it and I keep getting run over. He also says you cannot try and step in front of a trending market. If you can't find a way in, stay out. Don't fight the trend. You recognize that the market is in a trend. You do not want to fight it because you're just going to well, this is going to be the high and you're going to get stopped out. And then this is going to be the high and you're going to get stopped out. And then this is going to be the high and you're going to get stopped out. And if you're anything like me, finally you're going to say, well, I better buy this thing. And that's going to be the high. Don't do that to yourself.
Hoag, I think you just read everybody's trade report that ever lived.
Right.
Common theme there. Well, with that, we are just about out of time, but stick around, folks, because we've got Gabe's Road to Funding coming up next. Dolby, Hoag, and our guy Gabe is going to get funded in a 50K trading combine. Watch how he does it. Hoag, you got some dad wisdom for us? I just saw you pulling it up.
Yep. There's the old man. There's his badge. That exact badge is right up there. But he was a great man, always had great wisdoms, and this was one of them. Your wealth is less about how much you have than how little you need. Kind of strange to think of that as, as from a trader who, did very well, but he knew the importance of needing a little, and hope that is my goal and my wish for all of you is to need very little. We'll be
wise words. Thanks, Hoag. We all appreciate it. Stick around. We got Gabe's Road to Funding coming up next. Though we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and Coach Dakota. Stick around for that also. All right, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a brand new segment. This is Gabe's Road to Funding, one of our newest team members. Gabe, welcome to your very own show, actually. This is actually your show. This is all about
Let's
you.
go.
And you trying to pass the trading combine, putting you in the shoes of every trading combine trader there is. The only difference is that you have to do it in front of approximately 4,000 people. So no pressure. I think you're going to do great.
Let's do it.
But everyone is looking forward to you, your story, and your trades. Everyone in chat can relate to your journey. And do you actually have a story prior to this journey that you're going on that has to do with trading?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started trading back in about 2014. And really at that point, it probably wasn't even trading. It was more so gambling, to be honest with you. I had no idea what I was doing. I had no strategy, no process, no risk management. And I just pretty much blew the majority of the funds that I had dedicated for savings at the time, and even some of my general income. Took some formal education about 2017 after losing my ass for quite a while, and decided to kind of take things a little bit more seriously. So I pursued some actual classes, got in tune with an actual strategy, developed a trade plan, which I would highly recommend if you are trading without a trade plan, to get that under control very quickly. Have a plan, and that's one of the biggest things that I'm still trying to execute on to this day. But really, as of now, getting into the futures market, I was in Forex primarily in the past. So I really do enjoy the futures world much more than I did Forex. I love the equity markets. I'm learning a lot about them. And actually, Hoag is one of the guys that I'm learning from a lot lately, especially tuning into TopstepTV more and more. But yeah, just excited to kind of get in front of you guys and show you a little bit about what I do in my process. I am a supply and demand trader. I primarily trade that along with price action. So just looking for liquid trends, stuff that I can get in and out at, have some really good, clean structure to participate in and manage risk effectively.
That's fantastic. And what markets are you looking to trade? Or what do you prefer
trading?
So
I'm looking to... Yeah, so NASDAQ is where I kind of landed. I feel like that's the majority of people. They just go straight to the worst, probably the worst product they could ever go to for their first, contract or product to trade in the futures market. But I went to NASDAQ, fell in love with the volatility. It hurt me at first for quite a while. But I am trying to expand my palette for other products. I am looking to kind of involve Bitcoin in the... in my trade plan a little bit. I like to bounce around. I like gold. I like crude oil. But those are probably the main four that you'll see me back and forth in over the coming weeks or months, depending on how long it takes me to get through this trading combine.
Sweet. I think we're all really looking forward to your journey. I would also recommend YM if you haven't tried YM yet. A little bit less volatile, a little bit more wiggle room. However, it does have a mind of its own, so do take that into consideration. Hoag? Looks like your background changed a little bit. I can't quite put my finger on it, but if someone...
There's something there.
If someone
There's something there.
can see the difference, it's like one of those games you play where it's like got two pictures and you have to see what changed between the old one and the new one.
Yeah.
Huh.
One of these things is not like the other.
One of those things is not... That's right. NQ is not like YM. And your previous background is not like your current background, so very interesting. Also, cool to see your trading jacket. If you want to go back to the one-up, James, right over your left-hand shoulder is your trading jacket. We got RJH, Hoag.
That's my brother's
RAJ.
badge.
Yeah?
And that's my dad's badge.
Oh, that's
This is like, I think, his original badge up there on his flag.
Yeah.
That's from like the late 50s.
Yeah, it's like a game of I Spy back there, you and Eddie. What can we find? Excellent stuff. But let's get to these markets. Gabe, what are you looking at for trades? Can you kind of take us through a chart, like what your setup or like what your ideal setup is, even if you have to go back in time, just so we can kind of follow along to see what you're looking for? Or even better, if you see a setup you like right now, we would love to see a setup that you currently like.
So I know that we just hit all-time highs on the NQ,
I haven't really. I just started fresh, so I deleted all my objects. Kind of looking to start clean for the day, knowing that we are at fresh highs. We did just tap into the 20s. 19,022 and a half was the previous all-time high. Actually, on the MNQ, excuse me. Let me just triple check what the actual number is on the NQ. Looks like we are 3/4 higher, so 19,023 and a quarter. But we're kind of hanging around there right now. I really don't think I want to be a buyer right now, knowing that we're in premium pretty drastically. We haven't had a really nice pullback at all yet today, since other than around 10 a.m. when we had a little bit of a whipsaw kind of go down before continuing higher. So I really don't know if I want to enter right now. If I was going to enter, I would need to see a little bit of a move back down. So I'd love to see, let's see if I can pull up 15-minute here and get a little bit clearer idea. I really love this area of demand here that caused us to go higher, a little consolidation before breaking higher, a couple nice strong closes above. A little bit of a area of basing here as well. Problem is, though, we've already retested this, so if we came back down here, knowing that we've kind of tested those highs, we've ran some stops above. If we come back down to this 18,986 to 954. I don't know how confident I'd be with this holding, depending on how how violent the flush down is. But I definitely don't want to just buy at market right now. I'd need to see a pullback, maybe break below this 954 and test some other imbalances a little bit lower in the lower 900s. Kind of see what steps in if the buyers can step in.
15-minute chart. Okay, got it. Okay, now
I'm on the 15 right now. Cool. But yeah, two imbalances. Yeah, if we can sweep below 954, kind of flush out, maybe wipe out some stops of anybody that's currently long. Look for some lower time frame reversals, maybe on a 1 minute or a 5 minute at the highest once we get down below 954. But I'm definitely trying to just stay hands off for the moment and not jump the gun on a long.
Right.
Yeah, there's hard to buy it here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. We're in an uptrend, right? I mean, we're trending up all day. After yesterday's, terrible price action that just chopped people up, it was nice to have a trending day today. But now the question is, well, am I really in a good position to get in at this time? Should I wait for a little bit of a pullback? See, maybe power hour might be a better opportunity to look at some longs, depending on volatility and what kind of comes into the market. But yeah, we can go check out some other markets, though, if we want, knowing there's no real play.
Gabe, I was going to ask you, first off, thanks for the kind words. I'm really honored to be a part of anybody's trading journey, and I appreciate that. But you mentioned you lost some money for a while, and that's kind of typical experience for most traders, right? You said you took some classes. Where did you take these classes?
So I got involved. I started taking classes as a student for Online Trading Academy down in Orlando, is where I was in Florida, Central Florida. So I took classes. I actually was there for about 7 years. So went through their curriculum, core strategy, their main supply and demand strategy, and got really in tune with just simplicity, keeping the charts clean, trying to avoid any noise, primarily indicators, trying to just avoid, for at least building a foundation, right? I don't want to knock people that use indicators because I think they can add some really good confluence and confidence to, your edge. But you should have an edge prior to adding indicators, in my personal opinion. But once again, I'm still, what is it? I'm really 7, 8 years into the market, and it's to the extent where, I don't have the experience and wisdom like somebody like you or those with, 20, 30 plus years of experience that, might have a different opinion. But try to find an edge, a simple edge to start with, and then maybe build and layer on top of that.
Can you, in your eyes, what is an edge?
A way to tilt the table. A way to tilt the table. You know, in reality, we don't know what the market's going to do, right? We have no idea where it could go. We can have a bias by all means, and that's where I think Edge comes in, is to help to kind of build a bias. But it's really just a way for us to tilt the table, to give us a little bit more of an advantage than somebody that's coming in just blindly and emotionally buying and selling, you know, based on how they feel or what they, you know, what their neighbor says, or, you know, it's finding a way to just have a process that statistically is proven to perform positively over a large sample size of trades, in my opinion. So a large sample size, or at least a minimum sample size to see if you really have an edge, in my opinion, would be about 100 trades, 100 filled trades, not just setups, but 100 filled trades. I think that's a really good number to start with. And then continuing to evaluate from there.
Well, I've seen you take a couple of trades, and when you when you said supply and demand, I thought maybe it was OTA, and that's great. But you know, I've always kind of felt as though one of my edges was just reward over risk, always looking for cheap trades. And that trade you took yesterday in the NASDAQ, that was dirt really cheap. Good. That was an edge right there.
That was a great trade. Actually, do you guys want to recap that real quick? Should we go back through that trade? Yeah. Just to bring it up. So James, I don't know if you have that graphic. I have a little, you know, I stepped into Photoshop and exercised my creative roots for a while. Took me a good hour, but so bear with me. It's a little rough draft, but I got a little road to funding graphic that I want to put up. So I am doing 5 50K trading combines. So I'm, you know, leading off with this account ending in 3032, and then I'm copying across 4 other accounts. My profit target is the simple $3,000 profit target on a 50K combine, as we all know and love. And then my personally daily loss limit is going to be about 500. So I'm going to cut the typical daily loss in about half, trying to really not even get to a $500 loss per day. But, you know, sometimes you get on tilt and things happen. So that's where that loss limit comes into play. But my trade report card for day one, so I'm going to actually pull it up on my screen too, just so I have something to look at here. But we ended yesterday. So yesterday it was the first official day in the combines. Took a couple practice trades last week just to kind of get a feel for things. Loving Topstep X, by the way. Really easy transition from TradingView, knowing I came from that platform. Made the decision to switch, and it's made a lot of sense so far. So I'm really excited for what we have coming up for that platform. But ended the day $134 in the green. Now, when we go back through the recap of the trade, I did end up leaving a runner, but that runner eventually stopped out, and this is how the day ended. Missed out on a little bit over 100 points as the day continued, but that's okay. Things happen. But we took a total of
this was trading
micros.
Micros, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Micros. Yep. Correct. I'm trying to. Yeah. I got burnt trading e-minis. So
Gabe,
micros.
Do you think this? A lot of people in chat were kind of asking that, you know, $200 is too much for a 50K account as far as, you know, trying to reach the payout objective. I mean, do you think that $200 is hard to hit with micros, or is it easy to hit?
You know, personally, I feel like it's not very difficult, but you do definitely have to have a good grip on your process, risk management. So Hoag mentioned, you know, reward to risk. Obviously, if you're not very accurate, so let's say you have a hit rate of maybe 20% and you're taking 1-to-1 reward to risk trades, you're not going to have a really easy time trying to hit that. One, you're most likely not even going to make it to an XFA, to be honest with you. You know, batting a lower average and doing 1-to-1s. If you are somebody that's maybe 30%, 40%, and you're doing 3-to-1 reward to risk ratio trades, you're going to have a better opportunity to be successful and to see some, you know, growth in the equity curve of your account. I don't think $200 is an unfair ask. I really think that's pretty appropriate, in my opinion. Trading micros, though, I can understand where some of that opinion might come into play, but I don't think it's impossible. We can kind of go through the trade yesterday and see how many handles I was able to collect and maybe put that into perspective. Sure. Because it was a cheap trade, and I think I did collect a pretty significant amount of handles, and it still ended up on 134. So maybe we can dive into that and get a little bit of a feel for what that might look like if you are somebody that's
Awesome.
trading micros.
Yeah, it's funny. Chat is actually very split here, half and half on this. Just eyeballing it.
Are they?
Some
Yeah.
think it's relatively easy. Some think it's relatively hard. It looks like James put up almost $1,000 trading micros. So interesting. It's an interesting topic. I'm going to keep track of it going forward. I think it is.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm definitely
Thought-provoking,
curious.
let's say.
Absolutely. So let me get my executions on the screen here for micro NASDAQ. I do like that we just added executions, so that's fantastic because
nice.
that'll help me in this scenario here. Go back to yesterday. Okay, so let's talk about the first. There we go. Okay, so here was the New York session high. So that was the ultimate, high end of the range from the morning. That's what I was targeting. We were looking to go long. We had a little bit of a sweep below this 11:30 a.m. low that was created here. Now, I believe I got in a little bit early. So you'll see here. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I got it at 575. So pretty much right when we broke below, I think this execution might be a couple of candles off, but forgive me. So you have a low at 576.25. 575 is where I got in. So just slightly below that. Entered in one contract. I was hoping for a run a little bit lower to 67, just to see if I can get the lowest end of that range to get a really, really cheap trade. But we ended up, coming out okay. I started to build into the position, got one contract at 575. What happened a little bit later is we started to rally up. We broke above this little prior 1 minute high. And then even the one above that, which was from 11:54 in the morning. Nice little bullish close. We had a rally-based rally, so nice little imbalance that was created, or what some people, ICT concepts might call like an order block, right? So we had what I ended up doing was I had a limit order set for that area of demand, that little imbalance there. And we got ticked into that second contract at around 593.25.
Wow, nice.
So from there, I was two, micros long. And what I ended up doing was selling one of those contracts. Let me get these executions off, knowing that they're a little conflicting right now. See if
I've had some success just using like the draw feature on TopstepX, and then just labeling the line.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first target that we had planned, that we had marked out, was actually this high right here at about 640. So as of this candle, or this candle right here, I was in two. So we averaged out
that one?
593.
593.
The first one was 575.
Yeah, MNQ. Yeah. Cool.
So between those two contracts and those two entries, scaling in and building into that position, the average was obviously split somewhere down the middle. I believe my average was somewhere in the low 80s.
Cool.
And then we ended up taking one of those contracts off at 640. We had a really nice rally into that level. Swept above those highs, had a really strong sell-off afterwards. So I'm actually really glad that I ended up taking one of those contracts off. And that would have been about almost 60 points. It's about a 55 handle, 55 point winner from the low 80s, almost 60 points to 640 for that first contract taking off.
Yeah,
right.
Nice hold. How long was that hold actually? What was the hold time on that?
The hold time. So if we got in around 75, so that was about 12 o'clock, 12:08 to about 12:43 was when we would have gotten out of that first contract.
Wow, it's like almost 40 minutes in NQ. That's pretty impressive. Clearly, you are not brand new to this.
Not brand new, but I'm imperfect, right? We're all human. We all make mistakes. Yeah. I'm guilty of it myself, but yeah, definitely. I've spent a pretty good amount of time in the charts, but nowhere near as much as some of you guys. But that's okay. No comparisons. We're all here for our own journey. So
that's right. Comparison's the thief of joy.
Yeah, absolutely. I've struggled with that in the past. I think social media gets the best of us nowadays because it's so easy to get wrapped up in how much somebody else made in the market yesterday, and you go look at your account, and you might be in drawdown. You might have only been, maybe like me, you had a $134 winner, and then you miss out on the rest of what happened later in the session, like this, where you have another 100 point rally, and you're shooting yourself in the foot because your runner got stopped out in profit. Because after this rally, and I took the first contract off, I ended up moving my stop into profit, which was slightly below this little low from 1253. And this is the move right here. This little sweep down is what stopped me. So ended up missing out on the rest of that run. But hey, you live to trade another day.
Yeah. And are you only taking trades while you're on air? Or are you also going to take trades off air?
I would love to be taking trades off air, but I'm going to keep my focus strictly on these accounts when I'm with you guys and in front of
nice.
The community.
So,
yep.
Extra layer of challenge right there, because you don't get to pick when you trade.
It's going to take me a little longer, knowing that I have limited time now to be able to focus on these accounts. You're right, though. I think it's a little bit. It's more transparent. It's more being held accountable. It's a little bit more of a challenge because I'm in trading in front of people rather than just trading for myself.
Chat's lovely.
I love chat. But as MP said earlier this morning, you guys are going to be able to really see everything, including if I have to end up resetting, how long it takes me to complete this combine. I'm really trying to focus on slowing it down, being more okay with base hits like Carl Hungus and I and Andre talked about yesterday, slowing down and not looking to hit home runs. It's okay for me to take 30 days, heck, I'm sure some of you guys have taken even longer to pass a trading combine, and that's okay. I used to get so caught up.
It took 15.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Step 1 was 5 days, and step 2 was 10 days. So, yeah, minimum of 15 traded days to get past the trading combine back in the day. So, we are in the golden age of prop firms right now, everybody. It's literally never been cheaper or easier to get funded. Little promo.
Yeah, that's awesome. I came in right after One Step was launched. So I guess I came in at a good time. But
yes, you did. Well, I do want to get back to the markets here.
Heck yeah, let's do it.
New highs.
NQ trading at 19,032-ish. ES also slapping to the upside, which is pretty rare. Really strong candlesticks on the ES here. I got 5-minute candles up right now, and those are just crushing it. So a lot of movement here. Power hour should be good. Gabe, hopefully we can find some opportunities in these markets, but I think it should be pretty good here to find something. So what are you looking for right now in this present moment?
I am going to take a calculated risk that we're going to continue higher, knowing that we've now finally broken and closed above the highs. I would like to see if this momentum will continue. I have a little bit of a imbalance that took place that just caused this breakout. So this little rally-based rally, a couple candles of consolidation right before this 2-candle close higher. I'm going to put a limit buy for 5 micros at around, looks like 19,027. And as soon as I get in here, I am going to have a stop loss very tight, most likely around maybe 19 and a quarter.
19 and a quarter. That's your stop, 19 and a quarter. And what's your
keeping it very tight? 27s for entry. 27s for the entry. 19 and a quarter for a stop.
Okay,
I'm just going to shoot for a 3-to-1. Just a 3-to-1. That's maybe for the initial target. Maybe take a couple off at 2-to-1. Maybe a third off at 3-to-1, and then maybe let the others run potentially.
Yeah.
Through power hour.
Yeah. Well, did you get filled on that? You did not get filled.
Not
quite. Touched you, right? Yeah, almost.
It was about a tick, just a tick above. So I'm hoping it can come down and scoop me up here.
You don't want to just point, click, and pray.
That's bit me in the ass a few too many times.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, tricky trading these markets in an uptrend. No, it's just trying to find that pullback, right? And what the depth of that pullback is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always been a challenge for me to try and get into a trending market.
Yeah. It's hard.
I'm more contrarian than that, so if I'm not in it when it starts, I will tend to just wait it out. Might be opportunity during power hour today. If we get a little bit overextended, we might see a decent pullback. That might be something I would look at, but right now I'm not doing anything. I've been busy anyway, so.
Yeah, I think
All right,
power hour is
so
going to be
we
insane.
All right,
are
you're in.
And I'm going to go just take a quick little $77 loss. So I'm expecting this to lose, you guys. I
Nice
have no
swipe,
doubt
though.
in my mind. Nice little swipe, right? Absolutely. In profit. So half a mini, 5 micros, 19,027, and stops at 19 and a quarter.
Cool.
Seems
So essentially
strange to be talking about the NASDAQ in the 19,000s.
Right. Welcome
Unreal,
to the future,
dude.
Hoag. What was it
Unreal.
trading when you were on the floor?
Well, I have a bulletin from the S&Ps back in 1984 when I think they were trading around the 160s.
Are you missing a decimal place, or you mean 160?
No, 160s. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And if you had held
bring it
that,
up. I'll show you.
if you'd held that for 30 years, you'd be up 10,000x. I don't know. That's insane.
Yeah, right?
That's that's amazing.
You don't have to worry about margin.
No, definitely not. Great trade here so far, Gabe. I mean, you nabbed those 27 evens, and NQ were already trading 34s. It looked like all the people who tried to short at 27s on that previous kind of consolidation high might have flipped sides here, which might be helping your position a little bit.
Yeah, I would really love to see a nice, strong close higher. If this ends up turning back around, I wouldn't doubt that I'm going to end up getting stopped out. Like, I would really love there to be some displacement now, like just a really strong push. If buyers are going to take over, I'd love to see it very, very soon in the next 1 to 2 bars. And if we don't, I might consider reducing my risk a little bit more.
Okay, nice. How do you feel about break even?
So far, I like break even. It saved me a couple times. Now, once again, stop losses, you guys have to understand that stop losses are just triggers for a market order. So even though you might have it in break even, depending on the volatility of the market, you could end up getting slipped by, a little bit. The amount of handles might vary, but in terms of break even, it's much better than taking a full 1 hour loss, in my opinion.
Yeah.
If depending on how far it is in profit, like you want to give the market enough room to breathe. I wouldn't encourage you to move your stop to break even too quickly, especially for a bigger volatile vehicle monster like NQ.
Yeah, that's one of the most popular questions was always, I keep moving my stop to break even and it takes it out, and then the trade plays without me. What do I do about it? Stop moving your stop to break even so quickly.
Accept risk.
Yeah. So then that begs to ask the question, in your guys' opinion, what's the appropriate time? What's the trigger? For me, it's usually when we get to about 1 to 1, depending on, how I feel at the moment. But typically 1 to 1 is where I would end up putting when I would be okay with considering either reducing my risk, maybe not completely break even, but reducing.
I have so many
2 to
opinions
1.
on this.
Do you? Okay, I'd love to hear from you guys.
But I want
What are your
Hoag to go
thoughts?
first. I want Hoag to go first.
Yeah.
It's contextual, right? If it's a trade I'm looking for 2 to 1 on, yeah, I might move it at 1 to 1. If it's a trade that I'm looking for something bigger, I may wait longer if it's a bigger opportunity trade.
Right. Yeah. So I'm gonna add a couple ideas in there. I think for one, the interesting thing with break even is that the only time you're able to go break even is when a position is in your favor, right? You don't get that option if that trade immediately goes into the red. So in my mind, I'm protecting a position that's already shown to itself to be somewhat favorable. So with that in mind, when I was trading crude oil, I would allow one test of my entry before I moved my stop to break even. Alternatively, if I did end up getting really good price action and it just takes off in my favor, then I'm okay moving it to break even. But I do feel like, when you are just in a brand new position, moving it to break even on the first pump up is, in my opinion, too soon. It's far too soon. And the other thing that you have to think about is, is like the math behind going to break even. So you have to be right about being break even enough times that it justifies moving your positions to break even. And if you haven't done that math, there's a good chance that you're putting on a winning trade and immediately betting against it by moving it to break even too soon. And if that's the case, why are you putting on these trades in the first place if you don't believe in them?
It's a comfort thing.
Yeah, because you don't want to accept risk. But here's the thing. The market will not allow risk-free profits. It will not allow it. So in my mind, it's like I will tip the market by not moving my stop to break even.
Well, speaking of moving stops to break even, I'm break even.
Great.
So I'm not a huge fan of how we're just basing here. There's obviously a lot of indecision right now. I mean, we're at all-time highs, and I can understand it. So I'm going to take one off here. If we can get a nice little sweep back to the 39s, I'm going to go ahead and just take one off just to pay myself a little bit, cover commissions. So there's one off right now. I'm going to keep the other 4 running for right now. I would like to calculate to see where the 2-to-1 marker would be. So original stop was 19.25. 2-to-1 would be okay. So I technically took one off around 2-to-1, just slightly before, maybe 1 3/4. But I really do not like how we're kind of just chilling up here.
It's a great swipe, though, man.
I like it. I think you're in good hands.
Yeah,
great swipe.
I'm going to leave these 4 for now, but knowing we locked in commissions, I would rather not see a pushback down. So in this case scenario, now that we've taken one off, I am going to move it to break even at this point, just to protect myself, because I can always get back in lower.
Yeah, I think that's a good point too. Actually, is do you have a system in which it's providing setups frequently enough to justify going break even? Like if you have a system where you need to hold trades for half an hour to get your R to R, then getting really aggressive with going to break even could backfire, because now you're waiting another half hour, 2 hours for another setup. And if you don't have the discipline, you might end up chasing the market because you got, stopped out break even. And now you're kind of just in no man's land, twiddling your thumbs because you had a great setup, but you got too protective over it, and now you have nothing. And so now you're just going to end up chasing if you don't have the discipline to wait for the next setup. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Hoag.
Oh, it's fine. I was going to show you this bulletin.
Oh, the 160? Oh, hell yeah. Bring that up.
It's on my screen. So this is almost 40 years ago. Friday, July 20th, 1984. S&Ps were trading 150.75. That was the settlement price.
Wow.
Good gosh.
The open interest, 32,943. We're over 2 million now.
That's insane.
That is wild. And then I guess one last time, Hoag, something on your screen has changed here in your background. Maybe we can go to a 1-up and just see what's going on in the background.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to see what that is. Oh, I know you had a little not Furby. What is in the lower right hand corner? That's Gremlins you have actually.
With this?
That is a pop doll.
Little Jerry.
That's Jerry, yeah.
It's Carl
Little
Hungus.
Jerry Garcia.
That's Carl Hungus.
Yeah. Ears. Ah.
Oh,
See, that's a gremlin.
That's the
other
gremlin.
one
Computer gremlin.
Is pre-gremlin.
Oh,
Gizmo.
that's right. Gizmo.
You guys. Oh, I do have Gizmo there too.
Yeah, Gizmo and Stripe.
Yeah. Those are really funny movies, actually.
Mogwai.
That's a Christmas movie, right?
It is.
I have my chicken bones.
Yeah, do you have that for lunch?
No, that's how I find the weekly kickoff levels.
You just roll them on your desk and whichever way they're pointing. That's funny. So you're still in this trade here, just hanging in there. That's great. I really appreciate your patience, especially with your NQ trades.
Yeah,
I do
man,
feel like NQ provides a lot of opportunity.
It does. It's a learning process. I've had to work on my patience so much in the last, even just, I've been with Topstep since September of last year. So even in just these last 9 months, came a long way. It's not perfect though. Remember, it's an everyday process, right? Retraining your brain to continue to be aware enough, self-aware enough to know when you're on tilt, when you're trigger happy, right? Pulling, trades off too early, getting into the market too early, rushing your process, not following your plan. It's a process, man.
Yeah. How does that manifest for you as far as, trying to learn that? Is it journaling? Is it meditation? Are you practicing discipline outside of trading?
Definitely outside of trading, I've been getting better this last year. Getting outside for daily walks and touching grass has been a huge help for me.
Nice.
I mean, sunshine, man, is one of the best things ever. If you're having a bad day and you get outside, put your feet in the grass if you can, or in the sand, or heck, if you're by the ocean, go put your feet in the salt water. Like, get outside in the sun. It'll turn your day around, refresh, reset. But in terms of how does it manifest in other ways, journaling, I will say, is something that I'm really not good at yet, but I'd like to really get better at. I think that being able to reflect, like I internalize things just by default, the way that I'm wired. I internalize things a lot. I think too much. I'm an overthinker. So when it comes down to overthinking, taking walks has helped me get out of my brain, being more present, understanding, like looking at my surroundings, practicing gratitude, thanking God for what I have, the people in my life that care about me, that love me. I have a bed to sleep in. I have food in the fridge. What more can I ask for? So the markets they can be stressful. So find other ways to feed your heart and feed your brain with positive inputs, especially when you get on tilt.
Wow, that's excellent. Excellent. That's so good. It's so important to be positive, because with trading, especially for trading by yourself, kind of the energy you put into the screen is what you're going to get back. And if that ends up becoming like a negative feedback loop, you are in big trouble if you don't have someone to pull you out of it. So find a trading buddy, hang out and chat. Paul Revere thinks you're an affiliate, which is funny. He actually works for us, everybody.
I'm an employee. I'm on the Topstep TV team. I produce, man. I make no money for referring you anywhere.
Yeah.
I'll refer you to outside all day long, but
yeah.
I don't, the sun doesn't pay me. So
that's right. Getting commissions from the sun. That's a pretty good deal.
Imagine. Be great. I'd love that.
So let's go back to your trade here. Sorry. Go ahead, Hoag.
That's all right. I'm just kind of on the idea, get out, get some sun, get outside, feel the grass, whatever. I've after bad days, there's a lot of like forest preserves around me, right? So I'll just go walk into the woods and just kind of get lost for a while. Like, would not be quite sure how to get back to my car or back to where, civilization is. And I know I'm only
adventures.
Yeah. I'm only, 3 miles away from a road or my car or something, but it's just kind of good to kind of get lost, feel a little bit vulnerable, I think is the word. And then get yourself out of it and just commune with nature. I feel like God talks to me out there, and it's just 100%. It just changes your whole perspective.
100%. It's peaceful. I mean, to be able to get out of the cities. I mean, I live about 45 minutes outside of Minneapolis, St. Paul. So it's, when you get wrapped up in the city life for so long, it's so great to be able to get out, go up north, hit the cabin, get on the lake, go take a hike. I mean, just get out and experience nature, because the world is beautiful. It gets so easy to get caught up in all the heaviness of this world, all the burdens of this world, especially if you get online, right? I mean, we're just bombarded with information constantly.
All the time.
And a lot of it's negative. A lot of it's negative. So
A lot of
if you can
haters
get
out
yourself,
there.
oh,
I got my hater
100%.
blockers on. I don't know. I have to get my hater blockers for Power Hour.
I will say, dude,
Gabe,
I need a new pair. Yours are a lot better than mine. Mine are slacking a
mine
little
are
bit.
blue filtering. I don't have the Blu-ray filter or what's it, blue filtering? I don't have those. Mine are real cheap aviators. Gabe, your position's doing pretty well here. I see you've actually moved up your stop a little bit. You got 4 MNQs on right now. Okay, might have the best hater blockers. I mean, look at that. Those are awesome.
Oh, dude, I love that one of them's tilted and then the other one's like vertical. That's awesome, man. That's great.
People look at me like
so
they
good.
think there's something wrong with the shape of my head when I wear these.
It kind of does like.
Well, you do have a tilt going on right now, but I don't know if that's intentional. Or...
Yeah, it's kind of messing me up a little bit. So, Gabe, can you kind of walk us through your trade? You did move up your stop. You're no longer break even. Looks like you're up in a little bit of profit, a little bit more with moving your stop up. So, where's your stop at right now for the people who are playing along?
Yeah, so I'm moving my stop. I really wasn't a fan of this kind of down close candle right here. I was really thinking this next one was about to head lower. But buyers stepped right back in around the 33s. So just in case, I kind of wanted to just lock in a little bit of profit. So I threw my stop around 30 3/4, right below this little low of this down close candle right here. My second target, by the way, to take another one off is going to be 50, 50 1/4. That's pretty much right around 3 to 1. So I'd like to see if we can get a push up there, but I'm, once again, every time we kind of sweep above and break these highs, we're not getting a lot of momentum. I mean, the most momentum we had was this original imbalance right here. And that's the one that I got, kind of sucked in on, right, for a trade. That's when I got filled on. But when it comes down to we're really not seeing any continuation, which is a little bit of a yellow flag to me. It's just kind of stair stepping its way up, which,
late in the day.
It's late in the day. Solid. I mean, Power Hour, we expect some volatility to come into the market, and we're, about 6 minutes into from when we're going to start our Power Hour segment, which I'm excited for to be able to watch. But yeah, I'm going to hold this. I'm going to keep things where they're at now. I'm not going to move my stop anymore. $30 in profit. Worst case scenario, end the day at 50 in the green. Once again, just slowly chipping away. I'm not in a hurry. Being in a hurry has just bit me in the past. So just let's practice some discipline. This is a great opportunity for me to learn and learn in front of you guys. And once again, that's that accountability, that transparency. That's going to be a big thing for me, just because it's, once again, going to force me to do some things that I might not be great at on my own when I'm sitting here and trading. I'm, by my lonesome.
Great stuff.
Yeah, that's really that's great to hear. And it's funny too, because sometimes being more disciplined is just doing less. It's just not touching the mouse. A lot of the time, it's just putting your position on and letting it do its job. Let the market work for you. As Hoag says, you don't get any smarter once you put a trade on, and it's definitely true. I've probably lost more money over managing winning trades than I have putting on losing trades.
You remember me telling you, Dolby, don't Lenny your trades?
Yep. Remember that. You can't care too much about
Mice and Men.
Yeah, I use it all the time. You can't. You have to. The way I like putting it is care less, but don't be careless.
Yeah.
But you have to walk like the finest of lines in trading, where you just kind of have to just accept whatever happens. But you can't be
care free, not
it.
care less.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
so
fun.
we got some orders hanging out around the 45s. We have a couple hundred on the dome that I'm seeing, 225 on the dome. Would love to see if we can maybe make a little quick run up and grab that liquidity real quick. We have another 180 at the 50s. So I'm going to front run that 50s and try to get my next one off at 49 3/4. But we do need to kind of hold this 35 to 37 level. If we break below that, we're headed lower. and it's probably not going to be pretty. I don't know if you guys are seeing anything, but I'm not seeing any major orders on the buy side until you get down to like the 28s, is where you get 117.
I think you're in a really good spot. I mean, it's just like it's all higher lows, right? It's all higher lows, higher highs. I know I find myself, especially with NQ, focusing so much on like the little moves and the volatility that happens in between candlesticks, and it's just kind of irrelevant in my opinion. I don't think anyone, maybe Rips with Bookmap has the ability to kind of like decipher what the momentum means, but we don't know. Like it could go up and down like a million times. Like we don't get to pick and choose how the market goes from point A to point B. But as long as you have good market structure, then you just kind of have to hold it. And so, I mean, I think your trade looks great. You know, if it happens to roll over completely and stop you out, that's fine. But higher lows, higher highs, you're long. That's pretty much all you could want in a uptrending long position.
And that was a great swipe to get in.
100%. Yeah, I was really happy that third candle came down here and grabbed me after. If I would have missed it by a tick and seen it just absolutely make a run, I would have been probably logging off for the day.
Yep. So, Gabe, so we know you are going to trade only on screen. If you have a trade on and the segment ends, which we are very close to ending, you are still going to keep this trade on, right?
He's going to manage it.
I am going to hold runners. Yeah. So I'm going to manage a position. I don't anticipate every trade on stream to immediately close within the stream time that we're on air for, especially because some of these segments are, 45 minutes. In some cases, if there's enough volatility, like, hey, I'd love to join a fast markets where at some point down the road when, MP thinks I'm ready to come up to the big leagues and, get in and out of a trade within a session. But if I need to manage this trade, I will. And I will have the recap the same way that I did. I'll take a screenshot after the trade's managed. I'll show my executions. So once again, on that full transparency, I want to have all the information that I can gather, all the data that I can give you guys to make sure that you're aware of what went down and how I finished managing that position. So
that's awesome. Okay, I'm so happy you're on the team, man. I'm looking forward to this journey. I think Chad is looking forward to this journey. I think a lot of people are going to be able to relate to this story, and we're really looking forward to it. I would love to one last time go to Hoag, just one up, and then Hoag, if you want to, I know you're not driving, but Hoag, if you want to introduce Power Hour while you're one up, that would be awesome. I'm kind of putting you on the spot here, but there is a certain something going on behind the scenes behind you that people have been asking about. So it's on you now to move us on to the next segment.
Well, thanks, Dolby. And Gabe, always a pleasure. Really looking forward to watching you on your journey and being a part of it. I think everybody's looking forward to being a part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, Power Hour is coming up. We have Andre, Dolby, and Coach Dakota. So don't go away. Stick around. Lots more to come. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
One of the features on the Topstep X platform that I've personally started to use every single day is a personal daily loss limit. Let's say, for example, Topstep allows you $3,000 of drawdown on your account. Maybe you don't want to lose all $3,000, but you still want to put restrictions on yourself to make sure you trade for tomorrow, as they always say. The personal daily loss limit can come in and say, hey, instead of $3,000, let's set it to $1,000. If I lose $1,000, you can actually then select in the back end of Topstep X what you want it to do. Do you want it to liquidate your trades, lock you out and liquidate you, or just send you a notification? Either way, it's a really good way to play defense. And if you've been trading for any period of time, you know that defense is what keeps you in the game longer. Offense is good. We got to score. We got to win. But if we don't play good defense, we're never going to win the championship, as they say, right? This personal daily loss limit feature helps you play better defense. It goes hand in hand with the lockout feature. With the two of them together, you should really be able to limit your red days, and that way your green days feel even better. So try out the personal daily loss limit and let me know what you think.
We are back for Power Hour, the fastest hour in television. Maybe it might be. Anyways, the man in the middle, number one trader here at Top Step, Mr. Coach Dakota. Welcome. And my partner, Dolby Time. He's got the keys to the house account. House account is up $4,500 on the day. Let's see if we can grow this sucker. We are trading damn near all-time highs. S&Ps, NASDAQ, up and away. Dakota, what are your thoughts on this market?
You just buy it. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's pretty much like that.
Not wrong.
I hit my loss this morning, and I'm actually on Topstep X trading a combine. I'm continuing my learning curve and the transition to Topstep X, and this is part of it. So whenever I'm done trading for the day, whether it's day loss limit or I'm done with profits, I'll switch over to Topstep X and go through that learning curve.
All right. Okay. All right, Dolby Time. We got 4,500 up in the house account. We got the keys. We're going to try to keep this sucker positive. We're going to have to find a pullback if we want to get long. Buying up here is quite difficult, especially with a delta up plus 11,000 in the ES, plus 550 NQ. So longs are congruent with market direction for the time being. NVIDIA finally cracked above 1,200, currently trading, pull it up, 1,219. So everything's moving higher. Is it because of the Bank of Canada rate cut? I'm not sure. We'll see if the ECB does the same tomorrow morning here in the States. But might be putting a little pressure here on the Fed. Yeah.
Chain reaction of rate cuts globally. Is that what you're thinking?
That's what kind of what I'm thinking. That's kind of what I've been reading. Yeah. Bank of Canada got the party started. ECB is expected to do the same. Obviously, here in the States, we are pricing in a rate cut, starting to get whispers of September, but more likely in November-ish. So we'll see if it's a chain reaction, but certainly got the market primed and pumped to the upside here. Dakota, you got any levels for us, or are we just going to?
Yeah, I mean, what's the high of day, and anything below that is a good buying level.
Oh boy!
Just buy one. Just start scaling down, I guess. I mean, we could start filling in some orders.
No, from a serious note, like if we get back into the 20s, I'm up for buying it. Running into Power Hour.
Okay. All right. Well, if you see there in the lower left-hand corner, we got the countdown clock till the closing bell, 49 minutes. In the upper left-hand corner, hashtag Power Hour. Dolby Time. What is hashtag Power Hour?
Oh, everybody should know now because we're doing it during fast markets as well. But we are all over X at Topstep, hashtag Power Hour or hashtag Fast Markets if you're more privy to the morning session. But please, if you're on the socials there, you can tag us, post your trader wins, winning trades, memes. What else? Funded trader certificates. If you have feet picks, you can send those to @Michael Patak. I think he wants those, so you can send those to him. You can also tag @Topstep too if you want, but we prefer you send those to him. So whatever you got, send it to us. We like having a good time, laughing with you guys, and encouraging y'all on your journey.
Absolutely.
I do want to say that we ask you guys for content. We get like 3 a day. You ask for feet pics. There was like 25 replies. Within 5 minutes.
We know how to get the content out of our clients. My goodness. Oh, wow. Well, it's your discretion there back there, James. You can show what we want. We'll show some hashtag Power Hour stuff later in Power Hour. We got some quiz results and trader wins here. We're gonna keep an eye on these markets.
Anything, no questions asked. I don't know what's going on. Don't tell me.
You don't have to.
Dakota,
just leave it at that.
Oh, I like that, Scott. Tick picks. Oh, that's really funny. That's a great little play on words right there. If you have any great winning trades today, send us your tick picks. That's funny.
Please do.
Credit goes to Scott. I didn't think of that.
We could buy right now if you guys want to play a breakout trade.
I mean,
all right, if you guys jump in there. I got to jump off real quick, fellas. I got someone at my door I got to let in. I'll jump off real quick. If you guys want to buy, I'll come back and catch up. Right back real quick.
What do you think, Dakota? Just like a oneer, and then see if we can just manage, maybe add into something, try to build a position.
Yeah, I mean, I would jump in with a fiver and look for
A fiver at
19,050.
highs? Okay.
What, you don't like buying all-time highs, Toby?
I mean, I like to pull back a little bit, but I mean, you're not wrong. We can just do 5 right now. I'm worried about the loss limit, right? I want to be able to define risk. Like, we're not supposed to lose probably a little bit more than half of this.
Yeah, so just the way that I would look at this is if I was to play a breakout trade on the NASDAQ, my stop loss is 0.27. So my stop loss would be like 27, 26, or 25s into the 20s. I'm looking for 50s. Essentially, we're just finding how do we buy this market? How do we play a trending market? We buy pullbacks, and we could also play breakout trades, which is buying as we break out. And as we're speaking, we're breaking out to new all-time highs. And
while we're talking about it, doesn't this happen last time? This is the thing that's happened last time. It's like happened yesterday. This happened last time. You would have thought I would have learned my lesson.
It's gone.
And it's gone. That's right. Well, it's NQ. It might give us a second chance. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the market we're in today, is just find areas to buy. And even though it's very hard and very difficult, we could do it.
Yep. Should have just pressed the buy button. That is how.
Yeah, right then, right there.
I know. It's like, what else are you going to do? I think we're going to pull back, though. I think we can get one.
Yeah, let's see if the market gives us a pullback. Is it just me and you, Dobie? Are we in?
No, temporarily. We'll have Andre back
for right now. So we have a small window to see if we can make a quick
scalp. Yeah, I mean, I could.
But before we
wouldn't
get
mind
the committee
throwing
back,
one in. God, it pulled back to like 44s, and like that was.
All right, let's get some decisions in before the committee.
Yeah. Chat, what do you think?
Everyone quiet. Everyone quiet. Andre's. I see. Andre's
his inners aren't in yet. Coach J, we've got Coach J in there. Who else? Nick for a tick. I mean, are we just buying them?
Yeah, we're gonna find ways to buy. I want to find ways to buy this market.
I agree.
What did I miss?
We're trying to find ways to get long. No, I didn't press the buy button yet. It's doing it what it did yesterday. You know what I mean? Where we talk about it and like the market moves so fast that I just didn't press the buy button fast enough.
Yeah, all-time highs. Here we are.
I don't know. Like, what do you
all-time highs. Here we are. All-time highs. Tilt. You gotta get long.
I mean, it just seems like NQ is so good at stop running, though. That's what makes me nervous.
Yes.
It's a psychological thing, right? Where everyone's like, don't buy all-time highs. It's such a psychological, and people say it's too risky. I mean, in theory, no, it's not, right? Because it's actually can be looked at as less risky because you're going with the trend, and the probabilities are a lot better.
Yeah. Do we like 43s? I can do at least one. I feel like we should at least get our toe in the water here.
43s,
44s.
Yeah, Dakota.
I'm literally just saying market. I'm just saying whatever the market price is. It's like lobster. It's like, what is market price?
You're just calling out the market price.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, I'm looking for levels here from anybody. I'm not sure it's even worth asking because any pullback will probably get bought. There might be some end of the day profit taking, but we've seen it where it just continues to rally into the close. So currently trading 53, 60 and 3/4 in the NASDAQ. I'm sorry, not yet. Yes, that is.
Yeah, I mean, if we're trying to play like higher lows, I think like 37s in NQ could be pretty interesting because we've seen higher lows kind of follow that trend so far. But also, I mean, we've got 45 minutes to market close.
Yep.
NVIDIA runs everything.
Sure does. I remember when they were saying we couldn't go higher than 700s in NVIDIA, and look where we are now.
Yeah,
someone's got to buy the all-time highs and just can't go higher than the highs. It's the joke.
Okay, we're getting a little bit of a pullback now.
Just buy one. Buy one. It's already up. Oh my god, it's already up. It's so fast.
Yeah, I'm in my combine, so I'm going to try and practice trading this. And I'll let you know when I'm getting in and getting out and what I'm thinking. And maybe that will help you make a decision. Like I'll just maybe tell you what I'm thinking, what I'm walking through, and trading. But essentially, it's going to be all to the long side, looking for ways to buy this, limit risk. And I think that's That's all this power hour is going to be for me, is finding ways to buy it.
Okay. Quick look at tilt here. 50-50 in ES, 50-50 NASDAQ. Delta update. Kansas City Golf Academy, I believe was your name. Yep, Kansas City Golf Academy. I think I might know who you are. Delta plus 10,000 ES. Plus 10,000 ES.
It's already rallying. What the hell?
Plus 300.
You gotta be kidding me. That's like 10-point rally within like a minute. Every pullback is getting bought. Did you get long, Dakota?
No, I missed it. I clicked on the link that Coach Jay sent in the chat.
I clicked on it too. Oh, Coach Jay.
We're getting distracted. We need to focus. We're
focus. The
missing
market's rallying without us.
New highs.
New highs. Yep. New highs. I
Okay,
have a feeling
any
we're gonna be seeing
10-point sell off, we just buy it.
Okay, that I can work with. That I can
How's
work
that?
with. Perfect. Love
How's
it.
that?
How many contracts?
We did have
3?
a 10-point sell off, and then we just bounced 15, right? And so let's do that. I'm fine with that.
I think it's great. Love that. So what? 38s would be our next buy. You know, if we happen to get down there. How many contracts though? I would think like somewhere between like 1 and 3. I'm just, I want to keep the profits that we have.
Well, MP said minimum is 20. No,
did say
he
that.
did, but he also said,
"Why don't we switch
don't
over to
lose
ES,
everything."
Bobby? We can switch over to
good.
ES if
Let's do that.
that might,
It's a little
this
bit
might
slower.
suit some. Yep, slower, suit our size better. We bought 25s this morning. The house account bought 53 25s in the house account
It's
this
the same
morning.
thing.
Yeah, those are the 53
All right, we'll take a
61s
look at
print.
ES.
Okay.
I looked at YM, and YM is just like in the corner with like a dunce hat on. Doesn't want to play.
What happened?
Does
Let's trade
whatever it wants.
40,000s.
It looks nothing like any of the other charts. It's
It's
wild.
sold off. It sold off so hard on the open. Nasdaq and S&P is like, what are you doing over there?
Exactly.
What,
Like,
what
hey,
are you
what's wrong
doing?
with you?
Don't you know which way this is going? Come
Just
on.
let me be emo, okay?
Yep. Got the guy liner on and everything over there. I love it.
Everything.
Love you, Dow.
Yep.
Love you, Dow. All right.
Okay, so how would we buy ES?
How would we buy ES?
I've just started looking at ES though. By the way, in my slow markets class, it's a new one to my watch list, and it does have a lot cleaner price action.
Yeah.
Speaking of slow markets, Dakota, who will be joining you this evening on slow markets?
Coach Jay is going to be joining me in slow markets.
Why is that funny?
Yes. Yeah, we're
Like
gonna
I
have
said,
some
Joe.
fun tonight. It's awesome. Slow markets is getting funner and funner.
It is.
In terms of what we're doing and the audience as well.
It's growing. Did I
What's
see
your viewership
6,000?
at?
Did I see 6,000 there, Dakota? Tune in for slow markets.
I can't remember. I don't think it was at 6,000. I think it was
Views.
up there at
Views.
when
Views.
we were like giving away something. Then we got more, of course.
Funny how that
people
works.
love to do stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now ES
Yes.
53
59s.
59.
See.
I would be
No,
okay
I
with
like
buying
59s.
59. 59.
Yeah. How many? I like it too. How many?
3 works.
3?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what do you got?
I don't know.
Coach Jay, hit me up. Hit me up in the
5?
DMs.
I 5 at 59, 5 at 58 and 3/4, 5. We minimum order 20, no?
5.
How far down do you want to stack them? I like 59s. I'll put in an order for 5 at 59.
Okay, yeah, I like a stop loss at 56. So
Okay.
if we could find a way to get into 20 contracts between there and 56, then that would be
Great.
a way to understand where our risk is and a good zone. Find a way to
Cool.
buy it.
All right. We got 5 working right now at 59. Let's find another. Want to do like 58 and a half. And then
Jay likes that.
58 and then 57 and a half.
57 half, 58. Good. Yeah. I think Jay, it's a check mark from Jay.
Okay. So that's 2 checks.
Yeah, 53, 57 half, 58. 2 check marks. Thank you.
Okay.
How do you guys do that? How do you guys do that check mark so quick, Gabe? You guys are quick with it.
I thought I was slow on that one, man.
That was a good one. You don't even know when they're coming. You don't even know when they're coming.
All right. I got them up on the. We're in. We got 20 contracts working right now. So we're going to work 59, 58 and a half, 58, 57 and a half. This is Dakota's and Jay have check marked this. And then our staff is going to be somewhere around 53, 56.
Yeah, yep, 56.
53, 56. Oof.
Yeah, I like 53, 56s in that zone.
For a
for a
stop?
stop loss.
Yeah. Cool.
We go, Brad Sims. Nvidia now over $3 trillion market cap.
Oh my
We're
gosh.
just making up numbers at this point. Seriously, what's
Oh.
It was just 2.5 trillion. What the hell? It was 2.5 trillion this morning. Oh boy. Just
I want to, you know what? They did a stock split, right?
coming up Friday.
they're going to?
Yep. We should talk about that Friday during Power Hour. What that
That's
means.
gonna be wild. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be
quadrillion?
too off to do a stock split and then a share offering? Is that a thing?
It's a good way to raise money. I don't think they need it at this point.
Do they need it? I'm sure Elon's willing to give him plenty of money for all the chips.
He's got all the. Yeah, he
GameStop
wants all the
loved it.
chips.
Yeah, GameStop loved it.
No.
Right.
So we're
Stock
working
split to
ES.
get the price down there so where more retail traders can buy it, and then do a share offering to get them to.
Boom. Old school playbook right there. Hey, shout out to all the traders that got long beneath $73 in oil. We're currently trading $74.15.
We might
a
do Phil here, boys.
little double bottom there.
We got 59s coming our way.
Okay. Take a look at some liquidity for you here to the upside. Okay, we've got some orders resting to the upside here. 65, a 300 lot, another 400 lot up at 70. So they're stacking them at 5 points, 5 handles away. If we do get that fill at 59, we're working 59 on 5, 59 bid on 5.
Yep. 59, 58, 50, 58 evens, 57 and a half, all in ES. So we are dollar cost averaging if we can get a fill.
Good thing we allow that here.
Yeah, we sure do. It's a great
If we
strategy.
didn't, I would probably say that I wouldn't have been trading so good this past few months here at TopStep if we didn't have that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great way to get into a range, on the cheap. If you know where your stop is going to be, then, why not fan out some orders and get some trades in there? If we're playing structure,
Did we just
play the
get
structure.
We got 59 and a quarter.
59 halves went offer, but they took those bid real quick.
Mm-hmm. Do we have any liquidity to everything looks fairly tame down the ladder. On top
upside, I see some
upside
down. Upside liquidity here at 65 and 70 in the ES. 300 lots if you want to call that liquidity.
Okay, that's big-ish.
Ish.
Nothing to the downside though. Nothing even over 200 on the. I mean, I'm scrolling all the way down. I'm not even seeing anything over 200. I think we're gonna get a fill. We're at 59. We're queued up. Oh,
nothing.
We're back of the queue. We're back of the queue. We don't have that that special little. Now we're in.
Okay, now we're in. Long 5 from 59.
There we go.
Long 5 from 59. It's 5 from 59.
Okay, total risk right now is 750. I don't know if we can take on the entire 20, to be honest. Without
You said total risk is 750 right now?
That's where our stop is at 53.56. So just on
so
this
750?
5 is 750. So if we get filled in another 5, it'd probably push us to about 1,500. Another 5, I would say probably close to 3,500.
Oh, that's not bad at all, right?
No, not really.
Yeah.
Do we get filled on the 58 halves,
No,
Dolby?
Not yet.
Long 5 from 59.
Yep, 59 evens.
This is one of the very first times I'm trading ES. I've had a couple following Hoag and just trying to get my toes wet. ES has just such clean price, and I want to watch it a lot more.
Should have got the
Long
58
10,
halves there.
58 and 3/4. Total risk 1,500.
That's not a lot for 10 contracts. Maybe I'm just so used to NASDAQ.
5 more. We should full 20 right
my
here.
goodness. We're in all of them right now. We are long 20. Total risk is 2,500. Our average is 58 and a quarter. Nice bounce. Do we like our stop here? Do we want to adjust our stop, or are we happy with where it's at?
I mean, our stop looks good to me. What's
Cool.
the total risk on it?
2,500. Actually, really not that bad.
The
Go full
power.
screen to
That's
Dolby.
beautiful.
Power hour.
So we're in 20
here's the 5
lots,
minute.
and
Yeah,
the
20.
risk is not bad for where that stop loss is.
It's kind of why I
That's
like
really
YM too. It's kind of similar in that regard.
Long 20 from 58 quarter.
Yep.
From 58 quarter. Stop is at 56. 53.59 half is going to be tough to get through. If we get through that, we're good.
Let's see what
Shout out
happens.
Coach Jay.
I mean, it looks much closer on the dome than it looks on the ladder. That's all I'll say. Big wiggle in the ES, though. Something is going on. Big wiggle in the ladder.
You're saying that the stop loss looks closer on the DOM than it does the chart?
Yeah, like on the chart, it looks like further away, but like on the dome, it's only like 6 or 7 ticks away.
You can see it.
Mm.
You can see it. Yes, you can. All right, 31 minutes left in the session. Currently trading 57 quarter.
Awesome. And then I have the NASDAQ pulled up, and I'm going to be doing the same thing that you did on ES and we did on ES. I'm going to do that here on the NASDAQ.
Stops tight.
I'm going to be looking to buy the 20s as well here in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
Where's our stop? 56?
Ooh, 55 and a quarter.
55 quarter. Okay, I like that. Gives us some room.
Or sorry, 3/4. I could do a quarter. What's a quarter? That's $3,000. Oh man, we're trading some size.
So we're risking 3,000.
27.50.
Okay.
We'll still be grand on the day if this doesn't work out. So I think we're at a 5-minute range right now on the ES. So buyers hopefully are stepping in.
Buyers would step in here, you think? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's a cheap long.
A lot of people are saying stop loss is too tight. I think that's good. That's not a lot of risk. That really is not for 20 contracts.
Yeah.
58 bid.
I mean, I feel like we're checking off both of the boxes that MP is looking for, which is don't lose all the money and trade 20 contracts. So we're achieving that.
Yep.
And going with the trend.
Going with the trend. We are.
And then we go, yeah, we lost money today going long.
Yeah.
I mean,
how is that possible?
I mean, we've been on quite a good winning streak for Power Hour, though. To be fair,
I mean, I don't remember losing Power Hour for you guys on the house account for a while now.
It's been a minute.
Yeah,
let's keep that going.
Let's
keep that going.
We had that.
We're playing with fire
last
right
time
now.
we were on. We had like that $11,000 or $12,000 winner. No, actually, it was Rips, me, Rips, and us, where we made back some of the money that
we got tagged.
they took out.
Did it? They got us.
They got us.
Do you think we were
So
tight of a stop loss? Because we're getting into the 20s now in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I wonder if we end up getting if that was a stop run. That was a pretty aggressive buy, but I still like it, right? But that might have been the stop run. I mean, did we get?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I think we might have. I think they were watching our show, to be honest.
I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised.
Don't say that. I already got stopped out once by getting ticked out.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to do it again.
Yep, our stop was 55.50. So it did run it by like an extra tick. So it wasn't.
Yeah. And the 20s were amazing buy in the NASDAQ as well.
Was it? Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yep.
Yeah, good
That's where my original long was, by the way. Now I'm sitting on Mad FOMO.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
The liquidity, maybe.
Okay, let's get back in this. What's house account P&L? Dolby time?
We are plus 1772.
Okay.
Oh, plus 1,700.
Still up?
We're still up on the day. Yeah. But we might have gotten stream sniped. we actually might have. I think the Goldman interns might actually be watching the show.
I think they are.
Because it's no longer it's not paper money. It's not paper money. This is a live account. So
no, they can see our orders. Yep. I mean, 20 is not small size, so that definitely shows up.
John says, "Get back in."
JD,
get back in. Another 20. Just slam it.
Man, this is so much volatility, and Power Hours kind of just simmered off a little bit. This is the exact same thing that happened to me this morning, but I was trading the NASDAQ. And this is exactly what happened to me around 8:17. 18,817, and then we rallied. We rallied all the way up to where we're at today. So, pretty frustrating day for me. And you guys probably, I think you've seen it on Shoulder Tap. Brett, I had a conversation with Brett, and my daily loss limit's 12,000. Now remember, I'm scaling my account. I withdrew the 134,000, and so my account is like a fraction or half of what it was. But I still have the same daily loss limit. So I'm running into some scaling issues myself, figuring this out, and position sizing, scaling, and it's interesting. I'm at a $34,000 drawdown from my high water mark.
That's nothing.
Nope. You do have the all-time record for highest payout here at Dakota, so I got that going for you this week.
Nice.
Look on the bright side. Look on the bright side. Real.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's a fun story about that, guys. Everybody knows. What was it? Tuesday morning, me, MP, and Rips, we're on Topstep TV, and then the chat. It was pretty much the chat and MP, and I know Hoagland Eddie also said this to me was, why keep that much money in a prop account when I could be using that for my own investments, maybe put it like to better use than just sitting there. And I took 100. Originally, it was like 133,000 and like 300, and then I was talking to the team behind the scenes, and they messaged me late at night like, "Hey, you're $300 less than the all-time payout." I'm like, what? I just took $133,000, and it was like 133,300, and like, yeah, you're $300 less than the all-time payout. So I'm like, okay, well, let's adjust this. Let's just do an EV at 134, and then they're like, oh, I love the petty. I'm like, oh, well, you know what? Might as well. I mean, a good round number. But now it's the matter of scaling, right? I took the payout. I want to keep my account balance at 100,000, and I still have that risk parameters as if I had a $250,000 account. And like Brett mentioned during Shoulder Tap, I'm going to monitor it really close, and then I might be reducing my daily loss limit back down to adjust for my account balance. And I talk about it every night during slow markets. So if you guys want more information, join me. I don't want to take up power hour just ranting about it or mumbling on about it.
It's okay. People tuned in to watch you, Dakota.
Yeah, we got stopped out at.
I don't even want to look. On the bright side, we almost got 4,400 people watching.
50.
Oh yeah, you know where this is going, Dolby Time. We got 4,400 people watching Power Hour right now across the globe. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We're almost to 95,000 subscribers. On the road to 100K. Click like, click subscribe.
12K. Someone says 12K is too much regardless. James Hill. It's all about perspective, right? It's about account value. If you're trading a $5,000 account, $500 could be too big, right? If you're trading, $250,000, and so I like to look at it as a percentage base, and I like to have my daily loss limit at a certain percentage, and if you have like $1 million account, 12 grand is
nothing,
a very small fraction. So percentage based, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, numbers have to be put in context.
Yes, they do. It's all relative.
Yeah.
It is. They have to be put in context.
One of my biggest pet peeves is when people say I copy trade, X amount of accounts and that reduces my risk. I'm like, no, it doesn't. No. You're just splitting that risk amongst different accounts. The risk is still the same. You just add it up.
Yeah. Well, if we have any hashtag Power Hour, I'm more than happy to change the subject. Maybe something a little bit more funny as we watch the ES rally without us.
Yeah, and take a look at the NASDAQ too.
I don't even want to. Is it doing the same?
NASDAQ went down to the 20s, turned around, and we're
look at this
all-time highs. All-time highs. That's it. That's the story. That's how it's been.
This is why it's so hard to buy trending markets. It's like, how deep is the pullback going to be?
Exactly.
Right? How deep is it going to be? Because you don't know. You don't know.
Going through the same thing. Yep. I know. My trading buddy Rips was going through the same thing this morning. Talking about, I got a couple of traders asking me like, Dakota, how do you deal with your emotions on days like this? I'm like, it's tough. And it's like, what do you recommend for us as traders? I'm like, okay, do you want the honest truth on how do you deal with the stress of trading? And like, well, we're all 18, and I'm being 100% serious, Dobie and Andre. So keep a straight face. If you're married, sex. It very great at reducing stress, like sex, going to the gym, and just getting your mind off. And so that type of thing is what it's the honest truth. We're all 18. And, when you have tough days, sometimes that can be the best thing for you.
Yeah, or tip. MP likes tipping big.
Yep. You're the best, Dakota.
You're the best. That's another thing to do.
Love it.
It's
Love
just
it.
the truth, man. It really is.
On that note, let's go to hashtag Power Hour submissions right now. Gabe, what do you got? We just got some words of wisdom from the great Dakota himself. Here we go. What do you got for us, Gabe?
I don't know.
What did I start?
I don't know. I love it.
This is what happens when you get stopped out by a tick. Everything goes out the window.
Gabe hit us
Andre
with that.
said,
Hashtag power.
and with that, we're going to top quiz winners. All right. So we have quiz winners from today.
Locked out.
Leave it up for another minute. As always, thank you guys for playing.
Jack, I'm sorry.
Check your emails in the morning.
MP for PM. I like that. Okay.
Sorry to blew my XFA. Sorry to hear about that.
Yep.
Real quick, just want to mention again, Mobile 25, all caps, Mobile 25. Get in for that discounted 50K. Mobile 25, all caps. Oh, so
man.
good. Look at this rally, guys. 53, 63.
All I can do is laugh. All
All around.
You guys laugh, but it's
all we
the
can
honest
do.
to Zeus truth.
Yep.
It really is.
That's all we can do. That's all we can do.
You can do new highs. Where is this going to stop? Nobody knows. 20 minutes left in the session. We'll get some MOC prints here in a little bit. Eddie will be all over that. As always.
Come on, we're all adults. We're all traders.
We are.
It's the truth.
Yep. I'm going to the gym after this. That's what I do. Day ends. I go.
I'll
straight to
do the ladder.
You took. Is that why you're going to Vegas? Do you have someone in Vegas?
God.
No, I'm not going to Vegas.
Vegas is
there's the World Series of Poker. It's the World Series of Poker going on right now, and
that's what I thought.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, it's not gambling. It's just like the market. I do dedicate some of my poker learning and experience to help with my trading. So I will say that poker has helped my trading in terms of like risk reward, probabilities, understanding math, and there's a lot of similarities to it.
Agree. Okay, we got quiz results out of the way. Oh, he's still laughing about that.
Check
Love
that
it.
off the list.
Yep.
Great trade,
Tilts.
wrong execution. That was me. I just trying to buy. That was me yesterday as well. Man, today's only Wednesday. I know me, Rips, and MP was the same thing. We was looking to buy. The market was just choppy and stopped out right before it went up.
If we want to do some hashtag power hour. Yeah, hashtag power hour, Gabe, if you got it. I know we got a lot of submissions.
I haven't seen these. I kind of like this because now I think James is pulling them, so it's a little bit of a surprise.
All right, what do we got?
All right. Well, first of all, Dakota, I would expect some memes from Carl tonight on that conversation y'all just had. So just be prepared.
Yeah, meme it up.
But
It's the truth.
Yeah. All right. So we have a little submission here from
wow.
I want to say Alexis.
Those are cool. Look at that.
No feet picks, but I did my nails while my slow grind micro trade played out. Hey, nice P&L, nice looking nails. Keep yourself distracted.
How do you type on the keyboard? How do you type on the keyboard with those
I don't know.
nails?
I got drumsticks to keep myself occupied.
Better not be using hotkeys to trade if that's the case.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tricky one.
That would be tough.
Cool nails, though. I like that. Very cool.
Another one coming in here. Now, Luna, I can relate,
Danielle,
because I'm only up a few bucks today too, but great work.
Colby?
Locked it out. XFAs.
Beautiful.
Just to get out of break even.
Dolby time.
Somebody
What'd
does-
you want?
That's awesome.
Dolby time. What'd
Yeah.
you once tell me? Up $4.28. What'd you once tell me?
Oh, hey, there's always a trader somewhere who wishes they never traded today.
Yeah, well, there's always, and you're looking at him right here.
Yep. There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
I'll trade P&Ls with you, Luna.
Would love to be
Yep.
up $4.28.
Yeah, hell yeah.
No shame in that.
I'd love to be down $40 or $4.
I love you, Dakota.
All right, we have
this
Carl
is
Hungus.
Oh man. Okay.
Oh, there's a lot going on here.
These memes are just intense.
I was surprised. I didn't put Carl Hungus's face with his personality in the Discord.
Incredible.
Yeah, real meme lord. Real meme lord. Also great facial hair.
Absolutely.
For some reason, I thought it was just gonna be like some younger guy and like that you like spend a lot of his childhood on the computer. I'm like, well, wow, this guy's a lot older than I expected, and he looks good.
Used to be a broker in New York.
Troll behind the screen.
Yeah, we didn't get that story. I want more of that broker story. We have to get him back on again.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. All right, I got one more for you guys, and then we're gonna call it. And I saved the best for last. So
okay. There it is. There it is. Oh, Dakota, what are you doing there?
I don't know. What does it say?
I mean, it's apropos, if anything.
Dakota signing your autograph for the fans.
Yeah.
Oh,
So what are we
man.
doing
Is
in
that
Vegas?
segue from what I
check
just
right
said
there.
earlier? That's
That's what 134 grand gets you right there. That's fanfare.
talk about stress reduction.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
I think Black Swan is saying it only costs about $4.28 in Cicero, but I don't know how that works. I don't know.
5,000 people
Hey,
watch.
I mean, all that
5,000?
aside, I mean, you could.
You serious?
5K viewers.
Ooh, that's really good for Power Hour. Boys, we're doing it.
Records. We have
Awesome.
record all-time highs in NASDAQ, record all-time highs in S&Ps, record viewership here in Power Hour, record payouts by the man right here in the middle, Coach Dakota. If you like what you're seeing, tune in tonight, Slow Markets, as well as click like, click subscribe. Of course, the code for the discounted combines, Mobile25. Mobile25.
Oh, you guys,
Boss baby, what
wow.
are we doing?
Wasn't
We're having a
too
good
crazy
time.
of a power hour, but it was a fun one.
It
could've been
An hour
great.
goes so fast. It really
That
does.
could have been great.
It goes so fast when you're having fun.
Listen, we were
Relieving
a
stress.
tick away from having a real solid trade. One tick away.
I mean, here's the thing: is the house account once again finishes a day positive.
Yep.
Even with something like that.
I mean, no, we could have been up probably $8,000, I think, if we had taken some profits around like 53.60, and so I peeled off some of that 20. Probably would have gotten stopped out break even on the rest, but we could have easily added another couple grand had we not, gotten, bottom ticked on that.
Yeah, I probably would have taken out 40K if I didn't get bottom ticked.
40K on that one? Right?
Well, I mean, I got bottom ticked to 817, right? And here we are at 9.
And here we are.
Oh, yeah.
19,000 in the Nasdaq. If only we had a runner. Where's MP? Where's everybody that was trading this morning? If only they had a runner on the house account.
should have
Could you
left one.
imagine
They
if
should
they would have just left one for us? What the heck?
Yep.
Just got to leave one runner. Just let the market do the work,
Leave some crumbs for Power Hour. Come on, guys. Actually, hold on. I'm on Fast Markets.
Leave a few contracts on.
I'm on Fast Markets.
Make
Hold
us
on.
feel special.
Yeah, Andre, you swing both ways.
I'm Team Power Hour right now. I'm Team Power.
You get fast markets and you get Power Hour.
Uh-huh.
Okay, last 15 minutes. So this is an interesting. We're in an interesting scenario here in the markets, and I'm primarily going to focus on the Nasdaq because that's what I trade the most. We've had a huge rally today. We touched all-time highs. We traded above all-time highs. We're trading just below it right here, right now, and we're going into the last 15 minutes of the trading day, getting ready for some MOC. What's the delta? Do we have a delta update? Do we have
plus 12,000
Hoagland's
ES?
one?
Plus 12,000 ES. Don't have an NQ right now. Hoag will hit me up with that in just seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We got MOC in
So-
4 too.
Are we going to get a squeeze, an end of day rally like we have been getting? If you guys remember, we had like a huge rally at the end of the day Friday. We had a huge rally at the end of the day Monday. I didn't watch how yesterday was. Were you guys trading yesterday?
Bought it up. They bought it up. Yep.
So it was another buy up.
Actually, no. We chopped around. They tried buying it up, then the sellers came in. We just stayed range bound.
Okay.
2 days ago,
so
we saw
now
a huge
here
rally.
we are again, and I think I'm going to I'm in a combine. I'm going to just see if we can get a end of day push to finish at all time highs.
You're looking at NQ right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at NQ and to see if we could get this and try it out. Right, I'm in a practice account. I'm learning Topstep X, and I want to get used to it. And so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I could build a position to get a squeeze to new all time highs at the end of the day.
I mean, real talk. I mean, if you look at the NQ right now on the 5-minute chart, we actually have a really nice megaphone formation happening. So it looks like we're just trying to get everyone stopped out. So we have higher highs and we have lower lows, in the NQ since, what is that, 140? So there's everyone is kind of losing right now, unless you are just buying bottoms and selling tops. But everyone is trying to get, kind of stopped out right now. I would look at longs, since that is the case, probably below 19,024.
That seems about a decent range. Close. Yeah, I'll be okay if we do run some stops. That's what I'm thinking is right around 19,020, 19,000, maybe a little bit lower, because we're going to see a pickup in volatility going into the end of this.
Yeah,
I see in the chat someone saying that the delta is positive 2665.
Yeah, plus 12,000 ES, minus 700 NQ, plus 12,000 ES. Near the highs of the day.
What? So minus
12
NQ, positive ES?
Yes.
What's YM?
Don't have a YM. No YM reading right now. YM is tracking for VWAP. VWAP 38,809. About 30 points above that. Currently trading 38,844. It's rolling over a little bit. We'll see if the S&Ps can keep this push to the downside. Kind of broke out of the 5-minute range here. One more push to the downside. We might get some continuation.
Yeah. See,
I'm going to look for a push to the downside and buy it.
End of the day, profit taking. We got 10 minutes left in the session. Get those MOCs in. What up, Noah Hall? I see you every day. Thanks for tuning in, man.
Yeah, huge shout out to all the bell to bellers in chat.
Yes, sir.
Those who stick with us from the beginning to the end. And clearly we've added quite a few people as well. Almost 4,700 people watching right now. That's almost. Trey, do you remember when we were sub 2,000 for power hour?
Yeah, we're looking at the 600s. Oh, here we go. Liquidity injection at 10 till the closing bell. Sellers came in. Don't have the MOC number just yet. Eddie, if you get it, please holler it out.
Okay, I bought 21. Yeah. I bought
Hell
21 right
dude.
there.
Love
but
that.
21's a Nez?
Hell
Nice.
yeah.
Entry Dakota.
Yeah, that's amazing. So that is the megaphone formation, right? So higher highs, lower lows. It's just stretching tops and bottoms, and then you basically just bought the bottom of the megaphone. So that's a killer trade. Such a good entry, dude. Such a good entry.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at demo trading. I'm good at
I think you're pretty good at live trading too, Dakota. I think you got that live trading thing down right now. Look at that pop.
Yeah.
Oh, Morse code.
Yep. S&P, 1.1 billion sellers. We got NASDAQ, 285 million sellers. Dow 30, 170 million sellers. And the Mag 7, 199 million sellers.
Sell.
That's a whole lot of nothing, right?
Over $1 billion's considerable. We did have 4.9 billion buy side a couple days ago. That really got us moving to the upside. 1.1 bill. We'll see what happens at 55 or 5 minutes till the bell. Boy, the buyer stepped right in. Dakota long from 21.
Yeah, this is what I didn't really want to happen.
Why not? It's a good trade.
Because it's a psychological thing for me. I mean, I heard Anne-Marie and everybody. I deal with emotions and my psychological in trading. And I hate, and it's just me, I hate to bounce between different accounts because I don't like the idea that I look at statistics overall. And if I place trades in one account and place my good trades in one account and have my bad trades in one account, it screws up with the expected value or my expected, whatever it's called, return.
That's
right?
true.
My positive expectancy in the long run. And this is a great example, right? Where if I took this in my live account, then yeah, statistics are there. And it's me. It's 100% me. It's the psychological that I deal with. It's just like poker, right? Why would I fold away aces and lose money in a cash game and then go play like some home game, just not playing for money, and then I play a different way. And it's just a mental thing for me.
No, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. You brought that up a while ago too, because it's like you don't know the outcome of your trades, and you take all your trades for your next 30 trades, right? You don't know if they're going to be winners or losers, and then you're chopping those up between, say, 5 different accounts versus just putting them in one account.
Yeah, now that is completely different than something I do recommend. If traders are struggling, then I do recommend taking a break and then trading in a demo account or a simulated environment before they feel the confidence to go back to live. So those are two different things. I'm just stopped out for the day and then I'm trading in a combine, and then I tend to get a little bit of FOMO and that psychological that I just talked about versus I just need to take a break. I need to figure out my strategy. Something's not working. Switch to a demo account, practice, and then jump back into it. So those are two different things, even though it might sound the same.
You weren't wrong. Just right idea, wrong entry. Right idea. But it's hard, like, could you imagine us at 2:00 talking about buying 53, 54? Like, what are we going to do? Just, I guess we could have, but it would have been so ambitious. And like the market was so bullish when it was up there.
Gobbling up every offer.
Everyone.
Every offer is just getting gobbled up. There's nothing stopping this right now. No. 300 lot is 65 in the S&Ps. 250 lot is 64.5. These offers up here.
Yeah, and then I just do something like that where I buy the freaking bottom tick. Man.
Yeah, insanely good entry.
21's beautiful, Dakota. New highs, NASDAQ. These are all-time highs, folks. All-time highs in the NASDAQ. We made history. How about it? Live on Fast Markets. History was made. Imagine if you were long in this market while making all-time highs.
I am.
Imagine that.
Don't be.
Imagine that. Imagine you had 20 contracts. Imagine
I could buy a hotel on Boardwalk with this.
Oh, yeah. Jack up rent and all that, man.
It's just one tick. Football is a game of inches. Yes, Trading is a game of ticks.
Hey,
all it takes is one tick to ruin your trade.
House account is up though. We're going to end positive on the day, so we'll take that.
It is true.
Right idea. Maybe stops are too tight. We were a little too aggressive on the execution, but we had the right. We got with the trend. We didn't try to call the tops. No egos here. To make all time. Look at this push, folks. 4 seconds to liquidity. And here we go. Watch this. Ooh. Sellers. All right, back in, man. These buyers just relentless.
Got GameStop trading at 31.
Ooh, alert MP. You can get out.
Yeah, that's right. We're coming for you. We're coming for you.
You can cut your losses.
Oh, man. Moving a stop on Topstep X was nice. That was cool.
Just drag it?
Where you just drag it and place it there. Okay, I'm going to show everybody how I trail this. 100 tick chart. I'm going to show everybody how I trail my stop.
It's easy.
So 100 tick chart. Might as well make a learning experience. Maybe give something good. This is the end of the day. I'm going to trail this below the previous pivot, right? So over here on the 100 tick chart, and I'll trail this going into the end. So we just had a pivot right here at 65. We have a new pivot now at 67. I'm going to go ahead and trail it there. And then as we break out and as we make these new pivots, I'll just continue to do that until it stops me out. Because if this thing continues to rally and gain momentum, then I'm fine locking it in. This is a little bit aggressive. Sometimes if I do have a lot more time during the day, I'll wait for deeper pivots. I don't want to go through and show that example. So we just made one right now at 71. And I'll just continue to do this for as long as the market wants to give it to me. And then I'll let the market tell me when it's done running.
500 lot is 67 here in the S&Ps.
So everyone wave bye.
Bye-bye.
Wave bye to the markets.
Ciao. Arrivederci. Jeez.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes. Ooh-wee. Here we go. 3 minutes left.
Yeah. So this is how I trail it.
Isn't that easy?
And I'm out. So there we go.
Ho hum.
Stopped out at 76.
Nice. Yeah.
And now we tank. Now we sell off a little bit. So now it's an aggressive trail, but that is a good example. Very rough. I figured that would be a good learning opportunity, something. I don't know.
Good session, fellas.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Let's
maybe
count
in
up.
hindsight, we could have played a wider range and had split up
Wider
the 5
stop.
lots into one lots and then spread them further down to try to, disperse some of the risk. But it's a work in progress.
Hey, quick question. Can we
we were
show
close.
trade executions on Topstep X yet?
You can. Yeah. Go to settings on the left-hand side, and then it is in charts and data. And then on the far
Settings?
right-hand side, you'll see chart executions. Yep.
Oh, well.
And
How
then you
about
can
that?
see, yeah. Hey, look, everybody. Here's our trade.
Oh, I like that. I
good.
like that a lot. And
Yeah,
it's not very
Dakota's a
big
fan.
either. It's nice and clean.
Yep.
got the
So I'll
stamp
just
of
point to the
approval.
candlestick and then like the price and entry. But you can see on this red little down arrow at 230, that's where we got stopped out at 55.50.
Okay, as a coach,
Take that
this is
down,
something I do
Dobie.
struggle with when I'm doing slow market is going through this. So this is going to help me a lot. The more I learn about
That's
it.
awesome.
Stamp 'em.
So thank you guys. I learned something.
Awesome. 90 seconds left. Don't forget, Bank of Canada cut rates today. Kind of got the party started. Europe tomorrow. Eddie's going to go over schedule for tomorrow. But yeah, more to come. It is non-farm week on Friday, so we got more stuff coming. Action-packed here. Tell all your friends. Share the link. Let's get to 100,000 subscribers ASAP. We'll hook you guys up if you hook us up. All right, a lot of liquidity to the upside here. S&Ps just stacked 300 lots all the way from 67s all the way up to hell, 68, call it. Everything in between there. Here we
Man.
go. 50 seconds.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, excellent trade.
That was a 50-point banger. Dang it.
Was that a trading combine or like a legit practice account?
That was a trading combine.
Oh, okay. So you got like some points that count.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like, I practice like you play, right? I want to get used to a platform and I want to experiment with it. I want to be serious about it and learn things just like this because, number one, I want to help my slow markets community grow and become a better teacher. And these are little things that I think help.
Look at this volume. Here we go. New highs. Wow, look at these offers. Look at the size coming in on S&Ps. 5 seconds. Dakota, you demand. Tune in for slow markets this evening. Coach Jay joined Dakota tonight. Go over all the trades. Dolby time. We'll get him again. Great to have you back.
Oh, we will. We will.
Eddie,
Glad to
my
be back.
man. Yep. Take it away. Good stuff today. Thank you, everybody. Eddie, it's all you.
Thank
my man.
you.
Yep.
Wonderful day here today. Wonderful day. I hope everybody learned at least one thing. If you did, good. Glad that you joined us. Tomorrow, we're going to have a little meat on the bone here for breakfast. 7:30, we do have the initial jobless clams. We're looking at 220, previous 219. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Also continuing jobless export imports. This is all coming out at 7:30 Central Time. We got the trade balance, union labor cost. Scrolling down here, we also do have at 9:30 minor numbers. I think that's going to be it for about the day. We're going to have all the big juice coming up here early, but 9:30 we do have the Atlanta Fed natural gas storage 4-week and 8-week bill auction. A little later on, we'll have the reserve balance with Federal Reserve banks, but that's going to be after we are done for today. Tomorrow is Thursday the 6th already. We're almost a week into June, and I tell you, time's going by very fast, especially when you are educating yourself. Yes, tomorrow, join us right away, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. Johnny Hoag and myself will fire up the machine. Fast Markets, we've got Andre, MP, Hoag, and Anne Marie. We'll have power players with Andre Dolby and Ray T. Devin and myself will be doing Top Quiz. Yes, more of those wonderful questions that you all hate and some of you all love. So it's a hit or miss as far as I'm concerned. But be here. Remember, you can get a free reset off a random draw. Also, we have Andre and Brett for shoulder tap, JD and Robert for group coaching. I think Coach Robert's got some goodies here for our mobile-friendly Topstep X. Coming in the afternoon here, coaches are taking over. Yes, they are taking over tomorrow. Coach Robert, Coach Paul, Coach Ray, Coach Vince, Coach Lombardi, Coach Ditka. They're all going to be here. And Power Hour, yes, the dynamic duo, Hoag and Dobie, with, of course, do I got him? Yes, Max Maserati. He's going to be joining us here for the Power Hour. Max Maserati, haven't seen him in a while, but otherwise he will be with us here, and I'm looking forward to that right away. But as we are closing out the show here, folks, just remember, it is time to distance yourself from this computer that you have been looking at all day. We love having you here, and I hope that you love being here. So now it is family time, all right? Get some real love, get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your day. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV.
No, that'll be all. Just be sure to lock the door behind you on your way out. Good night.
Good night, everybody.